Welcome, everybody. We'll get started on the council meeting for today and this evening. We'll have invocations and ceremonial items at 1:30. Why don't we stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll start with orders of the day. Does anyone have any changes to the printed agenda? Understand staff has been in discussion to move item 10.1 to be heard at 6 p.m. immediately following the evening ceremonials. Item 10.2 will be heard following 10.1, so that can be heard. We know that there will be a longer discussion on other items. And then I have a request to set a 7 p.m. time certain for 4.6, and if anyone wants to pull 2.10, that's on the high rise, that could be heard together at 4.6, with 4.6. Let me say that time certain, rather, would be not before 7 p.m., because I don't think we can give a time certain with all the items that we have to discuss. So that would be my suggestions for orders of the day. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, on that motion, let's vote. All right, on to the closed session report. Greg?
Okay, the display's not up yet. Oh, it just popped up.
The council met in closed session. There's no report.
Okay, great. We're on to the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from consent? I'm told that council members Esparza and Vice Mayor Jones would like to pull 2.9. I'm told Councilmember Crosco would like to pull item 2.10, and we'd like to hear that with 4.6, if that's all right with you, Councilmember Crosco. So the 2.10, I'm told you'd like to pull, that's the high-rise fee reduction. We'd like to hear that at the same time as 4.6, which is also on the same subject. Yeah, okay, so we'll attach that to 4.6 to be heard evening. And then Councilmember Davis and staff would like to pull item 2.13. So we'll also consider that. Are there other items to be pulled? I'll just pull 2.5, the travel report for brief description. Any other items? All right, we'll entertain a motion on the remainder. Let's vote.
I'm still waiting on votes.
All right, that passes. On 2.5, the council travel report, I traveled to Washington, D.C. last week to testify in front of a House Oversight Committee relating to the Trump administration's efforts to undermine the California rule on auto emissions and the waiver that has been traditionally given to California now for 50 years by federal authorities. I testified along with former Governor Jerry Brown and a U.S. Senator and other and folks who were far more knowledgeable than me, several experts, economists and environmentalists. To no great surprise, there's a great divide on the congressional committee over this issue. In fact, there was a great divide as to whether or not we'd even have the hearing. Several Republicans stormed into the hearing to shut it down so that there could be no hearing at all as long as there was an impeachment proceeding happening in the basement. And ended up ensuing was an hour-long delay in which a lot of folks were yelling at each other before we could even hear testimony. So that is the state of Washington, D.C. in our federal government. So if we want anything fixed, we better fix it here in City Hall. All right. That's item 2.5. I guess we'll ask for a motion on all these items when we've been able to discuss all of them. 2.9, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I'd like to talk with PD about the actions related to the car break-in prevention program and appropriation adjustments. I have some questions. So I think this is huge for our city, and I was thrilled to see this come through and very thankful for the state funds. One of the issues that we've seen in District 7, as I'm sure other council districts have seen it as well, is the fact that a lot of residents aren't reporting car break-ins. Can you address how first off, the outreach is hopefully going to help residents report that, and then what your goals are around accurately sort of capturing that data at some point?
Yes, good morning. Dave Tyndall, Deputy Chief, Bureau of Field Operations. So in regards to the program itself, there are several categories that we are looking at in regards to it. One is the implementation, or what we call the Implementation Awareness Campaign. This is citywide. All of our areas that we are focusing on are pulled from our crime analysis unit. So those are reported burglaries that we have citywide. And from that, we're deriving hotspots where we're going to be implementing not only an awareness campaign in those specific areas as well as other parts of the city, but also focusing both overt and covert operations there with PD staff in regards to the car burglaries. Specifically in the awareness campaign, so we know that we are looking at a large portion of where the car break-ins are occurring are in shopping centers. And businesses, small businesses, the small strip malls, and then also the larger shopping centers where a lot of the car burglaries are occurring. Even if you look at the media attention that was given over the weekend, Fremont had a specific shopping center that had 15 car break-ins. Most of these are, in fact, crews that are going around and targeting specific areas and or locations where they can get in and out very quickly. So part of the awareness campaign is multifold. Number one, it is to look at these specific businesses that are being hit. Our crime prevention unit is proactively going to go out into these areas. We're looking at having signage in multiple languages that can be posted in these specific areas. And most of these are going to be looking at, essentially some verbiage that says remove it or lose it to get the awareness out there that if you leave valuables in your car, and that can either be seen in the car or even electronics that can be tracked by some of the more sophisticated rings, the chances of your car or you being a target are a lot higher than anything else. So this signage in itself is going to be multilingual so that we can address a lot of the other areas that are not English speaking, as well as the business owners that are there. Also, in regards to the outreach, crime prevention will be going out and making contact with a lot of the business owners, and especially the large stores that either have security of their own or the large shopping areas that have security and have them proactively get out there. That was successful. I remember being involved a couple of years ago with a particular shopping center in North San Jose, where just the mere fact of having security out there with their lights going off as they were driving around made a dramatic impact on the targeting of that particular shopping center and being hit. We're also looking at doing digital signboards, so boards that we can actually use to message whatever it is we want to, and we can move that to different parts of the city. And again, the goal to doing that is that number one, we get the message out. Number two, we can format what that specific message is for that specific area. And as always, when we are dealing with any shopping center or dealing with any of our communities, we're pushing people to call. Whether it be on the non-emergency line or if it's something that is in progress, certainly to call. And then, as always, we would take calls, even if somebody did not want to necessarily be a victim. We still want the call. We want to capture that data because realistically, that is where we get our hotspots from, is the data is captured through our system and through the crime analysis unit.
Well, I'm very hopeful that I think this will hopefully inspire residents to actually make those calls once they see things happening. I wanted to talk a little bit about shopping malls. I think, and especially as we come up to the holidays, I think we're all aware of the efforts that Valley Fair and Oak Ridge and East Ridge make around the holidays, but Vietnam Town has been hit a lot. Also, Tropicana, so they're sort of smaller, they're not your, Macy's giant malls, but they're businesses that have been really affected by this. Will this sort of enhance our ability to coordinate with the mall owners and make some recommendations in addition to enforcement around how to, some of these malls that may not have sort of professional staff, some actions that they can take, like closing gates at certain hours or doing some things like that? Well, can we offer that as part of this effort?
Absolutely. We've had conversations with our divisional captains, who are the ones that, quite frankly, are keeping tabs on the smaller areas. They get reports almost every other month now, specifically dealing with car break-ins, so are in tune with where their own specific hotspots are. Not only are they pushing that out to the patrol staff so that we can increase that, part of this plan actually has an overt patrol aspect to it, where cars will be placed out, and the timing is somewhat fortuitous in that we are coming into the holiday months with the Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up, and so part of this plan actually deals with overt patrol, where they go out and are present in those shopping malls that, quite frankly, don't have security of their own.
And just sort of one last thing that I'm hoping can be incorporated into sort of the roving operations is there are neighborhoods that, whole neighborhoods that also get hit. And so, and you can see it when I go out to some of my neighborhood meetings, they'll say, oh yeah, everybody, or 14 cars got broken into, or these cars got broken into. They don't report. So will some of these efforts also be included in the operations component as well as the community outreach component as crime prevention specialists are going out into neighborhoods?
Yeah, as you all know, I mean, there are certain times and certain crews pick different locations, and it really is ease for them to get in and out and look for easy or soft targets. So we will continue to message that out in our community meetings, and certainly, bringing this to the forefront and having it up there. It isn't, everybody goes to the shopping centers, they will see the signage out there. We will continue to message at our community meetings as far as the fact that we need people to report. And even if it is from the standpoint for insurance purposes for them, it's valuable to us because, again, it gives us the opportunity to look at areas that are being hit, develop a plan to attack it, however that may look.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to acknowledge Assemblymember Kansan Chu for introducing this bill to set aside funds to address car break-in prevention. I also want to acknowledge my colleague Raul Perales, who went up to Sacramento with me, and we testified in support of this funding. So, so you know that when we go up to Sacramento or to DC, sometimes good things come out of it. I just heard today that on one of the streets in my district, that 12 cars had their windows shattered on one street. We're still trying to get detail on whether it was a break-in or just vandalism, but it's pretty indicative of what's going on in my district. I have shopping centers that have break-ins every day. And so this is a significant problem, I know, for my district, for the city of San Jose, and throughout the Bay Area. So one of the things that I want us to focus in on, and you touched on it already, is the outreach, educating our residents not to leave their valuables in their car, but also working with the property owners, particularly at these shopping centers, to have additional security, post signage to warn their customers not to leave their valuables in the car, and other means to address the problem. And I can give you a specific example. We had one shopping center, small shopping center in my district, where they had multiple break-ins every evening. And we worked with the property manager, we worked with the police, and we worked with the businesses, and we created our own little education program, and it dramatically reduced the amount of break-ins. So it does work. In the report, we see what San Francisco's doing, and they reduced their break-ins by 31%. So if we execute this properly, we can make a difference. But thank you.
Councilman Camus.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate all the help on the preventative measures. I have talked to some police officers, and I feel like there's an elephant in the room, here. The fact is that even when you do catch them, they don't often get a whole lot of, discipline or time. Can you tell us what would happen if you found somebody breaking a car, typically? If you actually caught them, what happens? Do they get arrested, taken in, felony?
So in regards to if they're actually caught breaking into the vehicle, yes, it would be a felony, and we would book on that. We certainly would not cite our way out of that. What goes beyond that with our public justice partners certainly is beyond our scope. What I will tell you, and what the focus and what the large focus of this is, dealing with those crews. I'll give you an example. Last year, we were involved in a string of car burglaries, much like the ones that we're talking about here. It involved a specific gang from the East Bay, and our partnership with our district attorney's office, we ended up adopting and taking the lead on these cases. They had multiple cases with the same crew in some of our adjoining counties. That quite frankly, we're not going to go as far as we could go in this county. And so we adopted actually cases from other counties and brought them in here so that we could paint the whole picture of what was happening with the specific crew in regards to car burglaries. So a lot of it, again, if it's a singular burglary, as far as the time they'll get, it's difficult to say. A lot of times they won't be held for a long period of time. But again, really what we're looking at, and again, in the multi-pronged approach, is number one, implementing a campaign whereby it doesn't happen in the first place. Implementing overt patrols so that it doesn't happen. But we also have the covert side of it, which is dealing with the investigative follow-up and also covert operations, where we hope to build cases on people that can then be submitted to the district attorney's office. We work very closely with our crime strategies unit here in our district attorney's office. And they are going to be part of the overall task force and the grouping that looks at the specific cases when our individuals are arrested.
Yeah, well, I could tell you people in my district will say, after Prop 47, you're not going to get anything but a slap on the hand unless they're caught with more than $950 worth of stolen goods, and it's not typical that you would. And so a lot of people don't report these things because they don't think anything's going to be done about it. What do you tell those people?
Again, I think it gets back to the whole awareness portion of it, because when we go to community meetings, a lot of that is the fact that even though they think something may not be done, or the anecdotal, nothing's going to happen to them, the bottom line on it is a lot of what we look at, no matter how small, is captured. And so for us, a specific stat, or a 459, which is the burglary of the vehicle, while on its back end or initially on its front end, it may not appear to count as something, but it's another look for us and what's happening in a specific area. And so a lot of the communication or the conversations that we have with the community is, it may not seem like a big deal to you, but it's certainly something that we can capture on our end. It becomes a dot on the map, and when you start putting those dots together, it paints a very powerful picture.
Yeah, thank you again, and I believe in discouraging things as much as possible. But like I said, that's out there, and I think even some police officers have told them these things occasionally. I've heard that, hey, our police officer said that, don't get your hopes up, but we're going to ever find these materials or whatever you lost, and nobody gets prosecuted for these things anymore. I've been hearing that a lot more from the community. Just so you know. Thank you again for your work. Are we making it one motion for everything? Are we making a motion for this separately?
I think these two items 2.5 and 2.9, if that's all right. I don't think there's been a motion yet on 2.5.
I guess I'll make a motion to accept 2.5 and 2.9.
I'm sorry, was there a motion already on the floor? There was not. Okay. Okay. Dave, appreciate all your team's work on this. I know that in years past, the RADF had active participation of SJPD officers, and obviously when we went through the officer shortfalls, severe shortfalls we experienced over the last decade, we pulled officers off so we could devote them to patrol. Are we at a point now where we're able to put officers back on the RADF?
We still do have a presence on RADF. I had this yesterday. I was here discussing how we are deploying personnel. As you all know, every recruit that we get out of the academy is another potential body that we can put back into a spot that was taken before. We are doing another analysis right now as far as where we're looking at placing those bodies. The position is still there.
Okay.
Again, it's being prioritized with other positions with their department. And again, as always, we're looking for where we can put them where the priority is.
Okay. And then, appreciate the concerns raised by Councilmember Camus about Prop 47, because there certainly have been, I've been frustrated about, particularly around drug enforcement, when we know we've got folks who are using meth, and it's just a matter of a few hours whether they're then involved in committing significant crime, particularly if there's long-term use of meth with a lot of psychosis, and that's inhibiting our ability to get folks off the street and into drug treatment, or in jail, depending on what conduct they're committing. And so I'm concerned as well about the impacts of the measure. But as I understand it, if we have someone who's breaking into multiple car windows, it's the aggregate value of that damage that could be charged as a felony vandalism or auto burg. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't have to come up with a stolen property ledger that reaches the $950 threshold. It could just be the damage itself, which is a felony vandalism charge.
That's correct. There's different avenues that we can go down based on, the mechanism by which they committed the crime and what was stolen.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. All right, other questions? All right, on the motion then, let's vote. All right, that's approved. We have one other item on consent. That's 213. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify because so I did a blue memo because the motion that we made at rules was not reflected in the item for 2.13. So I'm just going to make the motion as I made it at rules, which was, so I'll move my memo. So basically it's to support HR 763 regardless of whether it's amended, but still pursue the recommended amendments from staff. So thank you. That's my motion. Ken, did you want to say anything?
I was asked to read this into the record. Ken Davies, Deputy Director, Climate Smart. The recommendation was as recommended by Rules and Open Government Committee on October 30th, 2019, adopt a position of support if amended for HR 763, the Deutsch Bill, to ask for language to ensure cap and trade programs and programs that depend on cap and trade revenue are minimally impacted from federal carbon tax programs.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Any other comments? And there was a motion. Okay, let's vote then on that motion. All right, we're on to the regular agenda. We'll start with item 4.1, which is the status of lease negotiations with Caltrans for a bridge housing community. I believe there is a presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Morales-Ferrand. I'm the Director of Housing, and I'm joined today by Lee Wilcox, who's with the City Manager's Office, and James Stagey, who has been leading our efforts to plan and site our bridge housing communities. So just as a reminder, the city actually supported legislation, AB 2176, that allowed us to actually move forward with these small, tiny shelters. And we received the authority to move forward in 2018. And there are two components, basic components of the legislation. One, we had to declare a shelter crisis. And two, we also had to create our own building code in which to build these little structures, of which we did complete. And so you can see our timeline in terms of working with Caltrans. And so really this memo focused on the Caltrans site, which we have been diligently working with. So in October of 2018, we began the lease negotiations. We have been going back and forth, have sought the assistance of both the city manager's office, specifically through Lee Wilcox, to help us with these negotiations. The mayor's office has also helped us. And we came to you, you suggested that we send this letter that outlined where the key points were, where we're stuck with Caltrans, and asking them for an immediate response. And since that letter was sent out in September, we have been going back and forth, but unfortunately, we still do not have a response from Caltrans that says we have an agreement that we both can move forward with, even since October of 2018. And the two provisions that we're stuck with, or that we've been the most challenged with, is the first one, which is the insurance requirement. They want us to have $15 million specifically set aside for this project. The city's self-insured, and we have stated that we can show we have $15 million, but we are not setting aside the full $15 million just for this project. However, we provided alternative language that we felt would satisfy them, and we also showed them a significant amount of reserves of over $80 million so that they could see a broader context. And it appeared that once we sent the more detailed on all the reserves that the city had, that they were more comfortable with our proposal. But again, we haven't heard from them that they indeed are satisfied with that response. And then the second piece that we have been unable to resolve is this liability question. They've added liability language that we feel reaches over and above what the city should be responsible for. So if we're successful in actually getting an agreement with them, I think we wanted to just highlight some of the other additional challenges that we might face as we continue to move forward with them. Our goal, we've heard that they're going to have a response tomorrow, even though we said today would have been preferable because we're going to be speaking to you, and it's hard to be enthusiastic about a response that's coming the day after. Because we don't know, frankly, if the response will actually resolve these issues, because we have heard the response was going to resolve the issues and they haven't. And so we continue to be caught in this circle. The other challenge with working on the Caltrans site is that there is additional review that they would like, and it also requires additional review from the federal government to review the plans. And so we anticipate, we've built some time there for that review as well. So if all goes well, and we're able to get an agreement with them tomorrow, we anticipate that we would open a site in September of next year. And with that, we are open for questions.
Okay, some updates. Jackie, I'm just getting this information in the last 60 seconds. So as you know, I had a phone conversation with the interim director of Caltrans. They had not yet appointed their permanent director. Unfortunately, I think that's been part of the problem here, is we just haven't had pushing at the top of the ladder to get this done. At that time, 2 weeks ago, he assured me that all these issues were resolved and that we didn't merge very quickly with the signed agreement. Obviously, that wasn't accurate based on what we've seen since, now that we're on version 19, I think, of the agreement. So I reached out over the weekend to the Secretary of Transportation, David Kim. I realized he just called me and then called a member of my staff. And He texted me asking if we could talk at 3:30 today. I'll see if I can pull out of council to do that, but he suggests getting everyone into a room that's authorized to speak on behalf of the city and Caltrans to hash it out without trading proposals, get everybody in the same room. I'm certainly open to this. I'm sure you guys are too, but obviously we don't need to spend an entire day up in Sacramento over this. So I'll urge them to send some folks down here to do that. I guess what I would ask the council to do then is to authorize the resolution that we would then hold in abeyance for any public release beyond this date, depending on what we are able to resolve with the Secretary of Transportation's help. It's clear that this has gotten the attention of the Transportation Secretary, so hopeful that this will now move things along where it clearly has not in the past. Okay. Questions? Councilmember Sparta.
So I'll make the motion to approve the resolution that's before us. I just wanted to express my concern that it seems that the will of the legislature, the will of the legislature as expressed in SB 519 seems to be disregarded by a completely out of control department at the state. The site, Felipe, is in my district. It's a site that I think is appropriate for the city and the state and other stakeholders to work together to find some solutions. And I believe that if we all do that, we can actually make some changes in that neighborhood. And I wanted to just commend city staff that has done its part and really bent over backwards. We've made tremendous concessions, I think, with Caltrans, to Caltrans, and yet some Caltrans lawyers in Sacramento just think they know better than the legislature and the governor who signed that legislation. So I support the resolution. Obviously, I made the motion to support it. And also would ask that through I don't know if it's appropriate with the big city mayors or some other conversations to have those conversations with the governor directly. I don't know, you're nodding. I don't know if you've had those. I'm sure you kind of had, but I would love to just hear that.
We hadn't yet. We've been in conversation with the governor's office about other challenges right now with PG&E, but
sure, yeah, of course.
but the hope was that when we have this resolution, if we're not able to resolve this very quickly, I know that other mayors are watching what we're doing, and obviously the next step would be to go to the governor. And I completely agree with you. Senator Bell did not intend for this to be the outcome when he sponsored this legislation.
And you just said something that other cities, other mayors are watching what we're doing. And what San Jose is doing is this approach is so much better than tough sheds or throwing some tents in a place. We're actually trying to provide housing, support services, to really provide a thoughtful approach to this that other cities, frankly, should be emulating. And what this situation is showing, that the state is making it difficult for us to do so. So that's it.
Well said. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I supportive of all the comments that have been made and certainly supportive of the resolution. I think it's taken far too long, and even hearing that next year in September, assuming it doesn't go as planned with regard to these new conversations, it's worrisome. I know certainly past conversations we've directed staff to have conversations with other entities, jurisdictions and such, but I really do think that we need to start looking inward and recognize that within the city of San Jose, I mean, we're a vast city, and I think we need to start exploring how to make it easier to get more beds in our city, and streamlining that process to the extent possible. And so to that end, what I'm curious about is, Jackie, my office submitted a memo talking about modifying the zoning code and having your office or folks at the planning department or whoever would take the lead to identify obstacles to the establishment emergency shelter and zoning code, so that way it makes it a little easier, and we don't consistently have these fights as we're, often discussing sort of how to move forward with this issue. Have you had a chance to review the memo? I know we're waiting for the memo you all submitted, and so things are a little delayed, but curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, I had a chance, but unfortunately, the housing department doesn't oversee the planning code, and so really we needed the planning department to opine on this particular item, and so we have tried to reach out to Rosalind this morning to find out what she would think. I mean, clearly this potentially could have a workload on the planning department, and so I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of them.
Mm-hmm. Is anyone from the planning department here? I don't see anyone. Well, so to the extent possible, then I'd really love to get the feedback and thought. Or Rick,
Councilmember, there's a Brown Act issue here too, and this is to accept the staff report and to adopt a resolution documenting the efforts with Caltrans and the city. This sort of wants, I understand, to have staff take things beyond that, and it's perfectly appropriate to say, direct staff to come back and agendize for future discussion these items, and then you can talk about whether it's priority setting, whether it's something to do, but I think that today is not a day council can take this specific action.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And so if I was interested, I mean, I know there's a motion on the floor to accept what's currently before us, but if I was interested in seeing if folks would entertain the idea of bringing this back and agendizing it for a future council meeting, I mean, would that be a separate motion? Would that be?
You could attach it as an amendment or as a separate motion.
So what I would ask is if the maker of the motion would allow attachment of the memo that I put forward simply to agendize for a future meeting to have a discussion with planning folks here and a more thorough discussion as to the possibilities that exist within the language and any ideas and challenges that we may have as we begin discussing this.
I'd like to separate that, actually. I'd like to move forward with the resolution that's before us today.
Could I just ask the city manager's team just to weigh in so we understand what they can do, their capacity and so forth? Lee or?
I was just going to state, if it's the will of the council to come back with that workload assessment of what it would take, how many hours and whether it should go to priority setting or not, that's something we can do with relative ease and do that analysis.
Sure.
But we'd want to do that before we gave a specific answer on how much time and effort it would take. But
I'm
we're
good.
happy to do the analysis to come back with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that in the motion.
Okay. So we just refer that to the Rules Committee, just like any agenda setting. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is that right, Councilmember Menace?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I understand you'd rather get done tomorrow, and I know
Correct.
we've all felt that.
Yeah, but I'm okay with it.
Okay, all right. And I just want to confirm, is there a second for Councilmember Esparza's motion? Second. Okay, there are a couple now. I'll let the clerk decide. One thing I do want to clarify, I know that there's a lot of frustration with Caltrans right now, but the district director, Tony Tavares, has been a strong advocate for getting something done here, and I reached out to him, I don't know, a month and a half ago, as soon as he heard that this was a problem, has been pushing with us, and I think he's equally frustrated. I don't want to speak for Tony, and I certainly don't want to get him in trouble with his own agency, but I think it's clear to say that it's fair to say that he has tried mightily to move this thing along, and so our frustration is really with Sacramento, and hopefully we can get those obstacles resolved with the team in Sacramento. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Just trying to be practical here. We have been negotiating with Caltrans for over a year, and we will be delayed for, it looks like, at least another year. It sounds to me like we don't even have a guarantee that we're going to be able to use this site. So I guess my question is, are there any other sites that we can pursue from the list from 2017 that are VTA or Valley Water, or any city sites? I know the two sites that we chose rose to the top, but what about our number 3? What about our number 4? Can we get our 40 sleeping cabins that Habitat's been building and that we've paid for deployed somewhere else, anywhere else, quickly?
So the operative word there is quickly. And so these two sites were the highest scoring of all the other sites. There are other sites, but one of the items that you've asked us to do is to do some pretty thorough public outreach, and to get a community comfortable with the site does require a certain amount of time and effort in order to get more comfort. I think it'll be better because we're going to have our first site opened up this month, and that will allow people an opportunity to see and visit what we're talking about. So I'm hoping that will facilitate us being able to move more quickly on these, but there will take time having to go through that list again and doing some public outreach.
Totally understand and agree. I think I'd like to suggest pursuing whatever the number 3, and I don't even know where they are. Maybe they're in my district, but pursuing the number 3 and the number 4 options while we're doing this, because we do not have any guarantee that we're going to get that site, really. I mean, it sounds like, yeah, maybe, sounds good, great, but we have 40 sleeping cabins, right, that don't have a home, and 40 to 60 people who could be sheltered, who are not going to be sheltered because Caltrans dragged their feet or couldn't get it together. So if we can pursue multiple avenues at the same time, and you know, Jackie, I've said this before, these are discussions we need to be having anyway. So if there's anything in the top 10 that's in my district, I'd like to know about it, and let's just start having those conversations even if we don't have a project, because I think Seattle has like a dozen of these tiny home villages. We're talking about 2. We know that's nowhere near the 5,000 people who slept outside last night. So I think, you know, call on us to be doing some of that outreach. I've already started in my district, again, as you know, and I know Vice Mayor Jones has also started in his district. So let's start having these community outreach discussions before we have a project, so maybe we can get these things to move more quickly. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's first see if it's all right with the maker of the motion. I do think, though, regardless, we want to expand these. We want to find more sites anyway, and I know housing staff has done an enormous amount of work to identify other sites, so I think it's not a bad suggestion. I certainly hope we're moving forward on Caltrans right away, but I think we're going to need a 3 or 4 anyway. So let me just ask, the maker of the motion's open to that.
I'd like to keep it separate, and if staff could send the list of sites as an informational memo and then agendize it to come back, I would appreciate that. I will also raise a concern of mine, having experienced some of this in District 7, which is our ability to be able to juggle all of these things going on. There was an intensive, I don't want to lose, right now I feel very confident that in the city's commitment to having the Felipe project, which I think would be very challenging, but I am confident in the city's commitment to take that on, provide high quality services. Bridge housing is a Cadillac model, and in a neighborhood that is has a lot of challenges right now. I want to make sure that that is successful. And I am concerned about diluting some of that if we're trying to do 4 of them at the same time. Right now, I'm hopeful that as this comes back to the council for budget, right, that we can expand our city's staff ability to plan and operate the way we need to.
Okay.
That we can do that then.
So the motion is not amended. We can certainly take up that issue as a separate motion if council would choose to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. Just wanted to chime in on a couple things. Number one, I think with the state, it is unfortunate that this is taking so much time, considering that as the original authority to do this came from them, and so and you know, leadership by one of our local assembly members at the time, and the opportunity to do so. And here's this opportunity we've had in front of us, and you know, I think that the reality is that it has taken way too long. We have fortunately struck an agreement with BTA, right, on that site. So I think we know that we have a formula, we can do this. And I think, as James can recall, maybe nearly a year and a half, 2 years ago now, going in front of the community where this location is, although is in District 7, the closest neighbors are District 3 residents. And so the community members there were not very excited about this opportunity, but the conversations that we were able to have over the course of several meetings, some in-home dinners that I attended, to be able to get the community members not necessarily fully on board, but understanding this as a solution to what the current situation is. And one of those opportunities that got them at least somewhat motivated was how we could transition that current site. And I think, if I'm living in that community and I see that the sort of the government, and I'm just going to tie in the city and the county and the state all as one, right? If I'm a resident there, and see us dragging our feet and not have a solution and continue to suffer from what the site is today, I'm going to lose faith as well. And I think that, I have to agree with my community members that kind of feel as though we're not going to do anything. And so I'm not necessarily here to point a finger. Even at Caltrans, I think this is a group or a team failure, if you will, right? We're all sort of trying to solve this, and unfortunately, at the rate that we're going, we are destined for failure. So something has to absolutely change. I do agree with Councilmember Davis that we need to be looking ahead, and I don't know where sites 3 or 4 are. But the reality is we need to be looking at sites 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? We need to be looking at a lot more opportunities. But I also agree with Councilmember Esparza that, right, we want to do these things right, and we just had this discussion when it came to safe parking and overnight warming locations, because we know that we cannot continue to see failure at these few solutions that we have for immediately addressing this crisis. And so, not by any means easy, but I would agree, and I know it wasn't added in to the motion. I would like to see at least the discussion brought up, and maybe we can move this through as well, Mayor, through rules to determine when we can begin to discuss what these next opportunities are. And let's say, for instance, even if this is successful, we still should be talking about the next ones. So failure or success at this, I think we should agendize that. So maybe that could be added to the motion, if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come back to rules and have staff bring back have the opportunity to put some thought into it and bring it back to rules for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's okay with the seconder? Okay. Whoever Tony decides. Okay, Councilmember Arenas. Nice try. Right, that's okay with you, Councilmember Arenas, that amendment? Okay, great. So, I agree that this is a situation where both perspectives are correct. We need to get this right. At the same time, we got to be able to walk and chew gum because we've got a huge need out there. So I do think we need to be thinking about site 3 and 4 no matter what. Seattle currently has, I think, 9 sites moving. Obviously, they've been at it quite a bit longer than we have. They also have a lot of advantages with a lot of industrial land that they can readily repurpose, which is what we don't have. This can be done at scale, and we just got to figure out how to do it right. Councilor Jimenez.
Thank you. I just wanted to make 2 comments. The first one is that I don't think we have the luxury of just going slow. I think we need to move, and I think the residents all over the city have really been waiting to figure out what the city is going to do about the situation. And I think it's a long time coming, and I like the analogy, or the comment to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to do it all. We need to move quickly. We need to do it well. I don't think we need to go down a site 4, 5, 6, 7, but maybe an additional sort of 1 or 2 locations while we see how this plays out, I think is vitally important. The other question I have, or the question I have, and I'm not sure who can answer this, but So it was a long time coming to say even get this report to council, right? I know obviously all the negotiation with Caltrans. What efforts were made to engage some of the state legislators, for example, Senator Jim Bell and some of the folks that maybe can lean on some of these departments in order to get some of this done? And I'm curious as to if you can share with us what was done.
Sure. Actually, we reached out to Senator Bell's office very early on because they were actually checking in with us regarding how successful we had been with Caltrans. And so we were actually keeping them informed, and they were helping on their side to approach Caltrans as well.
Okay. And do you, I guess what I wonder about is whether we applied enough pressure.
Yeah, so we reached out to them this summer.
Okay.
As far back as June.
Okay.
Is when we started talking to them about the difficulties. And part of the difficulties, I wasn't clear in this presentation, but there are two legislative actions. There's the cities, which we highlighted in our presentation, which allows a very specific type of interim housing. And then there was Senator Bell's legislation that is, in Caltrans' interpretation, very different than what the cities legislation allowed. And so part of it has been their desire to have this unified lease that they could use under that legislation, which was creating some challenges because it's slightly different than what San Jose is allowed to do. So examples of that is we had the residents were going to pay a fee to stay in our community. We were going to have them sign not leases, but agreements regarding their stay and the common responsibilities that they might have. And Caltrans thought that that was getting us into an area where we were establishing a tenant-landlord relationship, and therefore they were concerned. So there are differences in our legislation which created some of this.
Right. And would you say that the senator's office was equally concerned?
Absolutely. They
yeah,
were equally
and
concerned and equally reaching out since this summer to get Caltrans to move along. They were absolutely supportive of us in trying to help facilitate this.
And I'll ask you one more question. Is there anything you all think that we could have done different if we had started this all over again? Is there anything we could have done differently to move it much quicker, to fix some of the issues or address some of the issues? Would you do it the same way?
I don't think any of us anticipated that we would have the kind of difficulties we've had with this negotiation. I think we learned early on through the negotiations with VTA it was not going to be as easy as we anticipated, but we were able to get over those humps, so to speak, through VTA. As far as doing anything different, I can't think of anything we could do differently on that lease negotiation side. I can think of a lot of things. In fact, we've implemented different things moving forward with the construction and operations, but as far as the lease negotiations, I don't think we anticipated this level of challenge.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just end with, and some of you have heard this, the staff, that this issue, just the homelessness issue, seems to be such an intractable issue, and I'm beyond frustrated. I feel like everything we try to do moves dangerously slow while we have people living on the street. And I know you all are doing what you can, but I think everyone up here probably has the same level of sort of frustration coming from the residents, and I don't think we can afford to move slow. And I'm not sure where that fix is, but in everything you do with regard to housing, with regard to interim solutions, I'm beyond frustrated. And again, I know this is not something new. I've expressed this before, but I just don't know. I just think we need to do things a little differently. We need to move quickly in many different directions, and try to figure out what works. As I tell my residents, we don't have the solution, right? Where we're going to build the bridge housing communities. Other cities have done it. We'll see if it works, see if it takes. But we need to throw things against the wall. We need to, we're in Silicon Valley. We need to be thoughtful and be willing to innovate and try new things. And it's just, I think it's to our own detriment, to the residents' detriment, and the folks living on the streets' detriment, if we continue to move slow and not sort of act with a sense of urgency.
Councilman Jimenez, there's one thing we can all do to make things move faster, which is when sites are proposed in our districts, we can say yes. And I know that 2 sites have been proposed in your district and you've pushed back. And I hope by your words today, that's an indication that you'll have a different approach moving forward. Because the only way this is going to get built is if council members are willing to take these sites in their own district. Councilmember Diep?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the sentiment, as everyone has, that we need to do more and we should move forward. I just want to take a step back. I think, in my view, from a city perspective, I think we're at the mercy, of our partner agencies, right? We've been through this before, so we're all discussing, we want more, but we need to remember, if you're watching this meeting for the first time today, a year ago, 2 years ago, we've been through all this discussion. We did an inventory of the sites in the city of San Jose, what we own, what we can use, and we came with 1 or 2 sites in every district. Our vision was 1 site in every district, 10 sites. We came back, we said we didn't have the money for it, we can only do 2. We got community pushback, and we are at the mercy, again, of partner agencies. The site we're moving forward with is the VTA-owned site. The site we're talking about today is Caltrans, and as difficult as it is negotiating with Caltrans, it is the second closest we've come to actually succeeding in this, given the state laws that have been made exceptions for us. We tried to do it in Willow Glen with Hope Village or at the Water District land. That didn't work. And so Councilmember Jimenez is right. This is an intractable problem. But for us to discuss it and say, we need to go back and rethink it, we've done the thinking. I don't see any more angles. And yes, we, as council members, need to say yes when sites are identified in our district. Maybe it needs to go back. We need to go back and redo the zoning laws or something to figure out how we can expand the sites, the possibility, the potential sites available to us. But I don't know, to borrow Councilmember Jones's or Vice Mayor Jones's kind of quip, I don't know if we can squeeze any more juice out of this because the city-owned parcels don't work. We're going to partner agencies, and if it's not working, it's not working. I don't understand what else we can do, but I'm open to ideas. I just don't want us to kind of instill this kind of hope out there when we've been through this before and it's been a hard road already here. So I want us to move forward in trying to find ideas and things that we haven't discussed, but we can't retread what we've already been because we're clear that city-owned sites under the current rules don't work. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to say, when the issue of bridge housing came up in my community, there was one location on the border of my district and District 10, which was in District 10 proper, and so I certainly was going to stand up for my residents. So we're going to get 2 of these bridge housing sites. The information was released while we were on recess. I had to grapple with, as you all know, 600, a meeting attended by 600 community members, and so I'm willing to have the conversation, as it was mentioned earlier by Councilmember Davis, to talk about other locations. I've always been willing to host, to entertain the conversation of having it in District 2. I just think it needs to be in the right place. And what I'm most concerned about is, quite frankly, not everyone's doing their part. I'm not sure if that's a lack of leadership. I'm not sure if that's just people, wanting to place them all downtown or whatever it may be, but I think everyone needs to step up. I'm willing to step up. I'm willing to have the conversation. We can find sites in District 2. I'll have that conversation with my residents because I'm just frustrated that things don't move as quickly as they should. And so I'm very much interested in having that conversation. And I hope that you take the lead in sort of moving that along citywide.
No, certainly, I think we all agree that we all need to step up. And as I've attended several community meetings in districts where these have been proposed, and I will continue to do so to push for this. I would just encourage everyone that, as you put it, when you're standing up for your residents, and using that term, that our residents include the homeless individuals who live in our city. They also need us to stand up for them. Councilman Camus.
Yes, and I don't want anybody taking away that we're not doing anything here. In our city, since I've been in office, we have converted hotels. The Plaza Hotel, the Santa Clara Hotel. We've done overnight parking programs. We have housed people in churches. In my district, we have an overnight parking program being proposed in my district. A lot of things the public doesn't know necessarily, not even council members know what each council district is doing. And so the takeaway here is that we are doing a lot. And I think the housing department is doing a lot of effort to make some of these things work. When we were talking about this program, for example, in the, I forgot what area, it's in District 6, it was a temporary shelter program. You know, one developer said, it was a temporary housing program, I forgot what.
Hope
that lane.
Village.
No, not Hope Village. It was on Evans Lane. And a developer said we could build 400 units of permanent housing. It'll take us 4 years, but we chose to go down temporary housing. We were experimenting a lot, and we don't necessarily, every experiment doesn't work. We actually have not seen that these tiny home projects will work. There isn't one open yet for us to be expanding on this, and it's not like I don't want to solve the problem. I was in favor of the last two that were being proposed, but we haven't seen anything work yet. Even the 40 that we do have going on the VTA lot haven't been occupied, and we don't know if they're going to be a burden or a help. And so I want to see how it works. I also don't want everybody to think that it's housing homeless people is the sole responsibility of the city. I just did a press conference about the statistics that we got from our county, which said 42% of our homeless population is mentally ill. This is not housing. None of these tiny homes or any other housing that we've built or proposed actually will help the mentally ill. We need the county to step up, look at its own land. I know that they started a couple of weeks ago. I wish they hadn't waited the years and years that it took for them to identify their own property. And I don't know, have they identified any property publicly yet? Jackie, has the county identified any property where they're going to be building any housing or anything else?
Yes, I think in downtown where Old City Hall is, they have proposed a permanent supportive housing development, and they're also proposing a very small interim shelter proposal in the site.
You
close
mean
to
the
City
one that
Hall.
they demolished instead of taking $20 million to refurbish?
In that area.
Yes.
They're doing a whole redevelopment.
And how many units were they going to get as opposed to the 160 they were going to build for a very cheap amount of money? How many are being
I want to say
proposed to
less,
be built?
as somewhere in the 20 range is what they're
20
proposing for
houses
the interim.
instead of 160, yeah. Well, you know, I think that we do have to rely on partners, and we don't have a whole lot of partnership being done. I know that the county has chipped in a lot of money for the housing projects that we already had in place. How many projects did we already have in place that are now being funded by Measure A monies?
I'm looking to Rachel to see if she knows how many Measure A
About
projects
11,
we
I
have.
think, right?
I would say a little more than 11.
Okay, all right. Well, what I'm trying to say here is that the city is always being looked at as a place to solve problems, and I get it. That's why we all got elected. We want to help people. We want to solve problems. But we are not the only responsible party here. We cannot help people who are mentally ill. We cannot help people who are severely drug addicted and need wraparound services and mental health issues. A lot more needs to be done on the county, and in fact, this is what causes fear in the public. A lot of people whenever they think of tiny homes, they think that they're going to get the mentally ill right next to them. That's the biggest fear, is it not, Jackie?
I think, yes, they
Yes.
fear who will be living in them.
So unless the county takes care of that problem, we're not going to be able to do a whole lot more of tiny houses, because there's going to be 600-700 people showing up to our meetings, all scared that we're going to have, you know, dangerous mentally ill people next to them. That's what I surmised in many of these meetings. And so unless the county steps up and does the work that they're supposed to do, then we're going to continue to have pushback from our residents and not allowing some of these projects to take place. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're now entering onto the lunch hour. I have three more people would like to speak. Okay, that requires a vote to call the question. It requires 8 votes. Okay. So we now have a motion and a second. On that motion, let's vote. All right, the question's called. So we now have a vote on the motion of Councilmember, is it Esparza? No. It was Councilmember Esparza, yes. Okay, that's what we're voting on. Okay, here we go. All right, that passes. Are there any other motions on this item? All right, we were going to take a recess and return at 1:30 for ceremonials and the resumption of our meeting. Thank you very much. Back, everyone. We're going to resume our council meeting for November 5th. And we'd like to begin our afternoon session with an invocation. I wanted to welcome Pastor Tim Lundy from Venture Christian Church. Councilmember Campus will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Pastor Tim Lundy is the senior pastor of Venture Christian Church, located at the point where Los Gatos touches District 10 and District 9 at Camden and Coleman. A graduate of Dallas Theology Seminary, Tim has been a minister for close to 30 years. Venture Christian Church is a non-denominational church composed of very diverse group of people who come from all walks of life. Through their partnership with City Team and other organizations, they serve the community by providing shelter, meal, and recovery programs. Through Beautiful Day, they provide beautification and repair of facilities for individuals, community services, schools, and churches. Working with Foster the Bay, they help provide loving homes for children in foster care, and they partner with law enforcement to fight human trafficking. A significant portion of their congregation lives in District 10, and it is my honor to have Pastor Lundy deliver the invocation for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Camus, and thank you so much, Mayor, for giving me this opportunity. Will you pray with me? Father, we come before you. We thank you for the work that takes place in this council. We thank you for the hard work today. I thank you for the women and men who are willing to use their leadership and their service to serve our community. Lord, I pray that you would give them great wisdom. We know that the issues that they wrestle with are not simple. We wish there were simple answers. And so we ask that you give them great wisdom as they wrestle through it. Lord, I pray as well for courage, the courage for each of us to stand up for our convictions. I thank you for the courage of those in this council who are making a difference. They're willing to step into the battle to serve the rest of us. Lord, I pray for compassion, especially for the least of these in our community, for those who do not have a voice, for those who need our help the most. We pray for those who are hungry today. We pray for those who have no home today. We pray for those who are struggling with illness today. Lord, we pray that there would be great compassion in our hearts for each person. And Lord, finally, I just pray for protection. Would you protect each council member? Would you protect those in our city leadership? Would you protect the mayor and the vice mayor? Would you protect their homes, their families, their reputations? Again, Lord, we so appreciate their willingness to step out, to make a difference. Lord, I pray that you would protect the civility of our governing. Lord, that we live in a country where we have the freedom to disagree, but we don't have to be divided over it. We have the freedom to stand up for what we believe, but to recognize we stand together. We want the same things. And so I pray, would you bless our city? Would you bless our community? Would you work even in this meeting today to make this city a place that all the nation and all the world would look at, and not only our prosperity, but in the way that we treat each other and the respect we have as a community. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for those words, Pastor. All right, ordinarily we'd stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, but we've already done that this morning at 11 a.m. when we started our public session. But I do want to recognize we've got a lot of bright young boys and girls from Queen of Apostles Elementary School, and I want to welcome them to City Hall. I hope you guys have a great time here, and please make it yourself at home, and hopefully you don't have to go back to class anytime soon. All right. We're going to move on to, we've already considered several items this afternoon, so why don't we jump into ceremonials. Councilmember Davis, please join me at the podium. We'll present a proclamation recognizing National Adoption Awareness Month.
Good afternoon. As I do every November, I am happy to proclaim November as National Adoption Awareness Month in the city of San Jose. National Adoption Awareness Month is a time to raise awareness about the thousands of children and youth in foster care who need a permanent home. There are over 123,000 children and youth waiting to be adopted right here in the U.S. who are at risk of aging out of foster care without permanent family connections. As many of you know, I do this proclamation every year because we are a FOST-adopt family. I like to say that adoption runs in our family. I have a sister who's adopted, her husband's also been adopted, and both of my kids are adopted. The Kinship Adoptive and Foster Parent Association is a support and advocacy nonprofit that provides resources, specialized mentoring, and advocates for the needs of families in Santa Clara County. I used to be on the board of the Kinship Adoptive and Foster Parent Association. It's called CAFPA. And I was also very grateful for their services when we were going through the FOST-adopt process. Susan Steele is here today. She's a foster parent liaison and resource specialist at CAFPA. Usually Denise Marchou, the executive director of CAFPA, comes to accept this proclamation, but she couldn't be here today because she has a new grandbaby. So I invite Susan to accept the proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you. On behalf of CAFA and actually foster parents and adoptive parents, I thank you for acknowledging the difficult work that we do, giving children, not our children, a community's children, a place to lay their heads, to gain some normalcy, some healing and love, and above all, joy. And I thank you for that.
Okay, Small Business Saturday is coming up, and I think that means Councilmember Camus is ready to proclaim something. I want to welcome the many leaders in our business community who have joined us, as well as Des Woodworth, who works for the city team.
Thank you, Mayor. As an immigrant and a former small business owner myself, I take pride in presenting this proclamation every year. Many people define the American dream as owning their own home or being their own boss. And it's that entrepreneurial spirit that's alive and well in San Jose. Small business owners take high risks, work long hours, and have to overcome many hurdles. Today, we recognize Saturday, November 30th, as Small Business Saturday and ask that you support our hardworking small business community. My mother is a small business owner, as well as many friends, comprising the more than 51,000 small businesses that employ 157,000 people in San Jose. More than half of these small businesses are immigrant-owned, and we are proud of the diversity they bring to our city. I'm pleased to recognize the many individuals here today representing the small business community across the city of San Jose. Let me start by recognizing Steve Dial and Asbury Lockett of A New America, Stephanie Whaley of the Willow Glen Business Association, Chris Patterson Simmons of the East Santa Clara Street Business Association, Ken Kelly of the Winchester Business Association, Frank Cancilia of the Berryessa Business Association, Eddie Trong from the Silicon Valley Organization, and Des Woodworth with the Office of Economic Development here in San Jose. I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. The City of San Jose has many programs and initiatives to encourage the growth of small business, such as the San Jose Local Preference Policy, the BusinessOwnerspace.com Collaborative, and Small Business Ally Program. Furthermore, when you shop local, your tax dollars stay here to support our local services. So you don't have to wait till November 30th, though. Shop local, shop small businesses, and shop San Jose. I welcome Steve Dial and Asbury Lockett of A New America to accept the proclamation on behalf of the small business community, and I think they have one or two words.
Hi, I'm Steve Dial. I'm the CEO of A New America and a little short. So with me today is my colleague, Asbury Lockett. He's the director of our Women's Business Center here in San Jose. Small Business Saturday is critical in terms of supporting our small businesses. So I want to thank Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Kameth, and the members of the City Council for allowing us to accept the proclamation on behalf of the small business community. Small businesses are estimated to bring in $17.8 billion on Small Business Saturday if it's representative of 2018. In addition, individuals who shop at small businesses on that day tend to repeat their business, so it impacts small businesses throughout the year.
A New America has served communities throughout Northern California for over 20 years now, and we've seen firsthand the important role that entrepreneurship plays in wealth creation, particularly in underserved communities. So we appreciate the city's leadership in encouraging residents to fully engage Small Business Saturday, as many small businesses depend on the holiday season for nearly a third of their business on average. So on behalf of the small businesses throughout San Jose, thank you again for this official proclamation of November 30th as Small Business Saturday. Thank you.
And I also just wanted to thank and acknowledge Jesus Flores for his work and leadership along the Alum Rock corridor, where we have many of our treasured small businesses. Thank you. Councilmember Pross is making his way down. We are about to declare National Homeless Youth and Runaway Prevention Month. Councilmember? Oh, Sparky, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I'd like to invite down Sparky from the Bill Wilson Center. I believe Michelle also who's here from Bill Wilson Center. And then we have a number of representatives from our housing department who I'd like to call down to and invite you to join us as well. Both our housing department, our homeless response team as well here. Thank you for making your way down. Homeless youth come from every life circumstance, with more than 1,300 young people living on the streets of Santa Clara County on any given night. And according to the National Network for Youth, more than 2 million youth run away in a year. And if they all lived in one city, it would make up the 5th largest city in our nation. The Bill Wilson Center has been providing programs and services for more than 4 decades to safeguard and house hundreds of homeless youth every year. And nearly 900 homeless street youth receive assistance at their drop-in center right here near downtown San Jose. Local schools use the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Program to address the problems homeless children and youth face, ensuring that each homeless student has equal access to the same educational opportunities as other children and youth. I now proclaim and recognize the month of November 2019 as National Youth Homeless and Runaway Prevention Month. And since yesterday evening, San Jose City's Hall Rotunda and our tower have been illuminated green by our housing department to raise the public awareness about homeless youth in the city of San Jose and throughout Santa Clara County. It is now my honor to ask our mayor to offer a proclamation to Sparky Harlem, the executive director of the Bill Wilson Center, and ask her to say a few words.
Thank you very much for this proclamation for Homeless Youth Awareness Month. And of course, when somebody says it's awareness, I have to take the opportunity to do one little tidbit to help us all be more aware of who homeless youth are. Education is really a way out for our children and youth, out of poverty and out of homelessness. What most people don't realize is many of our street youth and homeless youth are attending college, and we get them into college, and while they're in college, they also become homeless. One thing that's different is I have a young person who had an opportunity a couple weeks ago to spend 3 minutes with Ben Carson at HUD to talk about one thing she could do. And she asked for my advice, and I said, well, I advise you not to talk about the rights of LGBT or race equity because he really won't hear it. But you have an opportunity, if he wants to change something, to hit one point that they could really make a difference on. And that is, for outcomes, HUD does not recognize educational, increase of education at all as an outcome for youth, but only increase income. They could change that by recognizing education is an important attainment for young people. And he actually at least nodded his head, so it seemed like he might have heard it. But we say, let's remember to not only think about housing when we think about homeless youth, but education also. Thank you.
We'll return to the afternoon agenda. We covered 4.1 in the consent calendar this morning. So we'll move on to calling item 4.2 and 4.3 together. I believe we have a presentation on each. The report on the cost of residential development and council priority number 12 and 21 relating to universal development fee and impact fee deferred payment program for housing, also known as Development Fee Framework Update. I guess that's what we're calling all that stuff together from now on. Welcome, everybody, and thank you, everyone, for your very hard work on these items.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, members of the public. I'm Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager. I'm here today with Chris Burton, Deputy Director of the Office of Economic Development, Rachel Vanderbean, Deputy Director of the Housing Department, and Jackie Morales-Ferran, Director of the Housing Department, and also Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement, and Michael Brio, Deputy Director of that office. So we are going to start off Housing Day 2.0. And to get us going, I would like to start by making just a few opening remarks that really refer to the collective set of the five or six items that are before you for the rest of the day today. The first is I'd like to just point out and just really reiterate, we really have three big picture end goals here. The first one is to get more planned housing actually built, both market rate and affordable. Now, the good news is that unlike many other cities in Silicon Valley and the Bay Area, San Jose has embraced the goal of adding significantly more residents and significantly more housing production in our city. We have actually planned for this. The City Council adopted the general plan with a goal of 120,000 housing units by 2040, and more recently adopted the Housing Crisis Action Plan with a goal of 25,000 units by 2023. So San Jose is very unique that we have these plans and that we're committed to implement these plans. So the central goal of what we're talking about this afternoon is how to turn these plans into actual housing production. The second related big picture goal here is that to the greatest extent possible, we want to achieve more mixed income housing within our neighborhoods. Living in mixed income neighborhoods is truly best for all of us and for the kind of cohesive, opportunity-rich city we want San Jose to be. And then third, I want to draw a direct dotted line to our goal of minimizing displacement in San Jose. You will recall in September, we had a study session on anti-displacement where we affirmed an important goal. We said as San Jose grows and as it secures planned investment in new housing, workplaces, and transit, we will maximize the positive opportunities and we will prevent or minimize the negative impacts on our vulnerable residents so that they can stay and they can succeed in our changing city. So while San Jose is a leading city in the Bay Area and nationally because we have already put important anti-displacement policies in place, we know we have a lot more work to do. So part of this work is ensuring that more market rate housing gets built and balancing that goal of more housing production with housing preservation and tenant protection tools. So it may be clear, but our team really wants to say this explicitly. If more market rate housing actually gets built, it will generate more deed-restricted affordable housing. And if more market rate housing actually gets built, it will help take pressure off the existing rental stock serving our most vulnerable residents. So this very large and important body of policy work before you this afternoon has really tried to optimize all three of these goals. And we've really had to confront an important reality, and that is that we in the city desperately want housing. We in the public sector don't produce housing, and we can't dictate that housing production occurs. So as a community, we are absolutely dependent on developers and especially on their investors. And the private sector, the investors, they need market conditions in a particular community to be right, or they will simply invest somewhere else in the state, in the nation, or in the world. So in an ideal world, San Jose's housing market would be feasible right now for all different kinds of housing products in all different areas of the city. But we're not in an ideal world. So an underlying premise of the council items today is trying to understand and address this reality, and then plan that future market conditions will certainly be different and will certainly change over time. And I just want to recognize that this is a frustrating situation for all of us, And that, especially for a city that generally wants to welcome housing, we're trying to be very sort of pragmatic and smart about how to deal with this reality. So the last thing I want to do before I jump in is just recognize we have the 5 items here, and to just kind of be clear about what we're seeking from you for each one. So we are going to present 4.2 and 4.3 back to back. 4.2, the cost of residential development. This is part of the work you directed as part of the Housing Crisis Work Plan. And today, this is just to provide information and context for your decision making. Item 4.3, the development fee framework. This reflects 2 council policy priorities that you directed us to pursue, number 12 and number 21. And in this case, today, we're simply seeking feedback on what I would couch as progress report number 1, so our initial approach to the challenge that you gave us. 4.4, the inclusionary housing ordinance, we do have a recommendation, and we're seeking direction from you about whether and how to revise the ordinance. This was work you previously directed us to do. A similar situation with 4.5, you previously directed us to do work, and we're seeking direction to revise the, whether and how to revise the ordinance. Item 4.6, concerning how the inclusionary housing ordinance, which you're considering under 4.4, addresses high-rises, we're seeking direction here about how to set the fee for new downtown high-rises over the next 3 to 5 years. So the recommendation is that they be treated similarly to the 9 affordable housing impact fee projects that you provided us direction on September 24th, and that we're bringing the first reading back of that ordinance, which will now be after 4.6. And then I just want to close by just really thanking the staff, especially Jackie and Rachel, Chris, Amy Chen, and Emily LaPoma for just really terrific policy work and stakeholder outreach. So with that, we will now move into presentations on 4.2, and then if it's the will of the mayor and council, we'll just go from 4.2 right into 4.3, and then we'll take public comment and council questions.
Great, thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chris Burton with the Office of Economic Development. So just a little background to kick us off on cost of development. So the first cost of development report we did for Council came in April of last year, and it was on the back of a series of work that we'd done around understanding the value available in our urban villages as we think about providing different amenities and investing in those areas. And through that process, we'd done a study to understand different parts of the city and how development economics were functioning and what the sort of feasibility within different parts of the city looked like. We brought that to Council in April. We thought there was a lot of good information in there that helped Council understand some of the background and underlying conditions as they were making policy decisions. So as the Housing Crisis Work Plan came forward later last year, we believed it was a good idea to embed the cost of development report on a regular basis in that process. So this is our first report back. There's a major difference between the 2 reports. The first one was really just a report completed by KMA for us that looked at market rate rental housing. Because of some of the other conversations that have occurred at Council regarding affordable housing, some of the conversation we had as a result of the last cost of development, we've built out the analysis that's been done. So now cost of development includes 4 separate reports. It's a market rate rental report, a market rate for sale report, a cost of affordable development report, and then a market land cost study as well, which sort of underlies all of this. And so we've done a lot of work with our consultants. There's a series of different consultants that have completed these reports to make sure that they're all looking at sort of common aspects of development and so that they can all be sort of interread and sort of thought about in the same context. So just to sort of dive into some of the key high-level conclusions that we're seeing from the report, similar to what we saw last year. Rents have continued to rise in our community. The cost of housing remains significant across the board. However, it still remains lower and somewhat significantly lower than nearby cities, almost just across the border. Our rents range from anywhere between 10 and 25% lower than just the lowest marker of surrounding cities, which by the report was Sunnyvale. What we've seen over the sort of period since the recession is sort of steady growth. It was very strong between 2013, 2015, but it's slowed in the last couple of years. It slowed down dramatically in 2016. And then as people have been sort of watching the national and global economy, there's this sort of cautious optimism. So it's kind of grown somewhat, but certainly not at the rate we saw earlier in this cycle. And as you can see, it just sort of remains at that historical low. I think through our interaction with developers, what we hear is that, through this cycle, a lot of the development activity has been thinking about when rents catch up with the rest of the peninsula, and they've sort of stubbornly stayed below through this period. During that same time, construction costs have continued to increase. We hear anecdotally that construction costs are rising even faster than sort of any of the published indices we can find that represent this. What's important is how those costs are relative to return, which in the case of rental housing is really about rents. And so you can see through that period between 2013 and 2015, rents outpaced construction costs. And that's when we saw a significant amount of construction when you think about all of the product coming online in North San Jose. So now, as we're looking at the last 2 years, there's a significant disparity, and everything that we're hearing from the development community says that continues to increase over time. So the analysis looked at 7 different prototypes across the city. When we think about, and we'll dive in a little bit in the next presentation on understanding kind of market geographies, but ultimately, when you think about the sort of different areas of the city, there's a number of different ways we can split this up. But what we did is we looked at an analysis that really thought about the sort of 2 major factors that are going to make an impact on a prototype. And one of those is land cost. And generally, you can sort of see areas within the city relative to their location that sort of kind of group together around similar land costs. And then obviously the other is rent. And the same thing kind of happens where you can parcel out parts of the city which are at relatively similar rents and similar types of development as well. And so what you can see from the prototype analysis that was completed is, obviously costs vary on a per city sort of fee basis based on different programs. So the cost variation you see there is largely due to differences in either the parkland in lieu fee, or in the case of downtown, obviously the downtown incentive. Construction really varies by type. It gets more expensive the higher you go. So what we call type 5 construction, which is typically four floors of wood over 1 of concrete, is kind of what we see as that low rise. The mid rise would be type 3 construction, which is 5 floors of wood over 2 levels of concrete podium. And then type 1, which is high rise, which is usually anything above 12-story, as we sort of think about it in the downtown. So that's the kind of differentiator there. Obviously, land cost varies by area, and so that's what gives you that kind of variation on total cost per unit throughout these different regions of the city. But then what you can see is that there's an even bigger disparity on the return for those different areas of the city. And so those minor incremental shifts in rent are resulting in significant differences in total value per unit. And that's ultimately what comes out in that sort of last row, which is, where does it make sense to build given current economics? Now, it's important to note, and we've had this conversation recently, that these type of pro forma analysis are really just an indicator of kind of where the market is at and how real estate development is performing. It's kind of what we know is that West San Jose is performing better than the rest of the city, and part of that is just purely proximity to major employers and stronger markets throughout the rest of the valley. The boxes in yellow represent sort of a positive return, so you get more revenue or more return out of each unit than you do cost. But as Kim was pointing out, ultimately this is a financial decision by investors that expect their money to perform on a certain level. They have options throughout the national real estate market as well as other vehicles for investment. And if they don't get the types of return they want, then they can simply move it from San Jose to other locations. We think of development as a very local business, but certainly investment is a very global business. So the other analysis we did was on a market rate for sale housing development. You know, through the last cost development, this question came up as, you know, we're doing a lot of work on rental. What about condos? Part of the challenge here is there's just not that many projects going forward as condos. So one, that's an indicator that, you know, they don't pencil as well as the rental product, and the pro formas certainly bear that out, with them really only sort of making sense in 2 locations. It's also just more expensive to deliver a for sale unit versus a rental unit. There's more efficiencies through the sort of construction and design of those products. I think the other thing that's sort of interesting about this chart that we have to think about long term is that as the condo market develops over time, at some point there will be interest, at some point we'll see condos being developed, is that the price per unit could vary significantly because there's so little projects out there that are actually for sale. There's a sort of real shortage of comparisons that you can do, and most real estate valuations are based on comparisons in the market. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to Rachel to talk about affordable.
All right, so as a part of the cost of development report this year, our team engaged Kaiser Marston to help study and review the cost of development for affordable housing. This allowed our staff to take a good look at the costs related to recent developments in San Jose and compare that data to the affordable housing, to the cost of affordable housing in other cities, and also compare the cost for affordable housing developments to market rate housing. The study pulled data from 9 affordable housing developments in San Jose and 7 developments in other jurisdictions in both Northern and Southern California. One interesting finding was that over half of the developments in San Jose were 6 or more stories, while none of the selected projects outside of San Jose exceeded 5 stories. Due to the variance in construction types, higher and more dense development results in a higher cost. KMA developed a prototype for a typical mid-rise affordable housing development and compared it to a prototype for a market rate development with a similar construction type. This chart compares the difference between direct costs for both prototypes. Affordable housing developments do have a comparatively higher direct cost due to increased space within the building dedicated to services for the residents, approximately a 20% higher cost for prevailing wages, which are required for tax credits and also for all local funding for affordable housing, and sustainability features that are built into the design and into the building itself in order to compete for tax credits. When comparing soft costs for affordable housing development, indirect costs are similar. City fees are actually reduced due to the fact that they don't have to pay for affordable housing impact fees, and also there's a reduction in park fees for affordable housing. And while financing costs and the cost for tax credit syndication are just higher within affordable development, and those costs are not as costly for a market rate development. Affordable housing finance is generally complex, including multiple layers of funding that all require additional review and work getting everything prepared. Also, the cost for managing the units themselves is also higher just because an affordable housing developer needs to report back information about everyone who's living there and compliance with all of their multiple funding sources. So just maintaining the everyday management is more expensive. And then finally, the developer fee is also what's included in affordable housing development, which is not calculated the same way for a market rate unit, but it's also something that is generally deferred and financed and paid out over time through the life of the affordable housing development. When considering all of the costs stacked on top of each other and you compare affordable next to market rate, it is true that affordable may be more expensive than building a market rate development. However, the benefit to our community in providing affordable rents, space for our residents to convene and have services provided right on site, and the long-term commitment to our community to have affordable housing also provides value.
So just to close out, we wanted to just touch on the land cost study as well, which I think is an important body of work that underlies a lot of the analysis that we did. But one of the key sort of conclusions that came out of that report is just understanding the impact of city decisions on land costs. So in traditional development economics, the value of land, or as it's referred to, residual land value, is probably the sort of squishiest or most flexible element in that cost stack, because the theory goes that the more that costs are, or the sort of more limited that returns are, that the value of land will decrease over time. So what's important here is, as you look at the period, certainly since implementation of the general plan in 2011, we've just seen a steady increase in land cost, and you look at those trend lines over time, but then also a sharp increase based on speculative interests over the last year. In context, you've got to think about that in 2014, we introduced the Affordable Housing Impact Fee, which created a significant impact to the cost stack for developers, and land costs continued to increase. Again, that changed in 2018 when inclusionary came online, and the inclusionary in lieu fee, as it stands today, increased that cost. And still, as we've seen, sort of land cost over time just continues to increase. And there's a couple of key reasons why we think that's happening. A lot of that is related to ownership and whether or not owners are motivated to sell. That in part is related to Prop 13. So if you've been holding your property for a long amount of time, and if it's an income property, or it's got minimal development, your tax basis for holding onto that land is very low. You may be generating some money off of it, and so you have little or no motivation to actually sell that land. The other sort of thing that we tend to see, or we hear anecdotally a lot through our work, is where you have inherited property, so it's passed down through a couple of generations, and now you have disparate property interests. And so, however many cousins or relatives are trying to make decisions and can't build consensus on how to use the land appropriately. And so essentially you've got a couple of scenarios there where people are, okay to wait. They're not motivated to sell their land in the near term, and so they can pick a price that they think suits them better than, what a developer might think. So we wanted to explore that sort of just briefly on just how these different costs play out. And so this is staff analysis based on the consultant analysis that we've received, just to kind of demonstrate how important some of these different factors are when you consider their impact on development. So this is the West San Jose pro forma model that KMA developed for rental units. And what you can see is that on the revenue side, the value per unit is driven almost entirely by rent. There may be sort of, incremental other income that they get from commercial property, but, the bulk of it when doing this type of analysis is really on rent. But on the cost side, there's all these different factors that are playing in, and that these factors can vary in different ways. So, direct costs for construction can go up, land costs can vary, indirect costs, but we tried to show it with the return so it would balance out. So we wanted to show, what happens if you play with kind of these costs a little bit. So we took, land as, having sort of just touched on the land study. Ultimately, if you double the value of land in this model, exactly what you would expect to occur, happens, right? Is all of a sudden your model is completely out of balance. It costs more per unit than you can get on the return. So that's doubling the land cost. That's a significant increase, and probably not sort of realistic even with surrounding cities around us. But then if you adjust the rent, and so for this we just took the Sunnyvale rent, which is the sort of lowest in the study. It represents a 39-cent difference per square foot per month, which is about $300 a month on the unit. And all of a sudden it pushes you right back over the other way. So minor incremental shift in rent can result in a major sort of impact on pro forma. And so when we think about that, so those early slides on where our rent is comparative to surrounding cities, this is really the disadvantage that we stand at as we look at the sort of economics of development in our city. So that is cost of development. I'm going to skip questions here because we have another question slide at the end. So we'll just roll right into development fee framework. Because the two are very much interrelated. The sort of basis for development fee framework starts in our work on cost of development. But obviously, council gave us direction to explore two items in the priorities list. The first was the understanding of an opportunity to develop a universal development fee for residential development that combined our major sort of costs from the city to development. The second, so the first one came through priorities earlier this year. The second one came through Housing Crisis Work Plan, which was to consider deferring payment of major fees to occupancy. So currently, a number of our fees are collected at different times, so this would align this at the end of the process with the understanding that this provides cash flow and cost savings potentially to development. So when we think about development fees, there's a whole host, and I think when we did cost of development last year, we had a slide with all of the fees on them, and it was full, right? There's a huge amount of fees that the city charges. A lot of those are wrapped up in this column in the development permit sort of section. That's really sort of everything you do with public works, with planning, with the building department. But when you really think about cost from the city basis, it comes down to kind of the big three. So the major cost drivers are inclusionary in lieu, parkland in lieu, and construction taxes. So if you just take those three line items, that's what represents the percentage of total on the right-hand side. So it's somewhere between 68 and 87% of cost. And this is based just for consistency. We used the KMA breakdown from cost of development, but this parries with actual research that we've done on actual permitting costs over the last 2 years relative to what actual projects got built and what they paid. So there's a number of reasons. While technically sort of you can create a single fee, there's a number of reasons, both legally and politically, why that's challenging, given the sort of state basis for the creation of most of those fees. So rather than sort of taking away those major fees, what we've tried to do is craft an approach that gets to the same end result. And so by doing, essentially what we're proposing is to institute a universal metric for each of those three major fees. And that would be sort of on a per square foot basis, that they have common definitions around whether it's typology or applicability in their use, and that there's a universal standard for geography. So they're all looking at the same map. And so essentially, rather than taking all those three fees and combining them into a single impact fee, what it does is it creates a universal fee stack. So from a developer standpoint, you can see a cost per square foot and analyze that in your base pro forma. So as you saw from the cost of development report, the pro forma analysis essentially stacks up these costs. And what we're trying to do is give that city line item as a very predictable per square foot cost. And so to do that, there's certainly work that has to be done across all three of those categories. Obviously, the work that we'll discuss in the next item related to the IHO is already making, strives to meet some of these goals. But we believe that this is sort of achievable and that we would bring back a policy document to council in the spring that sort of outlines this, and then any future discussion on fees, whether it's sort of the setting of fees or whether it's the creation of new fees, we know that there's a conversation coming around how best to rethink our urban village amenities concept. All of these things would fit into this proposed approach. Specifically on geography, we wanted to talk a little bit about, there's a number of different ways that we cut up the city, whether it be council districts or planning areas. Right now, the parkland in lieu fee is based on MLS districts, so the multiple listings service, which is a real estate service that looks at different valuations. So we think that there's an opportunity, given that more than 90% of all the residential development we'll see under the general plan will occur in less than 10% of the city's land area, that we can be a little bit more targeted and a little bit more granular with that approach. Especially as we look at these three fees, that if we can create a consistent geography that sort of lines up with our development aspirations in the general plan, that will give us a better understanding of how these things perform. The other part that's included in the recommendation is obviously for the second priority, which is deferral of fees to occupancy. Currently, there is the opportunity under certain programs to move payment of certain fees to occupancy. So obviously in the downtown high-rise program, we included this provision. In the North San Jose incentive, we included this provision as well. So, this would obviously take work in the context of some of the existing fees. You can see there sort of the differences in timing and collection. The other thing we want to do is really look at the process as we focus on being more transparent and predictable for the development community, that we're using a common point for assessment of fees. So as you come through your process, right now, some of these fees are assessed and collected at issuance of building permit. Some are sort of assessed through negotiation through the planning process. Some are collected at occupancy. So what we're suggesting is that we align this process. We assess the fees at issuance of building permit, and that we collect them not at actual occupancy. We'd actually back that off. Because we believe that that gives the city a better opportunity to collect fees and work with the developer. If we say it's at about 80% completion of the development. The other thing that we're really interested in understanding as we continue to explore this is the ability to sort of then lock in those fees as we assess them. So our experience through the implementation of the incentive programs is that we have often created challenges for development with deadlines. So we'll set a deadline saying that if you can complete all these milestones within this certain programmatic deadline, that you get the incentive. And what we see is that developers are constantly sort of racing the deadline because other parts of their process aren't lining up. And then also that council is put in the position to have conversations about whether or not to extend that deadline. So what we think is that there's an opportunity to really create consistency and predictability by saying, fees are assessed and, essentially vested at issuance of building permit, that they would escalate through that construction period and then collected prior to occupancy. And it just gives the developer just much more transparency on how much that fee is going to be. It reduces risk within their sort of cash flow for their development process. And then ultimately the outcome that we're striving for, in addition to being transparent and predictable for development, is to also provide the platform to council for informing policy decisions. So if you think about all of these things together, where it's this universal fee stack, obviously the development activity around residential that we're providing through the housing crisis work plan, and then understanding sort of the economics of development in different geographies based on cost of development, then you can see how the interaction of these different elements are affecting our housing production, and then make informed decisions based on that. So lastly, I just wanted to touch on some of the early feedback that we've heard and some of the things that we're considering. Obviously, one of the things from the development community is a consistent definition as well as the consistent methodology. So it's great to go to a per square foot fee, but they just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same square feet. And so I think sort of the consensus is that should be potentially around rentable square feet, because if you think about a per unit fee today, right, you're only paying that fee on those rentable square feet. But if you go sort of gross square feet over the whole development, that's a much broader area, and that would adjust the sort of fee levels. The second was, a really insightful comment around, how do equity considerations impact decision making. And so, we'll have the ability to see, how different fees are impacting in different areas. I think it's really important to note that, especially for construction taxes and the affordable housing fees, they go into a citywide pool. But parkland is, dedicated within a certain radius of the project, and so it has to be expended. We do already see, variation because it's based on land value today. So we see variation in sort of what revenues are generated from development in different areas. But I think it's an important consideration as we build out this policy framework. And then lastly, there is an impact on city as city organization if we defer that investment to the back end. So right now we're collecting earlier in the process, and so there's a cost to the city by deferring that payment. And so that's why we think it's important to consider escalation. There's also some considerations of new state law that are sort of creating some challenges on sort of when fees are assessed, but do allow for escalation as well. So that'll become an important part. And then also just how we think about the interim conditions. So as we transition from receiving those funds early to sort of later in the process, we'll have to figure out through the budget process sort of what impacts that has. And with that, we'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thanks to everyone for the extensive amount of work that has gotten us to this point. I know we have many questions from members of the community. We also, I believe, we're calling this together with 4.3. Is that what this?
These are 4.2 and 4.3.
Okay, so we're now complete. Okay.
We're complete, thank you.
Okay. Got it. Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're, okay, thank you. So why don't we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council for questions. I have Matt Mason, followed by Eric Schoenauer, followed by Oliver Bavier, followed by Dominic Toriano, and Huascar Castro.
Thank you very much for the time. Mayor Liccardo and City Council members, my name is Matt Mason, as you read it. I'm the union representative for IFPT Local 21, who represents over 800 city employees, including the engineers and planners in fire, building, and developmental services. The reason I'm speaking on this particular collection of memos is because I feel that this conversation is being had without one key factor sort of being discussed, and I want to make sure it's highlighted, and that is the staffing vacancies and turnover in the city positions in the departments, ensuring that these developments actually go forward. I'm sure both the mayor and the council knows that time is a big factor in the cost of developers and developments. And with every delay, there is increased costs to both the developer and the contractors hired to perform the job. Each delay may cause contractors to wait longer to buy materials for a job, which if those material costs increase during that waiting time, increases the cost of the overall project. The understaffing of engineers in fire, planning and developmental services, along with planners and other permitting positions, could be another reason for the constant increasing costs of developments and difficulty in developing in the city, and a factor that the city has direct control over. Presently, there are 800 vacancies in the city. In just the engineer classification in fire and PBCE, there are 12 vacancies. Many of them have been recruited several times over. In the Planner 4 classification, there are 8 vacancies. This is just 2 classifications without looking at the permit techs, building inspectors, or other key positions that make sure development can take place in the city quickly and up to code. The backlogs for fire code inspections is directly connected to the inability to hire and maintain staff in the engineer position in that department, and the same time with delays caused by PBCE with engineer turnover and vacancies. Presently, the city is looking at adjusting the engineer classification in both of those departments to make it more competitive to address the staffing shortage. But until we address the connected classifications across the departments and bargaining units, deferral of fees will not address one of the root causes of developmental costs, having enough staff to meet the development timelines. So IFPT, AEA, CAMP, and all other affected unions ask the mayor and the council to consider this when addressing this issue now and into the future.
Thank you,
Thank you
Matt.
very much.
Thank you for raising that issue. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Oliver Bavier, an associate engineer with the Building Division, a member of the Association of Engineers and Architects, speaking either for or against item 4.3, but to point out other significant factors affecting construction costs, and that is the value of time. The memorandum from the Director of Economic Development briefly mentioned there could be serious implications on the financial performance of a project if there are delays. I am here to bring to your attention that the ongoing staffing shortages, an issue that is not discussed in these pages of this memo for the work that I do, is too significant to ignore. The understaffing and retention crisis is one important reason for difficulty and cost to develop and/or building in San Jose. My role in the city is to review plans for conformance with building code requirements such as structural design, life safety, disabled access, and energy efficiency. There are 11 of us in the same position doing the same work. We have 5 consultants working side by side with us and 6 vacancies. Those vacancies have become practically permanent due to the lack of qualified applicants. When we do find someone we can hire, someone else leaves, so we are never fully staffed. This inability to fill positions mean we can't meet expected turnaround times. I have been with the city over 23 years and have never seen such an ongoing inability to fill positions. The owners of a project will have a liquidated damages clause in the contract with the contractor. If the construction cannot finish on time, there will be a penalty fee paid to the owner. With the construction scheduling as tight as it is, there's little room for a late start. Additionally, the contractor could lose his subcontractors due to delays in permitting. With inadequate staffing and a high turnover, we cannot meet expected turnaround times, so delays are inevitable. This is demonstrated weekly by our overdue reports. Additionally, when material costs become volatile, as currently occurring with structural steel due to the trade war with China, the contractor cannot guarantee the cost of a project. Contractors wisely do not place their orders until the plans have been approved. Any delay in the review and permitting process could result in higher costs for building materials. So when we don't have adequate staff to approve the number of plans we have in the queue within deadlines, contractors don't place the material orders on time, which leads to increased costs. Better staffing can lead to lower cost and more timely development. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Oscar.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Oscar Castro, Policy Associate with Silicon Valley at Home. On behalf of our membership, we would like to support the staff's proposed development fee framework and the delay in payment of fees until the end of the development process. Navigating and calculating the complex web of fees and taxes required of both market rate and affordable development can pose costly administrative hurdles. Assessment of the fee framework provides opportunities for rationalization and targeted efforts to support affordable housing development by lowering costs. We recognize that this framework reform is a work in progress, and do have some concerns about potential unintended consequences. Our concern is that there will be certain fees that may be reduced as opposed to simply consolidating these fees. Councilmember Jimenez's memo made reference to the same issue, and we'd like to thank the councilmember for bringing this issue up. Overall, we support the efforts to make collection of fees more efficient, predictable, and transparent. This will lower costs and save time. We believe this is a real opportunity to explore ways that fee waivers and reductions can be used to support affordable housing specifically. We look forward to sharing our perspective and those of our member organizations with staff as they refine these details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Mr. Toriano, Eric Schoenauer, Larry Ames, Vince Rocha, Hui Tran, and Jeffrey Buchanan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dominic Toriano. I'm a representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104. OED's proposed development fee framework would create an unprecedented, untested, and unfair new system governing how fees are set. The creation of this recommended framework was done behind closed doors without meaningful input from Parks Commission, the Neighborhood Commission, nor any council policy setting committee. It was created without a robust community feedback and vetting process. It is the epitome of a backroom deal and should be voted down. The adoption of OED's proposed development fee framework would be a dishonest betrayal to the residents of San Jose who voted to tax themselves for better city services, but are now paying for more for every gallon of milk, every loaf of bread, and virtually every transaction that they make, so these dollars can go to developers. It is shameful. This untested, risky scheme would create typologies driven not by community needs, but by developers and investors' profit margins. It sets up a framework for lowering fees for certain favored types of development without an evaluation of whether it is in the public interest to incentivize those particular types of development, nor what will be the impacts on city services, resources, and potential disparate impacts by neighborhood, race, ethnicity, or income level. This is the latest sham developer giveaway that flies in the face of logic. This scam should be voted down, and staff should be directed to put the community's best interests before those of developers and land speculators. This is a betrayal of the public trust and should be voted down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, welcome. I'm sorry?
I don't see Eric here, so I guess I'll go next.
Yeah, you're on.
So anyhow, hi, I'm Larry Ames. I hope you've had a chance to read the letter that I sent you last night. As I said, this is a very complex issue, and we in the public have had a very short time to evaluate the proposals. They seem like good goals, but before you take any actions, I urge that the city have public outreach meetings at various community centers across the city, and also meet at various relevant commission meetings, like, for example, Housing, Parks and Rec, and the Neighborhoods Commission. Sacramento recently undertook a fee consolidation effort similar to this, but they took 5 years to do the process, and they had extensive public outreach. I appreciate the goals that you're trying to do here of having affordable housing. The solution, however, is not to reduce or eliminate the fees for parks and other needed amenities. While it's true that you might be able to get away with this once or twice to cut the cost of a project or increase profits, the resulting flood of new residents would still need to have parks and so forth, and so they would end up using the existing services, overcrowding them and causing them to possibly wear out and lose their quality. The resulting reduction in quality of life will drive the surrounding neighbors to resent having any new projects like this. Either that or else they're going to be so disturbed that they're just going to leave the town entirely. And doing that, I guess, will lower the housing costs and make things more affordable. But is that the way you want to solve this problem? I hope that you will adopt Councilmember Jimenez's memo 4.3 to preserve the fees at the present levels and to consider any changes as a separate effort in the future. Also, collect park fees at the beginning of this projects to avoid hassles of unfinished projects or also if they have bankruptcies. Our new residents and neighbors in these new units will need to have parks for their health and their enjoyment. Please do not shortchange them or our parks in a quest to make cheaper housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Vince Rocha here. I lead the Housing and Land Use Policy for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. Before I start on my comments, I really want to thank staff for their presentation and their hard work. I have seen them do outreach meetings, and I have seen them do a lot of hard work on making sure that San Jose can be an inclusive city for everyone, and we can all enjoy the quality of life here, so thank you. So on behalf of the leadership group, what I want to say is on item 4.3, it's important to create a development fee framework that would provide housing developers and the public a transparent view as to how fees are calculated, which would promote investment in housing creation. By creating a better structure to our fees, we can incentivize certain types of housing that add density and supply and do not inadvertently disincentivize housing construction. This is really key. We believe that creating more housing will not only increase the tax base for San Jose, but increase the quality of life and make sure that everyone can call San Jose home. The leadership group is proud to support the building of strong communities that provide good housing and jobs for our residents. By streamlining our housing development process, we're ensuring that San Jose continues to shape its city as one that welcomes everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Tran. After our next two speakers are Matthew Reed, Pat Sacedo, Brenda Rodriguez, and Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon, esteemed council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Hui Tran, and I stand here once again today to oppose any changes to the Ellis Act ordinance and also to state my opposition to any changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance. I realize that these items are not currently on matter, but this applies to 4.2 and 4.3 as well. We just saw a presentation about the obstacles that developers face and that we are repeatedly told that we need to make it easier for them to build. But we have met every benchmark for our market rate production. There is no justification to loosen up the requirements or the affordable housing fees that will actually contribute to affordable housing. We are repeatedly told that if we don't incentivize these developments, then the fees we require won't materialize and we get no additional resources anyway. But are we to believe that the developers are going to pass up on an opportunity to house the 20,000 to 30,000 employees that Google is projected to bring in? Are we expected to believe that developers are going to ignore the advantages and the access that BART brings to San Jose? We are repeatedly told that it is too expensive to build any kind of housing in San Jose, yet developers themselves are presenting models where they are making 4% profit margins on multi-million-dollar projects. The purpose of these changes is to help them guarantee a 5.25 profit margin. Yet when they have the opportunity to build, we haven't seen the affordable housing production. We do not exist to prioritize profits over the needs of the people. We are repeatedly told that the benefits of these developments will eventually trickle down to the rest of us. We are well on our way to meeting Mayor Liccardo's goals for market rate production within 2 years of his 2017 announcement, while it would take us 30 years to reach our affordable housing goals. Is this how long we're supposed to wait? I again urge the council to reject all changes to the Ellis Act ordinance and reject any changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships. We're quite troubled by the untransparent process and the recommendations put before you today that appear to really be benefiting and rewarding a handful of politically connected developers instead of assessing what really our public needs are and how to structure our fees around those needs. The proposal that was put before you for the universal development fee is very different than what Council voted on in priority setting. Mayor Liccardo's memo was explicit that the UDF was not supposed to be about a fee reduction, but it seems very clear that what's been presented today is structured almost solely around the issue of reducing fees. Very little staff work has been done to look at how we will actually make fees transparent. In the staff memo, it says that that work will come later. That was the main selling point of the UDF, so it's troubling to see that move forward. No other city has constructed this kind of a UDF. The example of Sacramento that was cited, we saw that nearly 5 years of work went into the public engagement process around that, and they made the explicit decision not to include affordable housing fees. So we're really engaging into unknown territory at this point. The lack of transparency around this study is also troubling. Working Partnerships actually filed a public records request in late September to try to get access to these KMA studies. We were told at that time that we were not going to be shared information. Really, we did not find out the details of these studies until they were released to the public. So even though the reports are very clear that the development community was very thoroughly engaged in developing the assumptions, inputting on data, talking about the framework, other key members of the community, including those with expertise in these kinds of analysis, were kept at bay. And I think it really, the result of this study, to talk to the development community, a handful of connected developers, should we decrease fees, to come back with recommendations about decreasing fees with no alternatives. Let's put this on hold. Let's look at alternatives. Let's look at other things than just fees of what's driving costs and how public policy can address the cost of development. We stand very, very concerned about the outcomes here today and the implications for parks, affordable housing, and our public needs.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor Liccardo and Council, I'm Pat Ciceda with BIA Bay Area. My comments today will also include comments regarding item 4.4. I wasn't sure how exactly you were going to hear these this afternoon. So let me just
We'll hear
say,
4.4 after this item, but okay.
well, I can come back.
You can, whatever you choose.
I'll come back under 4.4 then.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, your
Thank
choice,
you.
Pat. Okay. Great. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brenda Rodriguez, and I'm the Organizing Director for the South Bay AFL-CIO. As many of you know, the South Bay AFL-CIO Labor Council represents over 100 unions and more than 100,000 union members in Santa Clara and San Benito counties. Today, I'm here to speak on the proposed development fee framework and what this represents for working people. Under the guise of uniformity and transparency, the proposed framework creates a tiered system that is convenient for large-scale developers to maximize their profit margins. The proposal argues that market rate development is the best option for San Jose to build an equitable community, and due to market pressure, the city must create an environment that is convenient for private developers. So this is exactly the kind of messaging that lets San Jose community residents know that you are prioritizing the profits of private developers of luxury apartment units most families will never be able to afford over the voices of working people. You cannot change an entire fee structure to meet the needs of a singular interest group. As a community, we absolutely cannot base our investment priorities based on what's profitable. We must invite the kind of housing development that is not only looking at their bottom line, but that actually cares about the community members of San Jose, that sees the value of our rich cultures, the importance of quality jobs, and leads with paying their fair share for public goods like parks, affordable housing, and transportation. Everyone knows San Jose is far behind on its affordable housing needs, and working people and families of color are being displaced at an alarming rate. Not only are we failing to raise enough resources for affordable housing, we are not even raising enough for basic infrastructure and much-needed parks. The September 29th street and in lieu fees audit shows that we are already not collecting enough fees to cover the cost of impacts of projects on streets and utility undergrounding needs. If we cut those fees even further, who's going to pay to make up for that deficit? Will taxpayers once again take the hit? These are the important questions that cannot be ignored. There has been no public process around the development fee framework or the cost of development studies. The community needs a chance to vet these reports.
Thank you very
proposals.
much. Thank you.
We recommend.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm a local resident of San Jose. Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak. I'm not officially representing PACT with my comments. We haven't had a chance to discuss the plan because because there was no information available when we had our last meeting. But based on what others have been saying today, I'm very concerned about the lack of transparency to anybody except the developer community, and how the plan is prioritizing high-end developments over affordable housing. And the longer we keep kicking the can down the road with in lieu of fees for affordable housing, how are we going to be able to afford to build any affordable housing? Look at how land prices have jumped this year thanks to a certain tech company buying up all the Derridon area. And we're continually having increased prices for all these factors, you know, like all the people were saying, delays due to the inspectors not being able to come out, tariffs on materials. They're just all these constant increases. And you know, we have funds to build affordable housing, but the longer we wait to construct it, the less housing we're going to be able to build with that money. This is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Reed, followed by Bill Rankin and Alex Caraballo.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. As we've seen, this is a challenging environment for residential constructions, and costs of land and materials, labor are going up faster than rents. We understand that the inclusionary housing requirements are part of this bucket of costs, and even as the fees may need to be temporarily adjusted in response to the difficult market, every effort must be made to lower development costs while preserving critical funding for affordable housing. It's important to note that while the process of affordable development adds costs, the city's investment leverages significant outside resources from private, county, state, and federal sources that provide an ongoing value to the city. We can do better on all fronts, and we want to support Councilmember Jimenez's memorandum asking for a review of the factors that are within the city's control to reduce costs, including minimum parking requirements, height limits, and even higher density transit corridors, density restrictions, commercial and retail requirements. We believe there are other zoning restrictions that can raise costs by constraining land availability that should be explored, including exclusionary single-family zoning, continued exclusion of underutilized industrial land for affordable housing, unreasonable limits on residential capacities in some key growth areas along transit. We also support the council members' call for a review and analysis of the impact of the development review process and consideration of shortening review processes by moving to by right or administrative processing. We appreciate that many of these ideas are actively being pursued by the city. Some of them we'll talk about later in the day. But we must consider the full array of barriers that add costs and limit opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and Council. I'm Bill Rankin. I know we're all here to make the best future San Jose that can be. In my opinion, what makes great cities great are great parks. We all need green and open space to relax and recreate, hopefully within walking or biking distance from home. I also know that we need to build housing. However, to reduce fees for parks seems backwards to me. If anything, we need to increase the money that gets to the Parks Department. San Jose is close to having the best trail system of any U.S. city. To reduce park fees is the last thing we should do, and I believe builders should shoulder some of the costs to have nice parks. The D6 Neighborhood Leadership Group submitted a letter to the council last night, and I hope you have had a chance to read that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Eric Schoenauer.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. My name is Eric Schoenauer. Sorry for being tardy.
No problem.
The council members have different perspectives on these policy issues, and that's understandable. But I think what is established fact is that San Jose is significantly underproducing housing, not only for its needs locally, but also compared to cities all over the United States and North America. So on the screen, this is a document that shows the number of cranes in the air in major cities in North America. As you can see, San Jose significantly underperforms other cities in high-rise development. On the next screen is the city's document that shows the number of building permits issued each year. And the historical average since 1980 is 3,014 building permits per year for residential development. You all committed to the new goal of 5,000 units a year, in essence, 25,000 units over 5 years, back in 2017. And last year, 2018, the full year of your goal, the city only achieved 2,973 building permits for residential units of all types, affordable, for sale. So the point of showing that things aren't going well is to emphasize the point that things aren't going well. The system is not working. And the reason that housing is not getting built is primarily because of the cost of construction. So any decision you make today on any of these policies that adds cost in the form of fees, taxes, time, or complexity is making the problem worse. And if we underbuild housing, the people who suffer most are low-income households. So please make the decisions to accelerate housing development of all kinds. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Caraballo is Salvador Bustamante, Alex Shore, and Luis Arjan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alex Caraballo. I'm a union electrician with IBW Local 332 here in San Jose, California. This proposed development-free framework is a radical shift to a new system that would enable lowering fees for certain favored types of development, not based on community needs or values, but based on studies using data provided by the very developers who stand to benefit. I'm here to urge the City Council to reconsider this approach. You know, my livelihood is in construction. There's no one in this room that wants construction in the city more than myself. But I'm not willing to do that at any price. I'm not willing to cut affordable housing. I'm not willing to displace seniors and Latino families. I'm not willing to do it on the backs of taxpayers, and I can't imagine why you would either. Not when the price of these projects is built in by stealing from the workers who build them. I mean, we can look at slavery towers. We can look at how we can continue to give subsidies to bad players in the system. Another item you're hearing today proposes to exempt even more downtown high-rises from the affordable housing obligation. Less than 2 months after 6 of you voted to give $67 million in subsidies to 9 downtown high-rises, you're being asked to give away even more. I strongly oppose providing yet another round of massive giveaways to a handful of wealthy corporate developers to build high-rent, unaffordable housing with no workforce standards. This development fee framework would take that same way of thinking behind the luxury high-rise subsidies and apply it to the entire city. Enough is enough. We need to build in a way that is good for our city and our people. And on top of that, you know, I'm down in City Hall very regularly. I see a gaggle of everyday working residents working with city staff on small-scale construction projects. They're paying their fees. They're doing their due diligence. Why don't you make the people that stuff your guys' coffers do the same? Why is it that working people are treated so poorly by the city council? I can't imagine it, but thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Ms. Arjan, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn of Working Partnerships USA. I also submitted a letter on this item this morning, which I hope you'll have a chance to read as well. I'm here today because our city is in a crisis of rising rents, of understaffed city services, backlogs in maintenance of parks, streets, and neighborhoods, and as we heard, backlogs in processing development projects, all alongside massive evictions and displacement of longtime residents that's disproportionately impacting our communities of color. I'm not telling you anything new here. You all know this very well. I know that you care about these issues very deeply. You know the urgency. You hear about it from your constituents on a daily basis. But looking at the items today, here's a fundamental truth of public policy. You can't hit a target if you don't aim at it. And today's items are not aimed at producing affordable housing. They're certainly not aimed at equity, and they're not aimed at preventing displacement, just the opposite. We've got this sort of trickle-down theory of housing inequity, and again, if you don't start out the process by aiming at your goals, you're almost 100% sure not to hit them. This development fee framework is an example of that. Now, as you've heard from many of the other speakers, there was no public process around moving from the priority setting item, which was quite different, to putting this framework in front of us. We and many others tried to have conversations, tried to have some input, and that was not provided. But what this framework looks like is an attempt to make a very fundamental shift. When we look at impact fees, we start with the nexus. We start as, what are the costs and needs to the city that this development generates? What is it that the burden that taxpayers are going to have to bear? And that is the nexus fee. Now, if we look at those fees and then determine, you know, this particular type of development is important to us and can't bear these costs.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're going to cover these costs some other way. We can do that. But I urge you to take additional time to look at this item and other
Thank you.
options. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I made a mistake when I marked my car, so the conversation that I want to comment on is on the other
Next one,
side.
sure.
All right,
We'll
thank you.
put you in there. Thanks, Alan. Welcome, Alex.
Good afternoon. Alex Shore speaking on behalf of Catalyze SV. What a striking and important memo from Councilmember Jimenez about other areas that need to be addressed as part of this process and this problem. When Catalyze SV reviews projects, we frequently talk with developers about these very issues around density and parking and the various requirements and restrictions that are placed on them. And that makes it more difficult in many ways to build projects, and we think that that must be a part of the conversation from the City Council, so we hope you'll support the provisions in Councilmember Jimenez's memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansee, followed by Blair Beekman, followed by Marshall Woodmansee.
Thank you. I'm Tessa Woodmansee, and I live in the Garden Alameda. 11,000 scientists in 153 countries have declared a climate emergency and warned that untold human suffering is unavoidable without huge shifts in the way we live. And this is from my husband's tweet, Cat Woodmansee. We cannot continue to weight climate change against economic growth. The latter, which is economic growth, is a fiction meant to justify unchecked violence against nature. Nature is now poised to murder us for it. We must get off the growth treadmill or perish. So that's the seriousness of the issue that we're dealing with. And basically, I'm here to comment on even the general plan that addresses economic growth, that we must keep what's happening, keeping commercial, and bypassing residential as you make changes in our Garden Alameda neighborhood that prioritizes economic growth when we need, in our climate crisis and ecological collapse and housing crisis, we need eco-villages with regenerative organic agriculture, that we need to be able to deal, like Mayor Liccardo, which I honor him for saying, resiliency is the most important thing that we need to have in our neighborhoods. And we need to build strong communities, strong neighborhoods. And that comes from people living in our communities. And we need eco-villages and building fossil fuel-free jobs is what we need to be bringing to our community. So in terms of that, and in terms of critical services, we need food security and food sustainability, and that's where we need to be providing urban sustainability through regenerative organic agriculture and building that into all of our developments and prioritizing housing.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman? And finally, Marshall Woodmansee.
Hi, I may have to leave early today, so my speech is technically for item 4.6, but it may fit into item 4.2 if that's okay.
How about if you make it fit within this item, 4.2
Yeah, if I
or
can't,
4.3?
how
Okay.
about I start speaking about it, and if it's agreeable to you, then otherwise you can tell me to stop, and I'll stop.
Okay.
Thank you. I've heard San Francisco has announced high-rise fee ideas recently. It is a part of the same questions and work happening all around the country at this time. Although developers believe in the term competition, this is a time we can all work together to create a good standard, a standard good margin of profit and how to cover overhead costs. Yet this has to be a balanced idea how to develop a more focused plan of principled leadership based on decency and the important work toward the ideas of a whole community and society. Thankfully, people like Scott Neese of the SJDA at the September 2019 City Council meetings seem to offer they are much willing to negotiate the remaining 25 high-rise properties towards the care needed in the housing needs of lower income people. Please note and respect the ideas at this time also of ideas of how developers can pass along their fees to the following owners of buildings and land ownership ideas, or land trust ideas. And finally, we may feel clever and satisfied, yet remorseful at this time, but please note the differences between an economic downturn and a recession. I think that's something we have to work on here in San Jose. I feel good guidelines of sustainability and positiveness towards human existence can always actually be a way to stave off a very serious future recession process. To conclude, I hope, to simply conclude, I hope we consider the differences between a recession and an economic downturn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rubenstein.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you please defer my comment to 4.5 on the LSAC?
Sure.
Thank you.
4.5? Yep. Okay. Thank you to all the members of the community who came out to speak. I'd just like to clarify one issue with regard to public process. We're not actually deciding to implement any modified fee structure today. Is that right?
Sorry, Matt. Yes, that's correct. The intent would be to sort of get feedback and direction on a proposed approach. We would bring back the framework in the spring, but then each individual, whether it be fee, tax, requires its own individual action to bring it in line. This is just sort of a suggested approach on how we think about these things in the future.
Okay. And the KMA studies have been released to the public?
Yes, they were. They were released with the memo.
They're on the website for anyone who wants to get them. Yep. Okay. And you've had several meetings. I see March 23rd, 29th, October 18th, 22nd. At least in the report, it says you met with industry representatives and housing advocates. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So, and there's still going to be more public process before council makes any decision, I presume, in the spring?
That's correct.
Okay. So we've got a long way to go here. This is the start of the race, not the end of it. So folks who believe there's no public process, believe me, there'll be plenty of public process, and we're having it right this moment. So that's part of it, and we're going to have more public process in the weeks and months ahead. So let's go now to council questions. We can come back. Councilmember Peraz. And if I could just suggest that when we make motions, let's start in order and have separate motions on each of the items.
Okay, so are we only then reframing our discussion right now to like 4.2?
Feel free to discuss whatever you'd like, but I would just ask if motions are made, if we could have them separately, because I know there's a lot of memos flying around, and I'm just concerned people are going to get confused about which memos on which item. So I think it would be helpful if we could have separate motions, even though the discussion may obviously merge.
Okay, so I could make two motions?
Sure.
Okay.
You can make three if you want.
We'll see. We'll see
Okay.
when we get to here. So, first off, then I guess in regards to 4.2, and maybe my comments will bleed over as well. Want to thank staff for the report thus far. Thank my colleague Councilmember Jimenez for his recommendations. And as my colleagues here will know, as we started discussing on the affordable housing impact fee exemption, I brought up a number of these opportunities, specifically recommendation 1A from Councilmember Jimenez's memo that talks about the cost savings you can get from reduced or eliminated parking requirements, which actually was quite significant in the models that we were looking at. And so I appreciate that, and I do think there are a number of savings we saw or heard from city staff in regards to the actual process, the length of time that it's taking because of, unfortunately, what we know we have an issue with, which is lacking of city staff, and that absolutely can speed up this process, and then the timing will ultimately save money. So I do appreciate that input from my colleague, and I will be moving his memorandum momentarily. I will speak slightly then in regards to 4.3. And the one major comment I have, I do recognize, Mayor, that this indeed is sort of, I don't know if you want to call it the beginning, but maybe the middle of the process here. I wanted to hear from staff specifically what the public process for input will look like moving forward. Are we talking about individual meetings in regards to like the ones that you've had where you have kind of selected some parties to provide input and council meetings, or is there going to be another process for our community to provide input on this?
Yes, council member. I think obviously the intent is to provide more opportunities for public process, and the sort of form thus far has been a mixture of both. Public meetings as well as some sort of individual meetings and small group meetings, and then also attending some key stakeholder groups as well. The plan would be to expand on that further and sort of, expand the circle that we can reach through sort of those usual means.
Can you let us know what were the public meetings thus far?
So, so we held a joint meeting with Housing on the 4 major items that we're moving forward today. And then we have attended several meetings, including SVO meetings. We held a private briefing with representatives from working partnerships. And then there was also 2 smaller group developer meetings as well.
Okay. And then moving forward, I'm more looking at a meeting similar to this, but other than a 2-minute comment that somebody has, an actual opportunity for more robust engagement, but with the public at large participating. What does that look like moving forward?
Yeah, I think we can certainly provide that opportunity. It's not something that we've baked into sort of the work plan at this point, but there's definitely an opportunity to include that, and we'll think how best to kind of deliver on that with other items that are moving forward as well.
In the mayor's memoranda, he states in regards to direct city staff to outreach to residential developers for input into indices that are already utilized in their pro forma. So specifically, not necessarily talking about just in general on the outreach and input. I would like to see that we incorporate a more robust opportunity for just community input at large. Love to see working partnerships be a participant in that, whether it's the community meetings at large. It sounds like you already had a more private meeting with them, but definitely would like to see the opportunity for much more public engagement. I'm not aware of the Sacramento, process, but I take it at face value what our, 2 community members stated, Jeffrey and Larry, around how the length of time that took, and the community sort of involvement in that. I'm imagining that was rather robust, and so I want to ensure as well that we're having that level of opportunity for input, so then that way when we do come forward with some recommendations, at a bare minimum we can be able to say that yes, that this was developed transparently, and that we were able to invite in the input from the community to do so.
Yeah, Councilmember, we can certainly take a look at the Sacramento process as well and take any cues from that process. I think, certainly we'll include a more robust outreach strategy related to the development of the framework before it comes back. And then in addition, sort of any actions that affect each of the fees within that framework would be having its own sort of outreach process as well. So obviously, inclusion areas moving through its own path. Parks has issued an RFP on their new land study as they start to reconsider, the parks fees there, and that will obviously have a fairly robust outreach process also.
Okay, and then Mayor, to your memo item 2A, I was just kind of curious, maybe you can describe a little bit more on that. As you know, is this too early in the process for already an assurance on sort of this fee and what it's being tied to? I'm not very familiar with that particular cost index that you're recommending. So I just want to see if you can describe that.
Yeah, and I want to be really clear about those two letters, EG. That means it's just as an example. I don't pretend to be an expert in this area. And if there is no reliable index out there, and of course I expect there'll be robust public conversation about what's a reliable index and what's not. If there's not a reliable index, then obviously we need a different approach. But I'm confident that between the community and staff, we can find something.
Okay, so then I still, what I take a little challenge with is the word ensure, because it sounded like as though, hey, let's ensure this is already going to happen with the inclusionary housing ordinance, tying this to an index that, but it sounds like your answer now is saying, well, we don't necessarily know if that is going to be, the example you provided, or if there even is an index that we'd want to tie this to. It sounds like, and you said it yourself, we're the middle of this process, right?
Yeah,
So,
I'm happy to modify the verb that you're referring to if it might help to say.
Explore?
Focus, explore, yeah.
Okay.
See if you can find something, and if you can't, let us know.
yeah, so I'm more comfortable with that, and so I would be willing to make two motions for 4.2 to accept Councilmember Jimenez's memo, and for 4.3 to accept yours with that amendment and Councilmember Jimenez's memo.
Okay, so let's take the first motion on 4.2. First, is there a second on that item? Okay, that's on, Councilmember Jimenez seconded that. And then the second motion on 4.3, is there a second? Okay, there's a second from Councilmember Arenas on 4.3. Okay, so let's go on then with council discussion. Since you did incorporate the memo, I just wanted to raise one question with staff. And I have no objection to the direction from Councilmember Jimenez's memo dated November 1st on item 4.3, except for portion in B, where I know we've talked about the fee stack being revenue neutral, but I think the suggestion from that memorandum goes a step further to say must be revenue neutral for each fee and tax within the framework. And I guess my question for staff is, does that tie our hands from getting to the goal that staff had sought originally, or can you do both things?
I think we're comfortable with that, Mayor.
Okay.
Obviously, there's some sort of process that we need to go through to understand it, but our intent was always to sort of use the framework process to kind of translate current fees to a similar baseline. And so on that, there was no assumption of reduction.
Okay.
In that, it was just sort of establishing that baseline at, equivalent to today's
Great.
fee.
Thank you for that. All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions first on 4.2. It's just some generic questions. And I'll just premise my first questions related to public process. The mayor's comment about we're essentially just starting the race. I appreciate that, and I recognize that. But I also recognize that how you start the race oftentimes ties into how you end the race and how things. And so what I fear is that as we go along, and this public process isn't as robust as I would like, that things are getting baked in. And so at the very end, all this work is going to be done, and then we're just presenting it saying, sort of take it or leave it to a certain extent. And so that's what I fear. And so sort of to piggyback on some of the questions that Councilmember Perales mentioned. So for example, the Parks Commission, do we envision that they're going to be part of the process? Specifically, obviously, the park fees.
Yeah, so we can work with parks on that and make sure that they're sort of aware of the process and the appropriate way to make them aware.
Okay. How about the Neighborhoods Commission?
Yeah, I think, Councilmember, we'll sort of, do an assessment of all the sort of relevant bodies and ensure that we're communicating effectively.
Okay. All right. And the reason I ask specifically is what I would hate to have happen is when we come back and, well, we didn't think this was necessary, that's necessary. I guess I just want to be very explicit that, and I suspect this probably sentiment is held by other folks up here, but reaching out to some of these bodies that are advisory bodies to the city council, I think are important to me, and I imagine important to other folks up here, but I just wanted to point that out. The other question I have is this, and I think you would all agree, and I'm sure everyone up here would agree, these are complicated things you all are talking about, right? I'm trying to wrap my head around sort of why some of these numbers exist and why we get this number or that number, and so I had something that came to mind. And so I'm going to ask this question sort of as it relates to me better understanding how some of this plays out. So for example, in the city of Mountain View, right, they have triple land costs, right, and I think it's higher than downtown, or a little lower than downtown San Jose. And then the aggregate value of Mountain View fees are significantly greater, and yet the residential development in Mountain View continues. So the land values are really high, certainly rents are high as well. But the fees are very high as well, and so I'm trying to understand how that sort of shakes out, right? And here, it seemingly doesn't. And
so,
if you can help me understand that.
That's correct, Council Member. I think, from our understanding and analysis, it's the rents have a disproportionate impact on, project feasibility ultimately. Okay. And so just even sort of that incremental shift in rent can outweigh a significant disproportionate cost. And there, the rents are so significantly higher that sort of outweighs those higher fees and higher land costs.
Okay. And then the other. So thank you for that. And I suspected that, but I guess I'd like to better understand, and we'll do it offline, but how exactly that balancing sort of, and how that sort of moves in the positive direction as opposed to the negative direction. The other thing I would ask is, based on all the work that has been done, do you think we've appropriately compared what's happening here in the city of San Jose as it relates to some of these fees and sort of apples to apples comparison to some of these other cities? I know there's, we have a listing of different fees and associated sort of numbers tied to other cities, but I'm wondering if, and maybe that wasn't the goal of the work that was done, but your thoughts on that?
So we've definitely given some consideration to sort of how other cities are performing. I think it's really relevant to even think within our own city that the sort of granular difference between these sort of areas and pockets throughout the city where we're expecting development can be significant based on the type of development that the market will bear in that area, the rents that they can ultimately command from its residents, and any of the sort of fee basis. So I think it's a consideration, but it's so sort of finite that, we're still sort of figuring out the differences within our own city and how that compares to sort of surrounding cities. But there's definitely consideration for that in the analysis, and we'll continue to sort of look at that on an ongoing basis. But again, those fee levels are really ultimately tied to what those rents are in those other communities.
Right. And then the other broader question I have, and this question I think can be just as well to Mr. Schoenauer, but obviously Google's coming, right? We hope that they're actually going to eventually build. They submitted their documents and such. I also come to understand that when Google comes to a community, you get a whole ecosystem of businesses and things of that nature. Certainly they're building housing. For the lay sort of resident, and even, from my understanding, a general sense of things is that when they come, things are going to look up, right? The real estate market may things get more expensive, land prices go up, maybe rents go up. What type of impact is that going to have as that continues to develop and that whole sort of supporting infrastructure for other companies in the ecosystem? Once it's in place, what is the expectation from OED with regard to some of these numbers and the feasibility of some of these projects?
I mean, one reaction is that what Google is doing with bringing jobs to San Jose is helping us meet our job goals and being a more balanced city. So right now, we have a jobs deficit of well over 100,000 jobs. If we stopped growing our population and housing base right now, and said, what would it take to get to just even a 1-to-1 jobs to employed resident ratio, we have over 100,000 jobs deficit. So in one sense, Google, along with other employers, as they add jobs, they're helping us meet our goal of being a more balanced city and a fiscally stronger city. So certainly as people move into our city, some of those Google jobs will go to people that are already here. Some will no doubt attract, either to work at Google or related businesses, new people to move into the city. To the extent some of those people have higher education or income levels, you can expect the average rents, probably especially in central San Jose, to increase. And so there's sort of kind of an odd twist there, that as the rents go up in the future, hopefully that will stimulate more
feasibility
housing
way.
production and improve the feasibility.
Okay. All right. And as you have, talked to developers and folks that are stating that things aren't penciling out now, does that acknowledgement seem to exist within some of the conversations?
Yeah, honestly, I think it remains to be seen, right? I think there's a lot of hope in the development community that as companies like Google find San Jose attractive, rents will go up. But honestly, if we look back 3 or 5 years ago, there were rental projects in downtown that were also assuming that rents in San Jose by now would have started approaching rents in Santa Clara, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and quite frankly, they haven't. So, the future remains uncertain in terms of that relative gap between rents that San Jose is going to command compared to rents elsewhere in the valley. And of course, the construction costs are pretty similar throughout the valley. So it's uncertain.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much for that. I had a list of other comments I was going to make. I didn't know that the memo was going to be moved, so I certainly appreciate that. So I'm not going to continue talking. The only additional thing I would ask, and I guess I would ask the maker of the motion, is if it's possible to include or direct OED within the motion to come back with an outreach plan of sorts to a committee or
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
us? Yeah.
This is for
4.2.
4.2. Yeah, absolutely.
And as a seconder, I'd say.
Could you please clarify? I think you mean 4.3. You're talking not 4.2. 4.2
Oh, yes.
is the cost of development study.
Yeah.
So both memos you're referring to are for 4.3 and the
3.
outreach plan. Thank you.
Okay. So that motion is amended.
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. There were a couple of things I wanted to bring up on this item. I actually supported the universal development fee when it came to policy priority setting so that we could have some clarity and predictability on fees. Certainly my intent was not to reduce fees in any way. And one of the things that I'm concerned with is that the deferment of fees, even with the best of escalators, still signifies a loss in opportunity for the city to make use of those funds in preparation for the impact that a given project will have on our streets. So waiting for a project to be finished has us perpetually playing catch up. And I do share that staff's concern that deferring payment to the end of the construction period poses a potential risk to the city. And by missing those opportunities to collect fees, we put the city at risk of having to go after a new owner or having the public at some point through bonds or other taxes and fees have to subsidize those needs at a later point in time. I also wanted to point out an issue with the universal development geography. I would encourage staff to take a look at the labels that are attached to the new tier system being proposed. Terms like tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have the effect of framing the perception of a potential investor even before they begin to do research. So as a result, we might find ourselves in a situation where areas in lower level tiers see a lack of investment due to a label and a perception then that is applied to the area. I also wanted to address the public outreach process. These proposed changes have the potential to impact much more than just the developer community. So in the memo, there were just a total of 2 outreach meetings held, and one of which only included developers. And so I did look at the Sacramento, the city of Sacramento. They have some extensive outreach processes that they did with whole neighborhood associations, environmental councils, developers, a lot of, just a very broad sense, and I'm happy to share this with staff. But it was an extensive outreach process. as Sacramento then went through their effort to seek more consistent and clear fee calculations and a fee deferral process. So they included the development in the business community, but they also included outreach to the neighborhood associations. And they did recently update a number of development fees and a fee deferral framework. And so I would ask, I would reiterate my colleagues' request to include an analysis of Sacramento's fee deferral program that was updated most recently on February 14th, 2017. And that staff reach out and seek to determine then what potential pitfalls, if any, might arise as a result of adopting such a program, and what steps did they take before implementing such a program to avoid passing on the cost of development to the current homeowners. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask a question about item 4.3? Again, on council members Jimenez's memo, different memo though. And I just want to understand, because I think some of this work is underway in different ways, and it might be helpful to conserve, or at least to focus. My understanding is parking requirements and density limitations are being evaluated now through the general plan.
Excuse me, Mayor, that's where we were seeking clarification.
Okay.
Councilmember Jimenez's memo on 4.3 is the one about approaching this from a revenue neutral perspective in terms of developing and adopting the framework. On 4.2.
I'm sorry, 4.2, thank you. I got the numbers mixed up myself.
So
Okay.
is the motion on the floor, Councilmember Jimenez's memo for 4.3 or
Well, actually,
4.2?
both motions are on the floor right now. We'll take
Both
up
of
4.
Councilman-
We'll take 4.2 first.
Okay, both
But,
of Councilmember
yeah,
Jimenez's memos.
Both of the memos are incorporated, and I just want to make sure.
Okay,
So I'm going to
great.
pull you
Just wanna
back
make
to.
sure we're clear.
Yeah, I'll pull you back to 4.2, and I'm sorry for confusing you there with the wrong number.
Yeah, so, yeah, happy to respond when you're.
Yeah, it seems like some of these things we are undertaking through a general plan revision process to look at, for example, reducing parking requirements, density limitations, et cetera.
Yeah, correct. So we did want to point that out. There are a number of these items that we already have direction to look at. Probably the most significant one is looking at the potential for citywide parking reductions, right, related to greenhouse gas reduction strategies, and that is a very significant body of work we'll be bringing back to you later this year. We also have direction to look at the role of retail or active uses in affordable housing developments as part of the housing crisis work plan. I also just wanted to point out, to do all of this and to do it well would be a very significant body of work. I mean, so just so you're aware, we've spent probably several $100,000 the last 2 years on various studies related to the cost of development, which was a really important investment. To our staff team, to do all of this and to do it well would be on that order of magnitude in terms of cost and staff time. And we would want clear direction from the council about how big a priority this would be relative to other things you've directed us to do. You know, that being said, it would be very interesting to have this information at some point.
Yeah, so let me just offer, I would be willing to support the motion if all these items can come back to rules and really have a detailed description of what staff can do and how much time. I can tell you there are things here that I don't know that we're really going to want to go down these paths as a council. I'm looking at item 2, for example, analyzing the impact of development review and comparing discretionary versus by right development. You know, we're having a lot of community pushback right now along Alum Rock and East San Jose, precisely because of form-based zoning and what the community views as an approach that is taking away their ability to have a voice in the public process. So undoubtedly that might reduce costs, but we could spend a lot of time studying that cost and come back to council and find out the community really doesn't want this. And I think also about 1D, the commercial retail requirements. You know, communities are constantly telling me when I'm at the community meetings, hey, if you're going to build all this housing, we want some local services, and we want mixed use communities, and so I'm a little concerned about putting a lot of work on staff to go study a whole lot more just to run down a path we really don't want to run down. So I just want to express my reservations about several of the items, and I think it would be better having pretty detailed conversations about what staff can and can't do, and also what's already being done, for example, around the parking requirements and density limitations, where I think there is a real interest, I think, from the council and from staff to seeing how we can get some of those things out of the way, and that's work that can be done through our general plan task force efforts. So I just offer that, and I know we'll have more conversation. So, Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor. You raised some of the issues that I was going to, so I'll emphasize them. First, thank you for 2 wonderful, enlightening reports, and I'm sure the next 3 reports, or however many we have coming, will be equally as interesting. What I find fascinating is the cost of development framework and the approach to it as it relates to the city. And I know this is all coming back to us at some point, and that this is just really a way for us to understand that what the influences are on the cost of construction, and what are the impediments, frankly, for development. And some of those is competing investor dollars. A lot of the projects, certainly the market rate and also the affordable housing, depend on investors to bring in funds to invest. But if they can find projects that are generating a larger return for their dollars, that's where they're going to put their money. Many of those investors aren't necessarily San Jose focused. They may not even be Bay Area focused. They could be investing in Seattle because they can get a better return for their dollars. So it's important for us to understand that some of the funds that are coming for these developments are investor funds, and while we may want to say, well, restrict the income that they're going to receive or the rate of return they're going to receive, we can't tell them that, because they'll just pull their funds and they'll go someplace else. So that's economics, and that's really important for us to understand that investors can go other places with their dollars. You see, yesterday the stock market went crazy. People are buying stock. China may not be as big a concern. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of money out there for investments, and people can really put their dollars elsewhere. So I just want to raise the economic issue. The other thing I want, and part of that economic issue is the cost to develop right now versus the upside potential or risk versus reward. So they may be willing to take a risk now at a lower return if they're getting a higher rate of return down the line. So it's really economics for these investors. So we need to keep that in mind as we talk about the framework and the cost of construction. And I'm not advocating for fees one way or the other, because that's not what's on the table right now. We're just having a conversation about moving the 2 memos forward. I do want to talk about item 4.1 or 4.2 and Councilmember Jimenez's memo, and it feels to me that is duplicative to work that will be done in the 2040 revision. When we meet, we're going to discuss some of these things, and we're going to determine things like, are urban villages viable? Is the retail ground floor viable? Already in priority setting session last year, one of the things I brought forth is for us to take a look at parking and changing parking. And it didn't come through priority setting because staff already green-lighted it and said they could work on that. Other things we should be looking at are CEQA reform and other things that affect the cost of construction for our development. So these are the memo. I appreciate the intent of it, but it feels like we're doing the work of what the general plan revision task force will be doing. Will be starting very shortly, and that we're going to come back with the same sort of list of items. So I'm not sure how we move that forward now and how we move it forward then, because we're asking staff to do 2 sets of work, but it's the same level of work. So I'm having a hard time supporting the memo, although I appreciate the intention of the memo, and I think that you'll find the 2040 task force is going to come out with similar types of ideas. I don't know, we haven't convened yet, but I assume so. The other thing I wanted to just get clarity on, as it relates to District 9, is that when we look at the maps and we look at the construction and the framework, I fear that District 9 is being lumped together with the west side of San Jose when it truly doesn't have the same influences in property values. If you're looking at buying land in District 9, you are not paying the same price for an acre that you would be if you're buying in District 1. And that's also economics, because District 1 is right next to Cupertino, and it's surrounded by high tech, and it's got major employment influences that District 9 does not. So when I see numbers of District 9, and I'm throwing at that now, and I know we're not deciding it, but I do want to get out there publicly, that when we're looking at District 9 and other parts of our districts too, that we're not lumping things together, because District 9 isn't like, Cambrian is not like the west part of San Jose or Almaden. It's lower housing, lower density, you're not, the rents are lower, you're not seeing the same economic gain that you would as if you were building in the west part of San Jose. So I want to throw that out. And then clarification. So that refers to actually your stacking as it relates to geography. And we've talked about that in our office. I appreciate Chris, but I needed to bring it up publicly because that's what district council people do. But I also wanted to talk about the square footage calculation, because I wanted to get a clarification on that. I've seen 3 terms used. I've seen gross, net, and rentable. Recently, in this presentation, you described the calculation as rentable. Can you tell me what that is?
So the rentable square feet, as a developer looks at it, is really the sort of square footage within each unit versus, so there's a couple of different terms of art, but net may be conditioned space, which may include some hallways or sort of other sort of amenity space within it, and then gross is just sort of total square footage of the entire development.
So you're looking at net rentable being, okay, let's talk about co-living. In the case of co-living,
right,
you own or you're renting you have your apartment that may be 500 square feet, let's say. Is that the net rentable, or is the net rentable that plus the bathroom that you're sharing plus the common area?
So we acknowledge that co-living, being a completely different model, would probably be dealt with as an exception from the sort of standard.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, because it's just something so completely different from sort of traditional real estate development across the other construction types that we would have to consider that sort of in a different way.
Okay, so then if we're dealing with apartments, fully contained apartment, a studio that's 1,000 square feet, that's the net rentable that you're considering, and not any common areas like parking or elevators or anything like that.
That's
Yeah, so I think that's true, but I just wanted to also point out that's one of the areas we still need to work on.
Okay.
So, as we've already acknowledged, we're just beginning this work, and we're sending it. We're setting up these general frameworks, but we absolutely have to do this more in-depth defining piece that we need more feedback on. But these are our initial thoughts. So
No.
I don't want us to get hung up on did we get the right definition?
No.
Because we still need to do outreach on that.
I appreciate that, and I really ask from a clarifying question point of view, so if I need to do my own homework and try and figure out what that means to me so that I can understand it, I appreciate it. I also want to commend you on this report that you distributed to all of us. This is really helpful in understanding all of the influences on development, and it relates to Ellis Act down the line and inclusionary housing. So I commend you on this, because this language was complicated, but it was easy for us to follow, much more than the memos, which get really dense. This was really, really helpful, so I wanted to thank you for that. I really think that's it for me. I just wanted to emphasize the economics of the situation, and we are not deciding any dollars and cents right now. We're really encouraging you to go forward and bring these back to us in the spring. And I look forward to the work that you have to bring to us then. But I would encourage us really to not ask staff to do double work and present us with one report while we're still ready to move forward with CEQA reform, not CEQA reform, 2040 revision.
All right. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I also want to thank staff for your presentation and for the work, and specifically Kim for your setting the framework for today about the goals, and the number one goal being to get more housing built. I think that's really important and cannot be repeated enough times, because and I know I'm a broken record, and everybody who's been here before for Housing Day has heard me say this, because it continues to be true. We are 1 million units of housing down in the Bay Area, in the 9 counties, 1 million units of housing that don't exist, that should be here. And that's what we're up against. So every time we're making these decisions, I think it's important to keep that number in mind, because it is so large. And it's not San Jose's responsibility to build 1 million units of housing to get us out of this, but it is our responsibility to get as much housing built as we can and to make sure it's built. And can we go back to slide 9?
Could you describe slide 9?
Slide 9 is the project feasibility.
Thank you.
Where literally only one place in the city is feasible for projects. And I can attest to that. I have a big project stack that comes every month when I meet with the planning, building, and code enforcement. And most of those projects are going through the development process, but they're not breaking ground. And my staff is talking me out of saying saying anything rash, but I do have to say, I feel like we're not treating this like a crisis. So I'm in favor of the going with net rentable square feet with the universal development fee framework, and making things as simple as possible. One of the commenters said, you got to get the costs down, and the levers that you have are fees, taxes, time, and complexity. And I think we need to push all of those levers. So I'm in favor of assessing the fees all at the same time and doing it towards the end of the process, because I know that with financing that makes it more feasible, and that's a small thing that we can do. But I just really feel like 1 million units of housing is a lot, and I don't see how we get there with this just tinkering around the edges.
Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I also want to echo the acknowledgement for staff and all the work that you're doing. These are 4 reports that you had to produce along with our consultant, and so that must have been just a doozy. And along those lines, I think for our community, it's also a doozy, right? To understand, to break what those studies actually mean, what they're pointing out. And I'm going to go back to one of the comments, or a couple of the comments from some of the community members or some of the advocates for housing, and maybe their need to have more involvement or more understanding of what all of those reports meant to the bottom line in terms of cost of development, and then this development fee framework. And even though we're not coming to a conclusion about anything, we're providing some guidance, and this is the beginning of that, that we all need to be on the same page, right? And so there's always an opportunity to misunderstand the information when we're not all explaining it the right way or interpreting it the right way, and for very many different reasons, maybe by choice we want to interpret it in a different way. So I think there's some value in spending some time with those advocates and whoever else wants to be in the room to really break down some of those reports and gain further understanding of where we're going. I think there's value in that because I know that there's a lot that is going to now get built on this and developed. No pun intended. Okay, so that's my comment about community involvement. I also was concerned about, there was a city engineer who said he worked for the city for about 23 years, and he also pointed out the role of the issues that we have with the city infrastructure, right? We have retention and vacancies, and so I wonder, how did that get factored in, or did it get factored in into any of this? Because that absolutely adds to the cost.
It does, Councilmember. I don't think the report factors in sort of the timeline of permitting and entitlement, which is really where that kind of seems to play out at the moment relative to city staff.
Got it. Well, as we move further and we do evaluate that part of the development, that we also consider that and fold that in, because we should be cognizant, of course, of how we're adding to some of the issues. Okay, so I'm going to go to, excuse me, slide 9 and slide 11. And I had a question about slide 9. In this slide, we have under southeast low-rise and central low-rise, the unit land for costs were really different, making it more affordable in central than it is in south and east San Jose, which I don't know if that's really true, because I would think that central is more attractive than south and east, because we're not meant to grow, and oh, excuse me, that's the other way around. I see now what I'm pointing out. Never mind. Skip that point. Did we take a look at all the building types in all the different areas? So did we take a look at, say, West San Jose low-rise or North San Jose low-rise? If the intention really is, and one of our outcomes are to achieve more mixed income housing within neighborhoods, did we explore those options?
So, Councilmember, I think in trying to limit the sort of total scope and cost of development in its original form, we were really looking at development that we've seen either submitted through application or has been built in these locations. And so if you take something like North San Jose, there's very specific requirements around density that has pushed all of the development that's come within the North San Jose policy area to be what we call type 3, so that higher density sort of mid-rise product.
Right, and those are the most expensive, right? I mean, if we're always looking at the most expensive, it seems infeasible. So I think we need to broaden our strategy there. Maybe those aren't the applications that we're getting, but what is it more profitable? Could it be more profitable? Could we show that the development community that they could be more profitable? These seem to break ground faster than high-rises, and high-rises have been extremely slow. So I'm just wondering, why aren't we exploring other options?
That's a fair question, and I think there's an opportunity to potentially broaden that out. I think sort of our experience in just understanding what the market has been kind of interested in today is sort of how we try to represent kind of economic performance in these submarkets right now. If the council was looking to make sort of other policy decisions around density and things like that, then I'm sure there's sort of an opportunity to kind of think more broadly about this. We'd probably have to do some more work around that.
Well, one of the outcomes is to achieve more mixed income housing within neighborhoods, and mid-rises are typically more the affordable type of housing. So I would say, why wouldn't we explore that option, especially to achieve that outcome? And I think somebody said you can't hit a target if you don't aim at it, right? So if the higher density and the high rises are too expensive, why aren't we taking a look at other options? So that would be one of, I think, something that I would ask for you to consider as we move along, and bring in more of those building types in different locations throughout our city. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Kim, did you want to respond? Okay. Then let's take item 4.2 first. I'd ask if the maker of the motion might be willing to consider a modification to enable the substantial studied items that would come back to allow staff to see what can be incorporated in a green, yellow, red analysis.
I'd prefer not to. I do think that what Councilmember Jimenez is asking for there, the reason why I think that's important, for instance, in the examples that you gave, Mayor, in item 1D, the commercial retail requirements, I would agree. And I hear it from community members here in downtown that that's what they want to see in the bottom floor of these developments. But what we're talking about is the potential here of impacts on things like park development fees or affordable housing dollars. So there is a trade-off of sorts, and I think in order for us to really make an educated decision here, we have to be able to see what those trade-offs are, even if it's just a matter of educating both ourselves and the community in regards to, hey, what is it that we are actually looking for? And if there is a need to incentivize in one place or another, would the community actually say, for instance, they would now support developments that were extremely underparked or zero parking, or developments that didn't have a requirement of some of these retail components? I don't know what the outcome may be, but the idea would be to propose what these trade-offs are versus sort of the only, I think, limitations we're confined to right now, which is just these development fees. And so for me, I think it's important to have this information. I'm imagining that's probably why it took Sacramento as well so long, because they did evaluate sort of all the different trade-offs, and that's something that I'm interested in seeing. Now, I think either way, whether we go to rules or not, I think staff has an opportunity to come back and say, hey, some of these things are being studied or analyzed already, and maybe down a different path, but there's no reason to duplicate the work, as was mentioned before. If the work's being done, we can translate the information to wherever we need it. So I don't have a concern there. I think the concern you brought up, Mayor, was in regards to the extensive amount of work that some of this may take. I think staff still has an opportunity, without us going to rules, to be able to if this is, again, the beginning / middle of the process here, to discuss that some of these may take extra time or extra money. And I'm willing and interested to sort of make this change well thought out versus make it something that we make a quick decision on that we haven't really analyzed all the different effects. So I'd prefer to keep the motion as is.
Okay. I think staff is telling you that's going to take more time and more money. And I don't mind what venue it comes back to, whether it's the council or rules committee. But I think it is going to take more time and money. And I appreciate, you're absolutely right about the trade-offs. We're making decisions about all these trade-offs. Another trade-off is the time of staff. And Chris and Rachel and others who have been working very hard on this could be spending that time on actually getting housing built and getting projects moving forward. And we can get sucked into analysis paralysis. And I'm concerned that we've invested a lot of time in getting this point. And so, I'd welcome any recommendations from Kim or anyone else on staff about how exactly we're going to manage the workload, this additional study workload.
Again, we'd happy to take a closer look at this, but this strikes all of us as a very significant body of work. Because even the work that we're doing to potentially reduce the parking requirements citywide, or go to maximums, not minimums, That's funded and staffed, but that's not looking at doing that for a cost of development reason. It's looking at doing it to meet greenhouse gas reduction goals or good city planning goals. So to put a cost of development lens on all of this, I mean, I think we would need to be doing something that really hasn't been done before, and we would require a consulting resource budget. And we would want to know from you, just honestly, like, where does this fit in with the other priorities that we have on our work plan, like, you know, the commercial impact fee, the other elements of the housing crisis work plan. You know, we have a list of 25 things we're in midstream on now. Do you want this to bump one of those out, or do you want us to put it on the backlog? That's the kind of just honest conversation I think we would want to have. Again, this would be very interesting information to have. It's just, what would it cost, and what is it worth to you in terms of reorganizing other things you've directed us to do? We just would want to have that conversation at the right place.
So personally, for myself, I am more than happy, right, to take the time that's needed in regards to this, especially the one example you brought up for parking requirements, right, to then tie the dollar amount to it, which in essence I did a bit of on the affordable housing impact fee discussion, and looked at upwards of $10 million, right, per project of savings. That's not insignificant. And so I absolutely would love to be able to see that. Now, there's another factor which says, even if we eliminated the need for parking requirements, would a developer be able to get financing, right, for a project? And we know that, so we know it's not just that, but could we put policies in place that eliminate some of these, like eliminating, right, the requirement of parking, and then at least allow a developer to go down to whatever as low as, you know, is financeable. So yes, for me, it is important to get these figures, and if that does mean that, Mayor, to your point, that it does slow down the process, I don't think this is the golden nail here that's going to solve this crisis. I think this is but a tool, and I think it's a really important one. And I also think if we're going to be adjusting fees the way that we are allocating, or the way that we're collecting and then allocating them, that's a really, really important thing. That's a big impact to our community. So I don't mind that takes time. And so, yes, I would prefer to keep it as is and get the information that is being requested.
Okay. And just to be clear, my understanding is the direction is the staff is not reducing fees through this process. Right.
Correct.
So we're not, just so we're clear about what we're all doing. Councilmember Camus?
Yes, and I'm perfectly willing to look at reducing fees even in this process. If you look at South San Jose, projects aren't feasible at all. Even with the lowest square foot level, I could tell you this by fact. I have had several infill projects in my district that haven't gotten off the ground. Just a 10-home housing project hasn't gone. It's been approved for 4 years. I have 2 mid-rise projects. One of them is affordable housing that is, even with the new reduced parking requirements of 0.25 per unit, which is, you know, which my community was crying murder about. Still isn't penciling out. I hope it does soon. So if we're not looking at fees, what are we doing here? We're in a crisis, at least that most of us think so, and we rushed to reduce pricing on ADUs. We deregulated everything, reduced costs, and guess what? We have a lot more ADUs being produced. It's the same economic theory, whether you're talking about, you know, downtown high-rise or South San Jose low-rise. You know, all these factors come into play: the cost of land, the cost of construction, and of fees. The only thing we really have control over is regulation and fees. We don't have control over contractors or land values. The things that we can do, we should do if we're serious about solving this issue. And so, you know, I'm not interested in taking a whole lot more time looking at things. We've actually had 2-3 studies now on it. Is this the third? 3 studies, and for those of you who think that we're not studying it enough or not telling the public. This is, I've been through so many of these meetings, and I've wanted to pull the trigger months and months ago, and I've been asking for us to make a decision, basically get off the pot, and I'm not going to tell you the rest, and just get the decision done. But we're still here talking about looking at more studies. If you guys want to study it, I mean, fine, but it doesn't make me feel like we're really interested in solving the problem quickly. So,
Councilmember Sparson.
So I just had a clarification from staff. So on, and maybe it's a 4.2 versus 4.3 thing. So on, we're at the beginning of the process and we're going to do more. That includes incorporating feedback into this discussion around fees, right? And so I'm trying to get some clarity over what is and isn't possible to include in that.
Yes, it includes getting additional feedback and have discussion about the recommended universal fee framework, which is not at all going to set any specific fees or fee reductions. It's just the framework. And then as fees changes come forward in the future, whether it's a revised parks fee or a change to an impact fee, and the future point, you would use this framework to potentially set that new fee or fee structure. That's all we're proposing we're not proposing, unlike Sacramento, any particular fee reductions or modifications, except only to the structure.
Right, and I guess at some point, they're going to ask really logical questions, right? Like, where are the trade-offs that we're making? Where are some other places that we could look at for to be more attractive for investments? And that's where the parking and some commercial retail requirements would come into it. So I guess I'm a little concerned about us going to the public and having these discussions around fees and just not really being able to engage in a full conversation around, okay, we're just going to look at the fees in terms of this development framework, but we're not going to look at the whole development framework, right? Because fees are just a portion of the overall development framework on how we can look at space, and how we can look at other issues as we look at construction projects, right, and cost savings. So I guess that's my concern. And again, it was a 4.2 versus 4.3 thing. Thank you.
Councilor Diep.
Yeah, thank you. So listening to this back and forth, one thing I am sensitive to is staff time, because there's a lot of things we each, 10, 11 of us, want to get through, and every Tuesday we approve things, more memos, and I feel the bulk of it goes on PCBE and OED, in this instance housing. So I'm curious, looking at Councilmember Jimenez's memo, I think it's more information, more data is always good. But I'm just curious, so going down his 4.2 memo, A through E, I understand that we do have parking requirements in some build-outs across the city, and I do understand that parking spaces are expensive. So I think there's value in figuring out how we can tinker with that. Height maximums, I'm trying to rack my brain with this concept, and outside of downtown or urban villages, do we really implement or impose height maximums? As a general matter of development, people are constricted with their development because they can't afford to go higher, and we want them to go higher. Where in the city, outside of urban villages, where there's a community process and a master plan, and outside of downtown where we're too close to the airport, do we ever impose a maximum? You can't build taller than like 10 stories or whatever.
Yeah. So in general, our heights in San Jose, in general, in our growth areas, are very tall and generous, and our densities are very, very generous. I can't think of a case, I'm sure there are cases, where a developer is proposing something denser and taller than a plan or our general plan allows, but that's been very, very few cases. And where that's happened, we've actually increased the height and density to accommodate that project. So I think we've embraced housing, we've embraced urbanism and development. So those are really not barriers to the development being proposed.
So following along with that, in terms of density limitation, now I know that Minneapolis, threw the world for this country for a storm by eliminating single-family zoning and increasing density. We're trying to incrementally increase density with our ADUs and at the margins through urban villages. I hope that we continue to densify, but the notion of density limitations, again, outside of single-family zoning, where do we do that in San Jose? I mean, I know zoning controls R1, R2, and all this, but I guess what I'm driving at is the same question of height maximums. Is this something that we need to delve into that would have some impact on the cost of development?
Yeah, I mean, generally, we'd have to look at that, but generally, no. I mean, I think that the heights are so generous in San Jose that developers, if they want to go taller, they can. It's really where the market is right now fits within the height frameworks that we allow in San Jose. So we don't see the heights that we have, the density we have, as the restrictions of adding costs and being a barrier to the type of development that our general plan wants to see in the places that the development community and the city would like to see it.
And I would just add, Councilmember, I think that's one of the beauties of our general plan, because we have targeted where the growth and development should go. So we have the appropriate densities in the areas where we want to see that development. So for example, downtown, North San Jose, the urban villages, those are the places that we have kind of like the very high density maximums in place.
So thank you, Rosalind. I mean, so moving on to commercial retail requirements, I know that everybody wants first floor retail and then housing on top. That's what we see in Europe. That's what we see in Asia, other places, and we want that. I understand that developers have issue with that in San Jose because when you do that, you make a requirement. You're building on spec, and you build like a shop, and you don't know who's going to be in there. They're much more comfortable building when they know they have a tenant to build for that will move in right away. They don't want an empty ground floor, and we don't want an empty ground floor. I have to admit, I don't recall whether we have commercial retail requirements. I know we made it easier to do. In North San Jose, we've done like a 10% of your floor space can be commercial to make it easier. But I don't know that we have anywhere in our building code or anything that if you're going to build, you have to build X amount of retail. And if we lessen that requirement, it'll make development more feasible. Do we?
Yeah, so generally, just keep in mind that a big growth strategy in our general plan is the urban village growth strategy. And that strategy is looking at what are our existing commercial, often retail, commercial corridors in San Jose and allowing higher density housing to be introduced in those corridors. So it's allowing a property owner to redevelop what is a currently commercial, often a shopping center, but not always. It could be small offices, and developing with housing. And the approach that we have with development in those corridors, we want to grow, yes, we want to grow high density housing. We also want to maintain, and in many cases, or more cases than not, actually grow the amount of commercial, the amount of jobs in that corridor. So when a developer is proposing to eliminate existing commercial, they will have to replace that commercial and potentially add more. As part of the 4-year review process, we are revisiting some of the policies that allow more flexibility in how that could be done as part of a village planning process. And we also have an item on the scope of work to look at reducing commercial requirements for affordable housing, essentially in urban villages or other areas where commercial could be required.
So what I'm hearing you say is the approach is build housing, densify by building housing around a commercial corridor, and then keeping or growing the commercial around there because there's the density to support the commercial. We don't necessarily say come in here, build first story commercial and then housing on top as a requirement. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, as part of so generally the goal is to grow both, and the determination of how much a developer might have to do is part of that individual urban village planning process. If development wants to move forward ahead of an urban village
So let's set urban villages aside because that's goes through the community process. But I'm just talking generally about, you look at the code that we have in the books outside of an urban village that doesn't have a, community process that is a year or two long. We're not prescriptive on the question of percentage commercial, percentage retail, or percentage whatever, are
yes,
we?
that's correct. If you have a site designated for residential outside of an urban village growth area that has specific requirements, you're not required to build commercial.
Okay, and let me see, any other development standard or zoning restriction within the control of the city? So with any other development standard or zoning restriction within the control of the city that has a material impact on the cost of residential development, is there a way to narrow that? Because I feel it's kind of a grab bag. I mean, it's kind of a search for the Holy Grail, right? If we knew the things that would impact. I mean, it's a catch-all. I think we need to do something along these lines, but without identifying, we're just sending staff off to, search a bottomless pit.
So I think one approach, Councilmember, to thinking about this is, in the context of cost of development. So as part of Housing Crisis Work Plan, we've committed to continue bringing back a cost of development report. So our approach would be to take a similar approach, which is to look at, the baseline sort of hard, soft, direct costs, indirect costs, land costs. But then we could sort of, do some assessment within that context of, if there is an extended permitting timeline that could potentially add, X percentage to cost. I mean, I don't think you can attribute these things to a line item cost that you could somehow apply to a pro forma. I think there's sort of more of a sensitivity sort of understanding. So I think there's definitely some consideration that we could give to those things. I think there's certainly some consideration that already exists in the analysis. So in cost of development, the assumption was always that part of the challenge of ground floor commercial is it doesn't, there's all these concessions that are made, or it gets complex, and so it was always zeroed out. So the assumption was that you're kind of built into the cost of these multifamily developments is probably the cold shell on commercial, and then the sort of individual economics of that space being occupied comes through separately. So, as I said, I mean, this is a report that we'll bring back, and we can sort of, certainly pay consideration to these things, but I think it's important that we set expectation on what that looks like from, for example, this chart. You wouldn't see sort of like a parking reduction sort of aspect in this chart.
So I think there's something interesting in terms of by right and discretionary project, but do we have do the assumptions exist to actually kind of have some sort of meaningful comparison there?
Also, and I think the other thing that's really important about those specific items is it's kind of shifting sands right now. So we're trying to understand the implications of changes in state legislation that may actually have an impact similar to some of these elements. And so the recent info memo by PBC that detailed some of these aspects will kind of have to be layered into some of these to really understand how we can influence them.
In terms of one of the number one complaints I'm sure we all hear on the council when we talk about development is the time it takes for the city staff to get back with permits and review, and inconsistency in the standards sometimes between projects when a second reviewer comes and says, oh, you forgot to do this. But from a pro forma perspective, do you think that's factored in?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the risk profile, right? Is that you assume carry costs on the land, or increased cost in your indirect costs for whether it's architects or other sort of consultants that are working on your project. So there's some amount of risk that's factored in. I guess the question to the development community is, are you meeting your risk profile based on our timelines versus is this going to significantly shift your pro forma?
So the direction by Councilor Jimenez is to figure out cost savings by discretionary review. And I'm curious, I understand the risk factor that falls into everything before you invest, but scientifically, or just even sending staff on to do this work, can you parse it out and come back to council with meaningful information that we can act upon?
I mean, we can certainly do an analysis. And so if I just return back to, so again, this is just based on the pro forma work that KMA have done for us. But if you assume that by right versus an entitlement process is somewhere baked into that, the sixth column, the development permits per unit, right? That's where the city service cost exists, right? The bulk of cost and a direct cost basis from the city is really in the sort of fees and taxes aspect. So any sort of direct cost change would be reflected in that column. Oh.
Okay. I mean, given all that, just as a time saving, I'll make a substitute motion to move the mayor's memo and Councilmember Jimenez's memo with just 1A, 1E, and 2B, and 3. So striking 4.2.
Okay, let's slow down here, Councilor Diep, so
Sure.
we understand what's being struck and what's not, so we can all get on that page. This is item 4.2.
Councilmember Jimenez's memo.
Councilmember Jimenez on November 1st. Okay, go ahead.
So my amended motion would strike 1B, 1C, 1D, and 2A.
It would strike 1B, 1C, 1D, and 2A. Okay. No, it hasn't been approved yet. 4.2? No, we haven't voted yet. Okay. Okay, so I understand the proposal, and honestly, I'm not even looking to strike. I just want to have staff have an opportunity to give us a red, yellow, green light. For example, on 1A, which survives that, would survive that, if I could just offer, studying savings on reducing parking requirements may not help if the project still doesn't get financing, because we're not actually the constraint, the lender is the constraint on the amount of parking that's really required. And so it's a similar issue to the one that you identified, Councilmember Diep, on the height maximums and density limitations. We may not, in fact, be the constraint, so studying the effect of removing the constraint doesn't help us. And so I would just say, I don't feel like we have to take anything off the table. I just think we really ought to have staff come back and tell us what's really a constrained development, what's not, what's worth studying, what's not, and how much time is it going to take. Similarly on 2B, I think that reducing discretionary review is probably not, based on the example that's offered there, allowing approval of planning director hearing instead of council approval. I'm not sure that's much different than 2A. Feels an awful lot by right, but so I would just suggest, look, I'm not looking to strike everything. I just like to see staff have time to dig in.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm doing this on the fly here, just after following the discussion. I didn't come in here intending to do any of the striking, but I do feel that if we can eliminate some of the things here today, that at least through the discussion here, that, height maximums, we don't really do that to the city, density limitations, et cetera, commercial, retail. I'm fine with what the mayor's proposing. If staff wants to come back and say, what's the best use of our time, and let us discuss that and tell us what is worth pursuing. My ultimate goal here is, I know that we impose a lot on staff, and we wait 6-9 months for things to come back, and we forgot that we asked you to do it.
So if I could, council member, I think I was myself kind of struggling with how this work was going to fit in, but I think Chris put it really well. And what he said there was that we would consider some of these factors as part of the work we're doing in the housing crisis plan. Because let's just remember where we're at right now. This is just a study that was updated. And I think, as Kim mentioned, there's various lenses that we can look at, but this is all about the cost of development. And so I think the way Chris put it made me feel comfortable that some of these things I think we're going to be able to quickly tell the council this is not a cost factor that we need to do any additional study, and others there may be. And there may be an effort behind that, and we would describe that effort as part of the housing crisis work plan. But that's kind of the way I'm hearing staff's interpretation of this direction.
Yeah, and Mayor, we also have Kevin Feeney from KMA, who can also help provide a little bit of context on sort of how we do the analysis and what else we could probably give on these particular items.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If we go on slide 9 that shows all the 6% return versus 7% profit, these are indicators of financial strength, market strength today, based on current conditions, reflecting averages for building prototypes that are likely to occur or have already occurred in the city. So it's not a hypothetical analysis in any respect. And in this way, it's supposed to provide an indicator of current conditions. And so I wouldn't want to provide a false sense of precision on starting to manipulate individual line items like permitting times and suggest that we will be able to come back with a calculation that the profit would then change from 7 to 7.2%, and that's a meaningful difference. I think there's a couple buckets up here that we've provided that provide an overview for the next policy steps. There are some product types and areas where value is less than cost, and so there's a significant challenge there and a lot of policy effort that has to go into improving the economics. There are areas where there's profit that's less than a typical standard, but with a certain developer who sees the market differently and perhaps more optimistically, or who's projecting those rent changes as a result of new corporate tenants coming to town, then there's some room for the economics to shift. And there's areas where the market strength is already there, and there's a likelihood of projects breaking ground in the very near term. That's, I think, from a conceptual analysis like this, where there's no building plan, no site, those are the sorts of conclusions that you can draw from an analysis like this. And so to go into the detail on parking requirements, for example, we can certainly provide an estimate at a very conceptual level of here's the changing costs based on some conversations with developers, here's the lowest that they might be willing to go in different areas of the city, and provide a high level estimate, just as these are high level estimates. But I think it's a policy question on where, if the cost savings is on a net basis is $30,000 per space after you account for the loss of other income, or if it's $25,000, where does that lead the policy discussion after that? So I would just want to put that forward now before we go down a road where we're trying to communicate more precision than is really possible when you're starting to think about hypothetical scenarios. If you want to really get to the bottom of some of these questions, then you might, to do it with greater precision, you might want to focus on specific sites, specific areas, specific zoning districts for policy change, land use changes in those areas. And in that case, we've done this before in San Francisco. We'll bring on an architect, we'll bring on a cost estimator, and actually have a building program. So, for example, with the parking changes, we could see how that might change the building efficiency as well, and we would look at all these other factors. So I think that for most of the items in that list, it's possible to provide some high-level feedback on how these would impact costs. But if the intent is to really get into specific line items in a very precise estimate, using this kind of analysis where we don't have a specific project or site in mind, where we don't have a design, it might be a little bit overkill in terms of what the outputs actually are.
So in terms of just making sort of apples to apples comparison of one kind of cost reduction in policy versus another, there's probably more heat than light that's generated through all that.
Right. For example, if one of the questions is soft costs or consultants during the application period, and we're told that we want to test a change from its 30 months to 24 months, that would involve outreach to developers on those issues, because we're asking really a hypothetical question. Until the policy actually changes, no one is going to be quite sure how that's going to impact their specific consulting costs to go through entitlements from a buy right project, for example. I mean, we can provide an estimate. It's just without an actual, the strongest data that we have are projects that have already been built. But if there aren't projects that are representing the policy changes that you would like to see, then it's subject to a significant amount of judgment.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Gibb.
Yeah, so in light of that, in light of what staff's saying, what Dave is saying, I'll amend my own amendment motion. My purpose here is simply to save staff time and to not get into a quagmire of going down many different rabbit holes. I don't mean to say that anything that Councilmember Jimenez, wanted to study is not, interesting or worth studying. It was a time issue. But if we give staff the flexibility to come back to council and say, we don't have this lever, it's beyond our scope, but here's where we can impact, and we can even go beyond the list that Councilmember Jimenez identified. I'm fine with that, what the mayor proposed, moving the mayor's motion, moving Councilmember Jimenez's, giving staff the flexibility to come back and say, here's what we can do, here's what we don't need to do. One thing I will do also is move Councilmember Jimenez's 4.3 memo, but I would like to remove C.
I think we're just on 4.2.
Are we? All right.
Yeah, we'll come back to you on 4.3.
I'm just pulling a paralysis, but okay.
Yeah, I think since we're getting close to a vote on 4.2,
Okay,
let's
all
try
right.
to see
I'll
if
hold off on that. All
we
right.
can land this plan on 4.2, because I know we
Okay.
got a lot more items to discuss. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things that we haven't really acknowledged here is just, and you sense it from some of the community comments, and we certainly all the letters and stuff we've gotten, is we're not, by this action, decreasing fees, giving discounts, but the sentiment that I sense for the communities, that's what we're marching towards. And so for me, in order to feel comfortable, and I appreciate you leaving the memo intact, to feel comfortable in supporting this as it moves forward is just, I really do think we need to look at everything, put everything on the table, look at all the levers, comprehensive study as it relates to how to make these projects feasible, whether it's actually a discount in fees, whether it's parking requirements, whether it's this or that. I just think we should look at everything. And I think if we don't do that, it's going to really feed into this, this narrative that this is a dog and pony show, and we're just doing this to decrease fees in the end. And I think if we don't adequately look at all this, even though some of this work's ongoing, either that work needs to catch up to this or this needs to catch up to that work, I don't know, but it all needs to be done concurrently in my mind in order to present a very thorough, clear, open, transparent process to the community to say we've looked at everything. These are the levers, council members, that you can pull to make projects feasible or not, and that's when we vote and we say this, let's do that, let's reduce a fee, let's not reduce a fee. And so that's all I'm interested in doing. And so that was sort of the spirit of the memo, is just to try to capture before, again, my feeling as well, before marching towards reduction in fees, just looking at everything, putting everything on the table. And I think that's what the community desires, and I think that's what they deserve. A question for anyone on staff is this: is there anything that's not listed in the memo that you think has the potential to reduce the cost of development, to make projects more feasible? Is there anything else that we can do? I mean, have we really exhausted and looked at every possible angle to make these projects more feasible? And that's for anyone. I don't.
Yeah, so in all our research and discussions today, we have not come up with anything other than sort of the aspects that we've discussed or are included here that would have a substantive difference on the outcome.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Just a clarification on the substitute motion. Can somebody read it out loud?
I think it's essentially the same as Councilmember Peralez's motion, with the exception that we're allowing staff the leeway to come back, whether through a red light, green light, yellow light thing, or just to tell us. So basically, I'm not directing them to go study these things. I'm giving them discretion to come back to tell the council that we probably don't need to study this because it doesn't make sense to, because we don't have the lever at the city, because in the city we don't do height maximums outside of urban villages or by the airport, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, to use Councilmember Jimenez's phrasing, I mean, to me, the quote-unquote dog and pony show would be to go out and study something that we know from the outset that we don't need to study.
Okay, but what is the motion? So the motion specifically is to direct staff to analyze the development standards and zoning restrictions, items 1A through E. 2, to direct staff to analyze the impact of development review, items 8 and B. And then number 3, direct staff to provide an analysis of land values. Is that correct?
Can I help?
I just want to understand.
My understanding is to subject it to the prioritization process that we always do, which is the green, yellow. There's a red in there somewhere. Yeah, there's a red in there.
3 colors, yeah.
Yeah. And so staff has the ability to tell us what's worth studying, what's not, and how much it's going to take.
So the substitute motion that is before us right now is to refer this memo to the policy prioritization process. Is that correct?
No, not the
What is
prior-
accurate then? Can you restate the actual motion? I just want to know what
They can come back to
I
us
assume
when,
that's what you meant by red, yellow, green.
Okay,
not, so the once a year priority study session? I don't think.
No,
So
well,
can, maybe Councilmember Diep can actually
Yeah.
restate
Yeah,
the
so-
actual motion?
So basically, I'm not directing them, I'm not prescribing that they go study these things. I'm saying, take a look at the list and tell us what staff believes is worth studying and go pursue it.
Okay, so to come back to council with a memo that outlines that?
They can come back to, what's dealer's pleasure? What, the full council, rules committee?
Full council?
Okay, full council.
Okay.
Come back to the full council.
we do actually have
Okay.
a process to do this, and we've been doing it for a long time.
Okay, well, but that's what the motion
Sure.
is before us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to understand, are we creating a new process, or are we just going to do what we've done for a long time, which is staff is going to tell us when they can do it, and if they can't do it right away, then we better figure out how we prioritize it.
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to stick to the process that we've had all along. All right.
And that process is to come back to the council with a memo.
No, I think that's
So that was just
prioritization.
changed. The language of the motion was just changed.
So I want to be clear, I'm not trying to send Councilmember Jimenez's, again to use his paraphrasing, his memo to die in the prioritization process. I want to give staff the flexibility, and what is the normal process, Mayor? They come back to rules?
Well, the process is staff tells us whether they have the capacity or not. And if they do and they think it's a good idea, then we say go do it.
And that's all I want. So
And that
they-
happens at Rules Committee every Wednesday, or just about. And that's
Or
a
at
prioritization
council
process.
every Tuesday.
And yes, it's a workload assessment. And by the way, it's not the place where priorities go to die, because we're actually working on two of those priorities right this moment. They're actually being done, and staff has done a very good job of getting a lot of those priorities done.
So my basic hope is to give staff the flexibility to tell the council what you can work on. Whether you tell us at the full council or at the rules or in an info memo, for all I care, I just want to know from you and give you the ability to do that. So given that we have a normal process, let's just follow that and let's not create new processes. So follow the standard workflow, come back with, tell us what you can do, and we'll move on from there.
And come back to the full council.
No, I believe that's not the normal process.
The normal process
Well,
is.
I'd like to hear it from
So
the
as
maker of the motion, because
I-
I'm confused.
I
Okay.
would not like to create a new process. I would like to follow the process that we have and follow precedent.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me check with the seconder. Seconder says yes. Okay, Councilmember Ross.
Thanks. What sounds like, I think it's resolved, but the request I was going to have, and Mayor, you did mention this earlier in the discussion as I was kind of describing why I felt this was important to analyze, that staff could come back to rules through our normal process. I don't know if you caught it or not, but you did mention as well, or council, you were sort of indifferent on that, at least when you mentioned it. You may have changed your mind now, that's fine. But I'm just, for me, I would personally like this, this response from staff to come back to the full council outside of our normal process of going to rules, only because I would like to chime in. And what I'm saying this is because I'm willing to support the motion if that's the case. I want to have an opportunity to be able to respond and weigh in on what staff says. Now, I know we have that opportunity at rules to show up to rules, and as you know, Mayor, I do show up often. Unfortunately, I have to bring my son because he's with me on that time on Wednesdays. And so, and other council members aren't necessarily fully capable of coming at those times because we're not all on that committee. So I am personally asking the maker of the motion to go outside of our normal process of coming back to rules, and I would be personally willing to support that motion if this report back from staff could come back to the full council.
I'm happy to support that. That will resolve it so we can move on. I would just point out that the Rules Committee is a committee of the whole, meaning every council member is entitled to sit in and be heard. So I don't want anyone misunderstanding. I've heard allegations that we're doing backroom deals in rules, even though it's a public hearing and it's televised. That was an interesting allegation that came up a couple weeks ago. So we have to get beyond this. This is our process. We own it. And to presume because it went to a committee that we don't happen to sit on every day doesn't mean it's not a public process that we can easily participate in. but I'm happy to have it come back to council if that'll enable us to move forward.
Thank you. And I haven't
I'll
made any
ask
of those
the maker of the motion if
allegations, so I'm not necessarily trying to say that.
I
As
know
you know,
you're not.
I participate in rules. I think this is for a different purpose, and we can't always participate, and so it's just, if you're willing to make that amendment, I am willing to support that motion.
I'm reluctant simply because I believe in precedent, and if we have a normal process, we should follow it. I don't know that anything in this memo rises to the gravity of really creating a new process, so I'll stick with going to the normal process of going to rules.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further comment? Let's vote on the motion. This is only on 4.2. We're going to come back on 4.3, which is, I believe, Councilmember Process motion. Okay, that motion passes. Let's go to 4.3, which is Councilmember Process motion. Is that right? Is there any discussion on that item? Councilmember Process, you want to repeat the motion?
There.
Yeah, let me look at your memo. So I made one change in your memorandum, which was the word ensure on recommendation 2A. I changed that to explore. And then I did move Councilmember Jimenez's memorandum. So it was both of those combined with that one change.
Okay. And so that's the motion. Okay, Councilmember, yep.
So I agree with Councilmember Jimenez that we're not reducing fees. We should be transparent, and to the extent that we open the discussion to reducing fees, the public should be involved and have the opportunity to be heard. I'm curious, I just want to ask for clarification from Councilmember Jimenez. Recommendation C on your memo, any fee and tax reductions or increases should be evaluated and considered separately from this work. I have concerns about that verbiage, simply because if staff is exploring, all fees and making the process streamlined, if they see something and there's even a suggestion that we could adopt or reject, it should just be part of the process and come back to us all at once for efficiency's sake. I think so. So would this language prevent staff from coming back and saying, you know what, we did all this studying, and then by the way, if we did this, it would be better?
Well, I'd like to hear from staff how they interpret that. I mean, what are your thoughts?
I think we're fine with recommendation C. I think the way I think about these two items, right, the study and the sort of information on feasibility really resides in kind of cost of development. What the fee framework aims to do is just to ensure that those existing fees are kind of speaking the same language and can be interpreted as a single fee. So we're not really looking at feasibility through this process at all. We're just looking at, look, if we're all on the same page and we use the same baseline assumptions, this is how it stacks up. It's just purely looking at it from that form.
Okay, if there's no concern, then there's no concern.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, I actually feel very strongly that any fees or reductions or increases should be evaluated separately from this work. I'm not looking to, support the discount city term used for San Jose. I think that, again, I supported that universal development fee because it was supposed to be fee neutral. It was supposed to provide clarity. That has been the language that we've been using for this term from the beginning. And so I think to take that out deviates from that completely.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Then we have a motion from Councilmember.
Can you repeat it?
The motion?
Yes.
Councilor Prowse?
It's the mayor's memorandum with the one edit of item 2A, instead of saying ensure, saying explore, and Councilmember Jimenez's memo.
Okay. On the motion, let's vote. I think we're almost, did everyone vote on 4.3?
No, I'm still waiting.
You're still waiting. Okay. Please vote again if you haven't voted. Fantastic, just passed. All right, we're rolling now. We're on 4.4. Inclusionary housing ordinance, proposed revisions. And we got another presentation, Jackie. And by the way, I just want to say thank you to Rachel and Chris and Kim and Jackie and everybody who've been working so hard on all these. These are long reports because it's complex, dense stuff. And just to remind everybody about our standard schedule, we do have evening session beginning at 6 to give everyone a chance to get some dinner. We'll break at 5:30. Thanks, Jackie.
Great. I'm again Jackie Morales-Ferrand, and I am the Director of Housing, and Rachel Vanderveen is still here with me. She's our Deputy Director. We're being joined by Amy Chen. Is not joining us, but she's back there. She's been our Senior Development Officer working on this project. Shasta Green is our City Attorney, and we have our consultant, David Dozimer, from KMA, who's joined us as well. I just wanted to provide a little bit of history about inclusionary housing. There are 886 jurisdictions that have an inclusionary requirement in 25 states and in the District of Columbia. New Jersey, Massachusetts, and California comes in third with a number of cities that have inclusionary. Listening to the public testimony that came earlier and hearing your conversations about the cost of development, it suddenly occurred to me that how important it was for us to acknowledge that inclusionary housing is just one tool in our affordable housing toolbox. It is not a tool that is going to solve all of our affordable housing challenges, and the reality is we actually need more tools. And so what we're trying to do here today is to try to make this tool work the best that it can. And that's our challenge. We want to try to maximize and ensure that we're getting as most as we possibly can out of the tool, but at the same time, we want to balance and make sure that market rate development can go forward. And why this is important is because inclusionary is dependent upon the development of market rate housing. For it to be an effective program, we have to ensure that the market rate development can absorb the requirement. Because absent market rate development going forward, we don't have any inclusionary. So the program, if we're successful, supports the 25,000 unit goal because it supports both the development of market rate and affordable housing development by requiring that market rate development include an affordable component in every development of a certain size. We have restructured the program to support a limited number of affordable on-site, but also to encourage the payment of an in lieu fee to allow the Housing Department to invest in developments that will provide deeper affordability so that we can serve the most vulnerable people in our community, including permanent supportive housing. The project on your right is the North Park project, which consists of 8 phases that were built between 2001 and 2007. And it included almost 2,800 market rate developments, and there were 415 affordable developments that were mixed in this particular development in North San Jose. So the Housing Department conducted outreach to developers, advocates on both the development side and the affordable side, and the general public. These meetings were held between July and September of 2019. We outreached on the potential changes and the implementation of both the transition from the Affordable Housing Impact Fee and to the new inclusionary program. We did have a consultant who worked specifically on this project, who also reached out independently to our development community in order to get as much of a response as possible. And finally, we have a developer owner property management list that the department uses to send out information on our outreach. That list has 675 companies and individuals who we send out an email to every time we have a meeting and every time we post our materials. So to remind you where this particular ordinance started, Actually, when I first arrived in San Jose, my first job was to work on this inclusionary housing ordinance, and we adopted it in 2010. And it actually did not become effective, and I think this is what's really important. We adopted it in 2010. It became effective, the for sale component, in 2016. The rental side did not turn on until 2018. So we barely have a year of the inclusionary actually being in operation because we actually grandfathered or transitioned so many of the market rate developments into the program. So just generally, our inclusionary requires a 15% set aside on projects with 20 or more units. However, I just wanted to remind the council that even though the on-site is the preferred, we do provide developers with a range of in-lieu options. And those alternative compliance options include paying a fee, which we're going to talk about today. You can produce units off-site. You can provide us land. You can rehab units. And there are other proposed alternatives, and we already allow a combination as well. So we tried to be as flexible as we could be, and frankly, it was our flexibility that allowed us to withstand all the legal challenges to the ordinance. San Jose has had a long history of inclusionary because we had an inclusionary housing policy under the redevelopment law. And that policy went into effect in 1998. And under all of those programs, we have built 1,780 affordable apartments that have restrictions as a result of our inclusionary housing, either the policy or the ordinance. The majority of those were built between 1999 and 2003, again, under our redevelopment program. The rental affordability restrictions under the policy had a range of restrictions from 30 to 50 years. And so most of the projects will return to market rate rents or sold to market rate buyers without resale controls over the next 50 years starting in 2027. Hence why we decided to look at and why we are suggesting that we should extend the period of affordability because we are going to begin to lose rent-restricted apartments in 7 years. We also have received $21 million in lieu payments. So you can see historically, most developers chose to build on site. So one of the first questions you asked us to look at was, could we apply our inclusionary ordinance to a smaller number of units in order to eliminate the housing impact fee and to bring everything under one program? So right now, the affordable housing impact fee applies to rental units between 3 and 19, and again, our current inclusionary applies to projects with 20 or more units. Our goal is to sunset the impact fee and extend the inclusionary housing ordinance to projects with 5 or more units. You actually directed us earlier to go down to 4, but we've modified our recommendation to go to 5 because we know that under the new general plan review, we want to look at encouraging developments of under 4 or less in potential single-family areas. And so we didn't want to create any obstacles to that new policy work and wanted to give it its full opportunity to proceed. So our recommendation is to start at 5 units and to increase it with a fee, a lower in lieu fee for the 5 units or more, and to scale that until we get to 19. This lowering of the unit threshold would also bring the inclusionary housing ordinance to be applicable to for sale projects because the impact fee only applied to rentals. So now both for sale and rentals would go all the way down to 5 units. The other change that we are recommending is we want to maintain the 15% set aside, but we want to broaden the income targets. Our current income targets are at 9% at 80 and 6% at 50, and we are proposing 5% at 100, 5% at 60, and 5% at 50%. And again, I just want to emphasize the inclusionary housing ordinance really our primary goal is to try to have the developer to do the 15% on-site. That's our baseline requirement. But again, as I've mentioned earlier, we do provide developers several options in how they might meet their affordable requirement. And one of the reasons we decided to go up to the 100% is because we know that we've been very challenged in producing housing now at the moderate income targets. And when we first looked at RENA a few years ago, we actually had no units at 100% of the area median income. And so again, trying to make this tool the most effective for the right income levels, we believe providing some at moderate would be something that our market rate developers would be able to achieve, and it would help to serve a population that we don't have funding for. We have very, very limited funding for this population. So again, to remind you of our goals as we were thinking through how we might propose to make changes, we want to encourage market rate development and to include some on-site affordability, but we also believe we should be trying to generate resources for affordable housing. And why we want to generate resources for affordable housing is because we know that we can invest it in our nonprofit and for-profit developers who do affordable housing, and we can most likely reach much deeper levels of affordability. And we understand that that's where many people in our community are mostly challenged at. And so if we can produce housing lower than the 50s, we can do 40s and 30s in permanent supportive housing with the funding we receive, that we can potentially achieve two goals through this change. So how we're doing this is by restructuring the in lieu fee option. So the current in lieu fee option is a per unit fee. So there are 100 units, we take 20% of that, and the developer owes us 20 units. It's an increase from the 15 to the 20 because you're not providing the units on site. And so there's a higher percentage set aside. So we multiply the 20 units by the $125,000, which is our current in lieu fee, and the developer would owe the housing department $2.5 million. We're now proposing, the council asked us to look at, could we convert that per unit into a square footage? And so we are proposing to change to a square footage. The example here is what we've seen as the average size for a 1.5 bedroom apartment. And so here we have a 900 square foot apartment, 100 units. And we multiply that by a $43 square footage in lieu fee, and now the fee is $3.8 million. So there were actually two things we changed here. So we changed the fee to a per unit to a square footage, but we also changed the methodology of how we were calculating the in lieu fee. So under the current ordinance, we calculate it based on what's the cost for the housing department to replace the unit. The $125,000 cost, which is what the in lieu fee is now, is actually capped by the city council. When we actually did the original calculation, it was closer to about $180,000, but the city council placed a cap on it. Our proposed methodology is the gap of what it is that a market rate developer can charge and what the affordable housing unit would charge. And so it's an affordable gap instead of what we would need to replace the unit. So we actually did two changes here. But because we want to create an opportunity for developers to actually build some portion of the units on site and to still provide an in lieu fee, we are offering a mixed compliance option. So this example shows that the developer would most likely choose to provide the units at the higher tier. So 5% at 100%, and in this case, the developer would provide 5 units. And in addition to that, the developer would pay an in lieu fee. And the in lieu fee is $17.60 a square foot. So the total cost would be whatever it is to produce those 5 units, plus the $1.5 million that they would owe in the in lieu fee. So as you can see, that's lower than the $43 that the developer would have paid just strictly in lieu or providing the 15% on site. And again, so what this gets us is some units on site and then our ability to collect a fee, which allows us to generate more affordable housing at a lower AMI. We're also proposing, consistent with what you heard earlier, to geographically target areas because, as you've learned through our morning session or late afternoon session, that San Jose has a diverse range of neighborhoods with very different economic conditions and with individual local housing markets. We are proposing the creation of different areas in the city to ensure that market rate developments can go forward, but also to provide some flexibility to address the individual needs of each of our diverse neighborhoods. So we're proposing in West San Jose that currently has rents that are high enough to support the current development costs and generate profit levels consistent with the expectation of developers and investors. And therefore, we're proposing that we implement the ordinance as we've proposed with no changes. So to clarify, they would have the 15% requirement, or they could alternatively pay the $43 per square foot, or take the advantage of our mixed compliance option. Citywide, outside of the downtown high-rise, we are proposing a fee of $18.26 per square foot. And we landed on the $18 because that is the same fee that 19 developers are paying under the Affordable Housing Impact Fee program, and 2 of those developers have already paid the fee. The developments have agreements that demonstrate that the market can absorb this fee, and these developments are located across the city. The Housing Department would report back in January and assess if it would be necessary to make any other fee adjustments to support the construction of market rate development. In the downtown, we are proposing a $0 per square foot fee for the downtown because our studies have shown that the high-rise can't support any fee, and it would make high-rises infeasible. And so in order to continue to encourage this type of development in the city, we're recommending, again, that it be set at $0. Council also asked us to consider this question of clustering. You might remember in District 1, we had a development who came forward and offered to produce their affordable units, which in a second building such as this. So the red units are the market rate developments, the yellow units are the affordable units, and in that particular development, there was actually a connection between the 2 buildings. The developer wanted to provide 15% off-site, and we said no, because the development did not disperse the units. Our proposal now is if that development wanted to come forward and pull all of their affordable units into a building next door, that they would be allowed to do so as long as their financing required them to do it. So I think this is really important. So in this case, under our proposal, the 15% development is going to be financed by either tax credits or some bond program that requires that the units be pulled off, and we would accept that as an option under the proposed changes. We would not, I just wanted to be clear, accept a proposal where the developer said, I just want to pull off the 15% of the units, but there's no need for my financing to do it. I just want them to be segregated by income, and we would say no. So if there's no need to because of the financing, we would like to see the units integrated. We do understand that the important piece of this is that the affordable residents who live in those residences have an opportunity to enjoy the same amenities as the market rate development does. And those amenities mean that they have access to potentially better schools, parks, transportations, and jobs, all within the same neighborhood. And that's really what why we're supporting this change. The other change that we're recommending is that our current restrictions go for 55 years for rental and 45 years for homeownership. And those were similar to what redevelopment law required. We simply adopted those guidelines. However, most cities have imposed longer requirements of affordability to maximize the public benefit of inclusionary housing requirements. As a result, we are proposing a 99-year restriction. This change will allow us to extend the period of affordability as long as possible. This is important because we will begin to see the lifting of restrictions in 7 years on the original apartments that were built under the inclusionary housing policy. We know that it will be impossible to extend these restrictions and that they will be lost forever. Grounded Solutions Network, a national nonprofit supporting affordable housing programs, surveyed 330 inclusionary housing programs nationwide and found that more than 1/3 of the cities use affordability restrictions lasting 99 years or longer. There's also a clear trend of cities moving from shorter affordability periods to longer periods as policymakers across the country have recognized the value of preserving these units over the long term. And finally, the question has been posed on how this increase will impact the financing of developments. We completed interviews with both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac when we worked on our moderate income housing programs. Both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac represent a significant amount of permanent financing for the rental housing development, and their underwriting standard assumes a 10 to 15-year period when the original loan will be refinanced, and therefore the extension to a 99-year restriction does not impact the primary financing mechanism used by an overwhelming majority of developers, because they have to refinance in 10 to 15 years, and that fell within our original 55-year restriction. So extending it really has no impact on that. We also have another full list of changes that we're making that were detailed in our memo, which include, I went over briefly, a change to the methodology, clarifying how we look at offsite projects. We clarified that co-living does fall under inclusionary, and we made some modifications to provide greater definition. We're allowing our developments to change their tenure, meaning sometimes they come to us and say they're going to be for sale, but then they end up being rental. And currently, they've been locked into those decisions. Now we're allowing them to move across them. And then we do believe that it's important to evaluate the park fee and to provide the same credit for 100% income-restricted units that currently enjoy a 50% credit for the 80s. We want to extend that to 100, but we understand we need to do more work on that between now and when we return. I just wanted to highlight the work that we understand has to be completed that we did not define in this memo, because it's important that we work with our departments, including the Office of Economic Development, Parks, Transportation, and those areas that we still need to define, and with the community. I heard that loud and clear. We need to get the community engaged in this, which is to define what these geographic areas mean, establish how to apply the square footage fee, and to identify an index that we would all use that we would adjust our fees to. Part of the work of the universal development fee concept is that we're applying things consistently across the departments. So I hate to admit it, but there have been times when the housing department has defined things differently than the planning department or someone else, and it's confusing for our developers. And so what we're really trying to do here is to ensure that we have consistent definitions, and it just makes it so much easier for our customers, which include the broad development community. So finally, our next steps are we're going to draft an ordinance, we're going to complete more outreach, we're going to complete our implementation guidelines with a goal to return to the City Council by the end of the fiscal year. I just wanted to thank the entire team that has worked closely with the Housing Department in order to achieve these recommendations. We don't do them in isolation, but we do work with the other departments, including our newly established Housing Catalyst team, which has been instrumental in ensuring that we have this consistent voice. So with that, we will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie, and thank you to, again, all the members of that team. This is a long report for a good reason. It's because it's hard, it's complex, and these issues aren't simple. So I appreciate all the effort to get here. Several members of the community would like to speak. Eddie Trong, Dominic Boitano, Salvador Bustamante, Matthew Reed, and Jeffrey Buchanan. Come on down. As I said earlier, we'll break at about 5:30 for dinner, and then we'll resume at 6 o'clock. Hi, welcome. Come on down. That's okay. We'll take you.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dominic Boitano. I'm with Robeson Homes. We're a privately held, family-owned local home builder here in San Jose. I'm here to express 3 potential concerns with the direction of the IHO revisions. First, at a high level, we're concerned about what significantly higher fees might mean for the production of family-oriented housing, single-family homes in San Jose. Quoting your own analysis, the proposed fee of $25 a foot for for-sale housing results in a 120% increase on the inclusionary fee load for a single-family home, approximately $46,000 a unit. That's a big number and would impact the economic viability of basically any home building project that was burdened with that fee. Couple that fee number with the change to the applicability of under 19 units, and we believe you'd be creating disruption to the home building business in the city. We understand trying to incentivize smaller units and housing production, and that makes perfect sense to us. But instead of penalizing traditional housing options, we suggest the following changes be considered. We think you should consider leaving projects with less than 19 units exempt. Allow for the continued infill development on small sites throughout the city where infrastructure already exists, services already exist, and where housing at lower densities is generally appropriate. 2, we would suggest a cap on the amount of inclusionary in lieu fees equivalent to the existing fee. This would incentivize production of smaller units without penalizing traditional housing. Our second concern is that some of the incentives would apply only to rental housing and not to for sale housing. Specifically, the park impact in lieu fee credits and the mixed compliance option ought to have a for sale housing option as well. And frankly, your underlying policy considerations would be well served by doing so. Third and finally, we are concerned about the lack of discussion about ADUs. ADUs are affordable by design, provide a market-based solution to the housing crisis. We think ADUs should be exempt from any new inclusionary housing fees. And we think that ADUs should be considered somehow in the park impact in lieu fee credit and mixed compliance option. They are a market-based affordable housing solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. We are the region's premier business advocacy organization representing nearly 1,200 companies and our 300,000 local workers. And we represent our membership as the region's largest chamber of commerce. The SVO believes that I'm here today to support the staff recommendation for the inclusionary housing ordinance. We believe that the recommendations are a step in the right direction. Specifically, we believe that this provides a range of options, a menu of options to provide extremely low income to moderate income homes and provides that flexibility to do so. Specifically, we applaud the recommendation to include a mixed compliance option to build 5% moderate income homes to be paired with a reduced $17.60 per square foot fee. Furthermore, we support the approach of the phased implementation strategy that is sensitive to geographic area for the IHO in lieu fee structure. We do have some constructive feedback and to improve upon the policy. First, we believe that the $43 per square foot fee is too high, again, for most parts of San Jose. We really need to look into lowering that fee. Second, we suggest including a mixed compliance option for other parts of San Jose outside of West San Jose as well. We could apply a similar 60% fee reduction in parts of East San Jose and others to incentivize the production of moderate income homes. Third, we should tie the transition for the phased implementation strategy to a units produced goal instead of an arbitrary timeline of 3 years. The development cycle for a particular high-rise could be 39 months or longer. And so the city should tie the transition to a housing unit goal. With all these feedback, we just want to submit to the council. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Welcome, Matt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Reed. I work for Silicon Valley at Home. First, we want to express our strong support for the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. It's a tool intended to create both affordable housing and mixed income communities. And the city fought all the way to the Supreme Court to ensure that the inclusionary housing ordinance was available. And we were pleased when it finally became effective for rental housing developments last year. As you've heard today, we're in a challenging residential market, and we support the revision to the IHO as recommended by the Housing Department staff, provided that the fees are reconsidered once the residential construction market improves. We did not come to this position easily, but we participated in stakeholder meetings and reviewed the careful analysis conducted by staff. Despite the negative situation outlined in the cost studies, some residential development is moving forward and there is an active pipeline. We believe staff has identified the sweet spot that will allow development to proceed and continue to generate funds for affordable housing. We support the staff's proposal for the following reasons. First, it recognizes the current high cost of development and is flexible to adjust to the market as it changes. It holds firm on the basic structure and intent of the ordinance, maintaining the 15% affordability requirement and alternative compliance options. Finally, it will incentivize the integration of affordable units on site. Both the mixed compliance model and the additional flexibility for development adjacent properties offer new promise to realizing these original goals. We are facing challenges. Some of the city's tools are not working as expected. We're falling behind on our goals. Council needs to commit to supporting new tools, including a robust commercial linkage fee and a resource-generating ballot measure, which will come before you in the coming months. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. After our next speaker is Michelle Huttenhoff, Catherine Hedges, Jeff Christina, Larry Ames, and Robert Aguirre.
Mayor and Council, good evening. I worry that today, in the middle of a historic housing crisis, when we stand more than $520 million short of our affordable housing goals, especially for low-income housing, that we're proposing changes that will both set us back further and really refocus our limited resources on some of the types of housing that perhaps the market is producing now and perhaps we need to incentivize the least. Today, the AHIF and the IHO's in lieu fees account for the largest source of funding in our affordable housing investment plan, but yet the deep cuts that are proposed here, between 20 and even 100% of fees that we would expect to collect, are likely to set us back further. For the strongest markets in this construct, areas that could bear a fee load of $43 a square foot, I believe the mixed compliance option of prioritizing moderate income housing not only will result in a huge loss of affordable housing fees for low income and extremely low income units, but will really disincentivize investments in plans, whether it be adjacent or off-site, where we could get more units at deeper levels of affordability and sooner. I would really encourage staff to look at reworking that moderate income mixed use or mixed compliance option. I think it is the most dangerous idea within this proposal. Similarly, when it comes to the moderate markets that are defined, the cuts to the we're not only suggesting taking the AHIF today, we're saying taking the AHIF from 1 year back. We're suggesting that developers, instead of paying at building permit, that they be able to delay fee payments by 2 or 3 years. If developers can pay the AHIF today, it's a different fee than 1826 that we should be looking at for those markets. Also, when we look at markets, it's clear from the data that mid-rise apartments in the downtown could probably bear the whole $43 fee load. They probably should be in that strong market. The choices of submarkets need to be re-examined. Certainly with BART coming in to areas like Dearden and North San Jose and elsewhere, let's look at where we should be looking at this. Right now, this current analysis is too restrictive. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of San Jose City Council. Michelle Huttenhoff, San Jose Policy Director at SPUR. We're excited to be here today. Spur stands in support of the staff recommendation to update the inclusionary housing ordinance. The proposed ordinance provides the city with the necessary tools to support the creation and implementation of affordable housing. The feasibility and cost studies show the severe challenges our region is facing in producing affordable housing. The ordinance put forward provides a set of policies that are in line with current market conditions and the realities of the high cost of construction and development. Staff has done a remarkable job working alongside policy groups to construct these sets of recommendations. While we fully support the passing of this ordinance, we recommend that staff update the fee structure as residential market conditions change over time. And we urge the City Council to consider any and all additional measures and opportunities to help finance and deliver affordable housing throughout San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, Council, thank you for having me today. I'm Jeff Christina, and I'm here to support the staff recommendation, and hopefully you can take a look at the $43 a square foot aspect of it, because when you're looking at the $43 a square foot, I noticed that it was compared to some of the other cities. And in the last report, it was mentioned that, you know, if you compare the other cities like was it Cupertino and Sunnyvale, their rates are much higher because they're able to get a higher return. And the whole idea of that is they are also failing in their housing development. All of the cities in the county are failing in their housing development. Pretty much the whole state is failing in its housing development. So no matter who you're going to compare yourself to apples, or you're comparing yourself to a failure, and that's not going to be efficient. And I'd like to just give a quote from Scott Bayer on Opportunity Now. He's quoted as saying, "Is just discourages development. Developers will find that the required below-market set-asides make it very hard for a project to pencil out and have good enough return to attract funding. Second, it raises the cost of the market rate housing as developers have to make up for the loss on the available units with market rate units. So the market rate tenants end up paying the difference." Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Larry.
Hi, I'm still Larry Ames. I'm here because this time parks are explicitly impacted by one little line in this passageway here. Message B there. It says that consider extending park impact in lieu fee credits to 100% of the AMI rental units, which it says would result in 50 to 75% reduction in the level of park fees collected. The median, that's the average, half the people in the city have less than the median, half have more than the median. So you're saying give this for half the people in the city. Now for the richer half of the people in the city, they're probably buying houses. So that means that this thing is applying to the majority of the new apartments being built in the city. You're saying have reduced park fees for the majority of all new apartments in the city. These people need parks also. They don't have their backyards. They don't have places. They need the city parks. And so for the health and welfare of our current and future residents, please do not shortchange our residents here. Do not give away the park fees.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Hedges. After Ms. Hedges and Mr. Geary, I have Christine Maybury, Sal Caruso, Mark Lazzarini, and Allison. Allison, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce or read your last name. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and the council and the housing department. And am I close enough?
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm really concerned about the cuts to the fees, especially the on-site combination in lieu fee that's cut back so much because, you know, as I said earlier, with the increasing costs of building affordable housing, collecting in lieu, even less in lieu fees, when the costs are going up, I don't know how we're going to make our affordable housing targets. The rest of the provisions sound good, especially extending the period of affordability, but cutting the fees back so much just seems like a giveaway to developers that's going to shortchange our funds available for building affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Robert Aguirre here. Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak right now. So I'd like to just say that I think we need to have more incentives to build affordable housing. It's the one type of housing that we're lacking the most of, especially extremely low income. And I think by reducing the fees to zero on the downtown area is a real disservice. I think what we are ending up creating downtown is a kind of an elitist neighborhood where only people that can afford market rate will be able to live there. And we have a lot of people currently living in this area that are houseless. And as you know, it's a major problem. So in lieu of that, why don't we allow them to have a place where they can be, such as a sanctioned encampment? And I know that's not on the table right now, but you know, we're trying to be creative about the stuff that we do. And there's a large number of people that have absolutely no place to live, and they just keep being moved around from place to place. And it's time that we stop doing that. It's time that we start addressing the problem that exists today. So I suggest that. I also would like to see more fees collected so that we can actually start building some of these affordable housing units. And the fact that we're reducing the number of housing units from 20% to 15% is also going to further reduce the number of housing units. And the fact that if somebody moves out, it's going to turn back into market rate. We're going to be losing even more housing units as a result of that. So I certainly appreciate the 99-year. That is also going to help us keep or maintain some of the affordable housing. But we need to consider the situation that we're facing right now. And that is many more people are becoming houseless as a result of not being able to pay the high exorbitant rents that we have. And market rate is fine for people that can afford it, but it's not affordable to most people. So I strongly suggest that you reconsider not charging the downtown area, and let's take advantage of it, because they're going to be building there anyway. I mean, that's the area that's really hot, and the property values are skyrocketing, and particularly in the downtown area, and that's something we need to do.
Thanks, Robert.
So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. Reading from the excerpt of the staff report, given current high construction costs, a typical high-rise development in downtown San Jose is not financially feasible. With the current high level of development costs, average rents would need to increase by 20% to $4.80 per net square foot, or $3,840 per unit monthly, for the development to be feasible given current costs. And in the report from staff, it says it may require a few years of favorable trends, continued strong rental markets, combined with flat development costs. Added to the flat development costs, I would say that what is needed is a reduction in fees, not flat, not level, but reduction. Comparing ourselves to San Francisco or LA, as the market study did, is pointing to other areas that are having equal crisis as we are. If we are to look towards something that is a successful model, we should look to a city that is succeeding in its objectives of creating housing at a rate that a market can sustain. We are not. We're at less than 50% of what the market is needed right now. And every city that we're pointing to is, oh, they're charging $43, so we should charge $43. We can justify all these fees. Remember, human nature, we can justify any position we wish. We can point to an example and say, that works. They're doing it. We should do it too. What I am saying is, let's be innovative. This is Silicon Valley. You are all brilliant individuals. I've worked with you all. Look outside of the box and say, can we offer incentives? If you provide the 15% affordable housing on site, we will give you a 30% density bonus. Think about it. Incentivize success. If you're trying to create affordable housing, the 15% on site, make it happen. Incentivize the development community and saying, hey, you're going to provide it? Let me give you an incentive to do so. Rather than saying, oh, on top of that, we're going to then charge you an additional inclusionary fee because we want more money to come over here. Earlier this morning, you stated that you're not able to find sites to build the affordable units. So if you can't find the sites, but meanwhile are taking all of these inclusionary fees, to what good is this all happening?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to say I'm in support of Councilmember Arenas' memo on keeping 20%
Mr.
units
Lazzarini,
and less
welcome.
outside of this inclusionary fee.
Mr. Lazzarini, thank you. After Mr. Lazzarini is Allison looks like Tennyson, Nasim Nouri. There's a person who did not submit a name, Tessa Woodmansee, and Marcy Kirsten.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Lazzarini with Dow Properties. I want to share with you 3 takeaways I have from the studies, some experience, observations on today's reports and the hearing. Developing housing has or is becoming marginal in the city, as a marginal enterprise in the city of San Jose. 2, land values have not decreased in the face of higher fees and higher housing costs. And 3, in today's environment, only exceptional projects or projects with subsidies or incentives have a chance of succeeding. Now, I want to focus on the area of small infill single family, as shared with you from a letter from one of our not so junior partners, Chuck Davidson, who's been a builder, owner, and champion of affordable housing. And we conclude charging inclusionary fees on small infill will discourage investments in the neighborhoods where it's needed to complete a city and to fix problem parcels. Staff's current proposal, even with a sliding scale, doesn't take into fact that parcels have issues. They might have toxic soils, incomplete infrastructure, odd-shaped, inefficient, adjacent to riparian areas that need restoration, surrounded by older single-family homes, require multiple jurisdiction approvals, and may require up to 6 years to process and deliver. Such was a project that we did recently for 8 homes in Almaden, which met all those above issues and requirements. The performer that was used in the study was a generic one, and it didn't really apply to a real-world situation like the ones I just described. So we'd ask that you consider keeping an exemption for the small lot, single-family projects of 19 units or less to incentivize us to go in and to redevelop some of these parcels which are infill for a reason, they have problems, and to make it a worthwhile enterprise for us and for the neighborhoods and improving them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Gotta make sure you're awake.
Please don't tap on the mic.
Sorry.
Thank
I
you.
thought I would be the last word you would get before dinner, so you'd have something to think about while you're eating. How dare you take away money for affordable housing? Do you know the testimonies that you hear today are the lucky ones? Do you know there's already people who have already left because they have to fit in their schedules? They have lives outside of waiting outside while you guys talk and talk and talk. I work 40 hours a week. Do you think that's lucky? I don't think so. We need more affordable housing. We don't need you guys to take it away. San Jose has what? Some of the worst homelessness in the Bay Area compared to Oakland? The more time you spend here talking and talking and talking, the more people are evicted and displaced from their homes. I hope you think about that too over dinner, because while you're hungry right now, imagine that. Imagine that being your only problem.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello there. I'm Wilson, and I currently work in one of the programs called Renters' Right under the VIDA department. I've been working on housing issues since last year, and I'm an intern there. I do want to address my appeal today. First, half of the students in Dienza are San Jose students, and 65% of the students face housing insecurity issues. I currently live in Cupertino. As a tenant in Cupertino, I witnessed the skyrocketing of housing price in past year. In last year, December, the rental was less than $4,000 for a 3-bedroom and 2-bathroom apartment. But right after my contract expired, the new rental suddenly rose to $4,900. That was a huge difference for me. Then I have to move out and find a new place to live. And that was a really tough time for me. And I cannot even find a place to live with a reasonable price at there. So here's the consequence when you cut down the fund for affordable housing. More and more people will lose their current place for living, as I did, and it's gonna be a lot of trouble for them. So I think we need to protect tenants in San Jose, which offers most of the DNC students can have a place for living. Then that's my testimony. I hope you guys will consider about it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Naseem Nouri. I'm here with the Green Party of Santa Clara County. I've actually waited since April to come talk with you about Ellis Act, but since it's been delayed, I'd like to make a brief comment about the inclusionary housing discussion we're having. It's a great name. I don't think it's very inclusionary. I am extremely disappointed that staff is recommending to add a loophole on top of a loophole. We should have no in lieu of fees. In lieu of fees were a handout to developers that allows them not to follow our requirements for affordable housing. We have not met any of our goals for truly affordable housing in this city, nor in Santa Clara County. And just to consider even making the situation worse is inexcusable. It truly is, and it is not serving your constituents. You walk over these people every day to walk through the streets of your city. It is incredibly disappointing to see this not only being proposed, but being considered to go further and even removing what little fees developers are responsible for. We don't need to build elsewhere. We need to build in the city where the people who are having kids can stay here. They can raise their families here, and people can create jobs here. We're pushing people away, and in their place, we're having those massive high rises. This discussion by developers has been about how do we incentivize the market? How do we create more profit? That discussion doesn't belong here. How do you put more roofs over people's heads? That's what you all should be talking about. That's what we want you to talk about, because the people who can't be here because they're working their second jobs, that's what they care about. I've never been more compelled to remind you all that the seats you're in right now are not yours. They are ours. And we need you to remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Alvarado. I'm sorry?
I think I'm the no-name guy.
Yeah, you're the no-name? Okay. Well, I know your name, Jaime, so
Okay.
welcome.
Yeah, my name is Jaime Alvarado. I think I forgot to fill it out. Well, I mean, hello to all of you, and hello to all city staff. I'm going to be critical, but I do want to start out by saying that, like, within the world of housing development, and particularly affordable housing development, I think you all do some of the best work around the country. I really do. I know this stuff really is rocket science, and I applaud you for the work that you do. The problem is you're working with an existing paradigm that you've inherited from how housing works in our country. And so because of that, at the end of the day, it feels like Donald Trump's reaction to climate change. You know what I mean? It feels like you're talking smart, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna make a bit of a difference to the people who are suffering the most by the housing crisis here in San Jose. Our neighborhoods are jam-packed with families crowded together, multiple families living in crowded homes that are meant for one family. And the development that you guys are discussing, all the tools that you have available to you, they're just tools, like it's been said earlier, right? But unfortunately, what results from those, for the most part, is simply more and more gentrification and more displacement of the low-income communities in our city. That's because the rules of the game are such. And in spite of your best efforts and your intentions, really what results is displacement of neighborhoods across our city. And so what we really need is a whole new approach. You all can be much more innovative than that. And one thing in particular, commit 100% of your housing funds to the development of housing for the real low-income families in the city of San Jose. Those are the people who are under assault and suffering every day because of the status quo. I encourage you to find a way to step back and look at how do you just change the approach entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Marcy Gersten and Tessa Woodmansee.
Good evening. Thanks. My name's Marcy Gersten. I'm going to echo some of the themes you just heard. I do work with PACT, People Acting in Community Together, and I actually wasn't going to speak today. I actually was going to support some PACT leaders who were going to speak from their heart and from their situation, but they couldn't come because of sick family members, work obligations, et cetera. But they had the same questions, the same plea, basically, to you. They wanted to say to you, do what it takes to help them. They are barely hanging in there. They're always nervous. Their rent is too high, and they're at risk. They're at risk of having to move or not having a home. One in particular asks me every time I see her, where is the affordable housing being built? Can they use modular housing? Will that make it go faster? They ask, how can we make the affordable housing get built quicker? They all essentially want you to do whatever you can to build more affordable housing as quickly as possible to cover those most in need. VLI, ELI, those folks, we heard this is only one tool, but it's a very important tool. It is time to integrate or streamline these two programs that are trying to get to the same issue, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that staff put into it, but it is not time to prioritize the building of luxury apartments and buildings, and not time to prioritize profits of developers at the expense of affordable housing, working families, and vulnerable populations of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woodmansee?
Oh, thank you. In terms of, I guess I can start my quotes. Rex Tillerson, executive of ExxonMobil, he says, let me see, what did I say? What happened to that? Okay, resilient, well, so he says here, right, that there's this natural tension between that desire for growth and fixing climate change. And that's really the challenge that policymakers and legislators are confronted with. And the other issue was resiliency, is what our very wise mayor said, is that resiliency is the key word for every local community. So resiliency, as we faced the shutdown of our essential electricity, and that's the issues that we are facing, is that we need to build resilient communities. And your general plan that has put in risk has said that we have to have economic development, that we need to have development, all commercial properties should stay commercial, so that we could bolster the pocketbooks of our city. And that's where it is brought to our neighborhood, the historic Garden Alameda, the development of a 5-story hotel. And that the issues that we're dealing with today of displacement and of sea level rise, where we have to provide housing, and we need to create resilient communities. So your general plan needs to be changed, and to prioritize housing, to prioritize building of strong neighborhoods. We need resilient communities, and that comes from not saying that profit. We have to put people over profit, and that's where we need a general plan change. And we're looking forward to the 2020 general plan amendments that will prioritize housing and not to prioritize profit. That isn't the job of our government. Our government is to protect us from harm, not economic development, and not bolstering your pocketbooks either.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the members of the community who came out to speak. We're going to come back at 6 o'clock for council discussion. Thank you. Everyone, welcome. Welcome, come on in and join us. We're going to resume the evening meeting and actually continue the afternoon meeting of November 5th. I had believed we had closed public testimony on the inclusionary housing ordinance item. In fact, a person who came to speak on an earlier item and asked specifically to speak on the subsequent item then sat down and I failed to call her, and that's Pat Saucedo. And I wanted to allow Pat the opportunity to come back to speak on this item, and then we'll resume with our previously scheduled program. Welcome, Pat.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon. You know, let me first say, on behalf, I'm here, Pat Saucedo with BIA Bay Area, and I may share some thoughts that a lot of folks don't agree with, but I think it's important for BIA to share their perspective on this. But first, I did want to say, BIA really appreciates the work of staff, you know, and it's a lot of reports and a lot of reading and a lot of memos, and these are really challenging, difficult, complex issues that overlap. So, you know, we recognize how difficult this issue is, and thank you, staff, and thank you for council for giving us time to talk. BIA has reviewed the studies, the memos, and the analyses that we've received over the last few days, as you, with the city's housing crisis work plan goal of producing 10,000 affordable and 15,000 market rate residential units by 2022. With the city's housing crisis goals in mind, BIA believes the current KMA report on the cost of housing attests to, candidly, the failure of the AHIF and the inclusionary to produce any substantive levels of housing, either affordable or market rate. With 107 affordable housing units built and approximately $32 million in fees collected, the program's not working. Now, granted, I know it's been evolving over the last few years, and I know earlier there were comments about quite a number of units built under redevelopment inclusionary, but redevelopment was a different animal than what we're talking about today. Redevelopment built all the public infrastructure, not the development community, so keep that in mind. The recommendation to increase the inclusionary in lieu fee to $43 a square foot from 28 for multifamily, we believe is just really not only a non-starter, but a big mistake, to say the least. It will continue to constrain the building of new housing. At $43 a square foot, San Jose's in lieu fee will be significantly higher than the fee charged by communities around here: Santa Clara, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Fremont, Milpitas. Raising the city's in lieu fee contradicts the stated goal that the city wants to produce multifamily housing that's affordable for middle and lower income families.
Thanks, Pat.
Am I done already? Oh, but I have so much more to say. At any rate, we appreciate the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to continuing working with the staff on this difficult issue.
Thank you, Pat. All right. So now we've closed public hearing on that portion of that item. We're going to take up some ceremonial items because I know several members of the community are here for those items. First, Councilmember Arenas will join me at the podium. We're going to present a proclamation recognizing Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. You know what? We may have a change in schedule. Let me try another one. Okay. Councilmember Foley, well, why don't you start? Please join me. We're going to present a commendation to the 2019 District 9 All-Stars, Don Berger, Karen Adamski, and Michael Malillo. And I couldn't help but notice that our former District 9 council member, Judy Churko, is in the house. Welcome back, Judy. Great to have you here. And if you're welcome, Judy, to stay until midnight because the rest of us are going to be here.
If the D9 star recipients could come forward. The point of a commendation is to shed light on the good work that is being done by unsung heroes throughout the city. Today, I'm delighted to bring back a series of commendations that was originated by Vice Mayor Judy Churko. She created an award that brought attention to regular folks doing inspiring work. She called this award the District 9 Star. She inspired many others to seek higher office and inspires me every day to do good work, to be thoughtful and respectful. Today, I'm delighted to relaunch the D9 Star program, recognize 3 individuals for their outstanding contributions to our district, and equally delighted that Vice Mayor Judy Churko is in the audience this evening. Before I introduce the recipients, a little background on their selection. We asked our D9 residents for nominations. The nominations were inspiring and heartfelt. We easily could have given these commendations to each of the nominees. We were looking for residents that inspired kindness and a strong commitment and dedication to helping others. We hope to continue Vice Mayor Judy Churko's legacy by continuing to recognize inspiring D9 residents throughout my years as council member. First, I'm going to introduce each of them and give you a little bit about why they are so inspiring. First is Don Berger. Don was nominated by the one and only former Vice Mayor Judy Churko for his dedication to bettering his community by spending over 20 years of valuable volunteer work on the Cambrian Little League. Don's selfless commitment has kept the children of our community safe by ensuring all equipment and fields are properly maintained. Don views no job as too big nor too small. Whether he is tasked with purchasing snack shack supplies, really important, or fixing old equipment, Don is dependable and always willing to help the league succeed. Don Berger tirelessly works to ensure a positive experience for all the players and all the parents at the Cambrian Little League athletic field. Congratulations to Don Berger, and thank you for your service. And we're going to get a group picture of this afterwards. Next, I'd like to introduce you all to Karen Adamski. Karen was nominated by her neighbor, Vicky Bose Mock. Karen's anonymously hand-painted signs of everyday encouragement have brought many smiles to her neighborhood. Her signs say, "Pay it forward," "Love," "Sing," "Enjoy." Doesn't want to make you drive down her street and see these signs? It does me. On top of that, Karen has made a commitment to brighten her neighborhood through her wonderful contributions to the Art Box project and Karen's lending library, among her many other thoughtful creations, displays her giving and welcoming spirit that inspires other members of her community to give back to those in need. Karen focuses her time and energy on spreading positivity through her joyful art and her compassionate, kind attitude towards everyone around her. Congratulations to Karen for being named a 2019 District 9 Star, and thank you for your contributions to our neighborhood. And the third recipient is Michael Malillo. Michael has worked diligently to unify the Valley View Reed community through robust public outreach efforts and by the formation of the Valley View Reed Neighborhood Association. Michael put forth tremendous efforts to make the first National Night Out event at Palmore Park a huge success and cultivated a friendly environment for neighbors to meet and make lasting connections. Michael Malillo's dedication to public education and support for student enrichment is seen in his advocacy to expand opportunities in the arts and in his active participation in the Reed Parent Teachers Association. I'm honored to call Michael a friend and honored to recognize Michael as a 2019 District 9 Star. Congratulations. Please an applause for the District 9 Stars, and congratulations and thank you for the tremendous work you do in our community.
award just got sweeter. Chocolate stars are back. Everyone's going to want to move to District 9 now. All right. Thank you all for your volunteer work. Okay. Please, Councilmember Peralta. Oh, here we go. Yes, Councilmember Reyes will be here to present and recognize Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. And if members of the community would mind coming down and joining us, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the 8th consecutive year that we've recognized the Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. And I will keep my comments really short so they can share more of a testimony themselves. We celebrate their legacy and impact of the Sikh American community during this month, and we aim to highlight the unique stories and experiences of Sikh Americans and extend our appreciation for their legacy of contributions to our city and our communities. And in District 8, we have the largest Gurdwara outside of India, and the Golden Temple resides out in Evergreen, and I'm just extremely proud to be part of this district, and I look forward to celebrating a lot more Sikh awareness and appreciation days. And I believe you have some comments prepared, correct? Wonderful.
Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you, everyone. This is a very special month for our community. This is also celebrated over whole of California as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. And another very important thing for us this month is that it's the 550th birth of our founder, Guru Nanak. One of his central messages was the unity of whole mankind and whole creation. We are all children of the same God and all connected to each other, and we need to learn ourselves to treat each one with same respect as we would like ourselves to be treated. So this is a very special month for us, and we have a week-long celebration in our Gurdwara. Gurdwara is our place of worship in Evergreen on 3636 Gurdwara Avenue. And you are all welcome to join us there. We have very special programs on Sundays, November 10th, and as well as on 17th, and a lot of free food and good food. So you're all welcome to join us there in this celebration. Guru Nanak actually was a very proactive person. He traveled over 30,000 kilometers on foot, and in those about 500 years ago, and went to various places, met the various religious leaders from different faiths, and had a good dialogue with them, and kind of promoted interfaith understanding and talking to each other to solve any issues there might be. So you'll all be welcome if you come to our Gurdwara during this week, especially on the Sundays. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Perales Welcome. Our final commendation will be to Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley for 5 years of empowering homeless youth and serving our young people toward professional growth. Welcome, and thank you for your work.
All right, it's my pleasure. And we have joining us here the Executive Director from Stand Up for Kids, Michelle Huntsinger, and we also have Mario Rocha, I believe, is it Michelle Cabana? Michelle Cabana, Kristen Taylor, and Rob Lindo. So Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley is an all-volunteer organization that started in 2008 with the mission to end the cycle of youth homelessness. The program began with efforts to help homeless and at-risk youth ages 12 to 24 with a mentoring program. In 2014, Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley opened up their first outreach center, The Village. And as Michelle knows, myself personally and my family played a lot of parts in regards to helping not only locate the facility, construct the first lease, but also it was my niece in volunteer efforts attending with my mother that provided the name The Village. And we were pleased to be a huge part of the initial development of the Village. The Village is a place where youth can take a shower, get a hot meal, wash their clothes, get new clothes or hygiene products and supplies, and most importantly, be able to talk with a caring adult. Additionally, Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley started an outreach program where members of the organization canvass the streets and inform homeless youth about the center and its mission. Since the Village's opening 5 years ago in 2014, they have been able to go from being open only twice a week to now 5 days a week, seeing about 100 kids a week and serving over 500 clients. Their clients have been successful in finding a job, finishing school, getting off the streets, and they are now thriving instead of just surviving. Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley is one of the few places kids under 18 can find a safe place off the streets where they can get help. And earlier this afternoon, I proclaimed November as National Homeless Youth and Runaway Prevention Month and mentioned that our tower and our rotunda have been lit up in green and will be lit up as well tonight by our housing department to create awareness of this issue. And in honor of the work for Stand Up for Kids Silicon Valley is doing and providing resources to a safe space for homeless youth, I would like our mayor to present a commendation recognizing the 5 years of service of empowering homeless youth towards the lifelong personal goal to Michelle Huntsinger. And I'll invite her up to say a few words. I will add one more piece, though, before we begin that. And it's unfortunate, and in fact, it's specific, that I have chosen to give this commendation today. Because although Stand Up for Kids is celebrating 5 years, unfortunately, their landlord owner of the building has issued them an eviction notice. And being one of the few organizations that actually is able to support a homeless youth, they are eagerly looking for a new home. So selfishly, taking the opportunity to put this out there to our community, to say that if there's any ideas you have, any locations that you may know of or have in mind, my office, our city staff, Office of Economic Development, are attempting to look at what availabilities might be out there. But this is a tremendous organization that is celebrating great success this year. And unfortunately, as you've seen, nearly 500 of the youth that they serve may now go without the Village just before the holiday season. And so wasn't, that part wasn't planned, but certainly I think it's bittersweet, right? I definitely want to recognize the work that you're doing, but I do hope that we can see a better outcome tomorrow. Thank you, Michelle.
Well, I wanted to first say thank you for acknowledging the work that we've done. As an all-volunteer organization, we're very proud to be recognized because we all work during the day, and so we do this in our spare time. It is bittersweet that we have been evicted. This is our last month at the center. We're going to celebrate Thanksgiving with the kids, and while our center may be closing temporary, because I have faith in the community that they're going to find us a new spot, we're still out there doing street outreach and helping the kids that we've been seeing, and we'll continue to help them in any way we can by our street outreach program and our mentoring program. So I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate being recognized. And we can't do what we do without volunteers. So I give us all a hand.
Okay, I'll take that as a challenge that we're going to hustle and try to find some ground floor space. So thank you, Michelle, for your work. Okay. On to, first, I'd like to take a couple items out of order that should be relatively brief compared to the more extensive discussion we're going to have on our primary housing items. First, there's a consent calendar on land use. That's 10.1. All right. I would ask if there are any members of the community who would like to speak on that. I don't see any cards. All right, let's vote on 10.1. What is apparent to me, however, is that there is quite a bit of public comment on 10.2, and given the fact we're already in the middle of public comment on another item, what I'd like to do is let's resolve the item that we have currently. That's the inclusionary housing ordinance. Wrap that up, and then we'll go forward with the housing item. Is that okay, Rosalind? Thank you. I just didn't want to break up. I think a lot of folks are expecting some resolution on the inclusionary housing item. So,
Please vote.
apparently, not everyone's voting. So, push your screen harder. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So we will resume. And thank you, everyone, for juggling. We'll resume on item 4.4.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I know we just voted on that, but 4.6 was a 7 p.m. time certain, wasn't it?
It was not before.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
okay, thank you, just checking, thanks.
Okay. 4.4, we're going to return to. That's the inclusionary housing ordinance proposed revisions. We've now concluded public discussion. We're going to return now for council deliberation. There are 4 separate memoranda submitted by council members, though I think many of them can be reconciled. And I would point out, I know that, for example, Councilmember Rennes has suggested a few different ways of considering how we deal with small projects. And I believe the staff memo, if I'm not mistaken, is acknowledges explicitly that staff was working furiously on a lot of items and really didn't have the ability to reach out to small project developers. And so I would suggest that maybe all those recommendations are worth considering, but perhaps doing some outreach and understanding the viability of those projects. I'm sorry, Jackie, am I mistaken?
Yes, because actually we did a lot of outreach to small project
We did?
developers. Yes,
Okay.
because we started a year and a half ago with them.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes,
forgive me.
so all of
I
our work
thought that-
started there, and we actually met with them individually to talk about their projects.
Oh, okay, very well. Thank you. I obviously misread the report, so I will go back to that. In any event, there are 3 separate memoranda. Or I'm sorry, 4, thank you, from council members Arenas, Jimenez, myself, and Vice Mayor Jones. I wanted just to say, in response to the community comment, which I think we heard very clearly, the urgency for us to do more about affordable housing. There's no question about the fact we're in a crisis and we need to build more affordable housing. I do want to just offer that what we're engaged in is essentially an optimization exercise. We're trying to maximize the amount of affordable housing we can get built. And whether that's built directly in the project or in the form of fees that a developer pays and we go use with a nonprofit builder to go build affordable housing, we are all trying to maximize the number of units we can get built because we have this crisis. And when we're talking about inclusionary specifically, there is a very direct correlation between the number of market rate projects that get built and the affordable projects that can get built, at least those outside the downtown core that are not high-rise. And so it seems to me that we cannot simply talk about one without the other, because we have been underproducing housing generally. And I think many of you are familiar with the data, I think over a period of 7 or 8 years, in which our jobs creation in Silicon Valley has exceeded our housing production by a ratio of roughly 6 to 1. That's not within San Jose, but that is certainly within the Valley, and we are, of course, the bedroom for the Valley. And so that means housing costs and rents are driven up here because of that basic supply and demand challenge. We've been underproducing, I think as Mr. Schaenauer presented, we've been underproducing housing relative to our average if we look at the last 20 years. Our average is typically a little over 3,000 units. We have not been meeting that most years recently. And we have to be far exceeding that if we're going to be able to address this crisis. And absolutely we need more rent-restricted housing, and that only gets built if we actually build the market rate projects that provide for that through the inclusionary ordinance. And I might also add that we need to build more market rate housing because we've got a lot of, frankly, tech employees who are gobbling up Class B and Class C apartments based on staff's analysis and driving those rents up and driving families out and essentially taking out that housing stock that's critically needed for families that can't afford it. So we've got to be producing at all income ranges. And so I think it is a mistake, as I've heard several folks express, I think it's a mistake to somehow or another pit market rate against affordable housing. We need both. And in the case of inclusionary ordinance, it's critical to have both because that's the only way you pay for the affordable housing. I appreciate Jackie reminding me of the long ordeal it took for us to get an inclusionary ordinance on the books. I think I proposed it in 2007 and we finally approved it in, I think in 2009. It didn't even get on the books until 10, and then we had 6 years of court fights with developers, and then finally, now it's on the books and we're able to implement it. So we don't yet have a lot of experience with the most recent iteration, but I appreciate the amount of work that staff has put in to try to see if there are ways in which we can maximize the amount of affordable housing we're going to get built by enabling projects to go forward that simply are not feasible right now. And that's the concern I think many of us have, that we've got a lot of folks who are sitting on their shovels. They can't get financing for all the reasons that were presented many hours ago. I know many folks who just came here have missed that, but extensive analysis by a lot of industry experts that are telling us a lot of housing ain't feasible, and we don't care about whether or not developers make a profit. We care about whether or not they can get a loan to actually build it. That's what matters to us. Whether they make a profit or not is of no interest to me, and I'm guessing to my colleagues either. What's interesting to us is whether or not they'll actually put a shovel in the ground, because that's what we need is actual units. So I think it's important for us to think about the fact that we are really all interested in the same goal, despite the fact that there has been, I think, and I've observed it in recent days, a desire perhaps to demonize one side or another because they feel that other side doesn't get it. The reality is I think everybody on this dais and everybody in this room understands the imperative of getting more affordable housing built. And we're all struggling right now to figure out how that can happen at a time with high construction costs when the market simply is not enabling projects to go forward and not nearly at the level we need. So let's move on to council discussion. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't expect to be first on this issue. Thank you to the staff for your well-presented document on inclusionary housing and the proposal, and I appreciate the balance that you attempted to find between market rate and building affordable housing, which is the goal. Everyone, as the mayor said, everyone up here wants to build more affordable housing. The question is, how do we encourage that? How do we incentivize that? How do we make sure that happens? And I feel your document, your memo, your recommendation truly does that. Brings us to the point where it brings an opportunity to be flexible, to bring in an opportunity for home builders to build market rate housing, but also encourages them through incentives to build affordable housing, which is ultimately what we want. We need all types of housing. The more market rate housing we have, the more senior housing we have, the more affordable housing we can afford to build, and the more people move up, the more that opens up the doors for affordable housing. So the goal is for us to build more housing, and the goal is to build more affordable housing. I appreciate the incentives, and I appreciate the flexibility. There are a couple questions I had, and they were actually brought by some members of the public, but I do want to have a clarifying question, and that gets to the Cambrian area. You mentioned that the West Side area, West Side San Jose has inclusionary is $43 a square foot. Can you define the West Side San Jose area for me? Does that include my District 9?
So yes, what we're doing
It says there, but she didn't say that.
The way that the recommendation was put together is that we're using planning areas right now at this point in time because those are defined. And so the planning areas include, hold on, let me get my list.
Is it the same ones that's referenced in the memo then? That
Yes.
memo?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do want to clarify what we want to do between now and when we come back with the actual ordinance is to work together with OED, PBCE to really define more clearly a market area versus a planning area, because we acknowledge the planning areas are designed for a completely different purpose than what we're trying to achieve. And we needed more time and work, but we wanted to propose this change based on a geography that we would then come back with.
I appreciate it, and that's what I was hoping to hear from you, that you're going to continue to look at that, because there are other areas in the city that are less affordable. Certainly Cambrian is a good place to buy a home and a great place to live, but it is not as expensive to build as it is in, or as profitable to build, let me put it that way, as it is in West San Jose or even the Willow Glen area. The dirt just isn't as expensive. A housing site is not the same price as it would be in other parts. So I appreciate that you're open to looking at that. I just needed to clarify that, because when you were presenting, I heard something different, and then I thought about it a little bit and realized, no, I didn't really hear what I wanted to hear, but I am now. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Some of the other questions I have are related to, and you talked a little bit about the 99 years. Can you explain that a little bit more to me? I'm having trouble understanding the increase in the 55 years to the 99 years. And how does that relate to the life of the building? Because a lot of buildings, they don't last 99 years. So how do they all relate?
Sure, those are all really good questions. So the current, we'll just use rental as the example, has a 55-year restriction. And we know that buildings typically last more than the 55 years, and we understand the pain and the amount of work that's required just to get the original deed restriction, but more importantly, we're beginning to see that those restrictions that were much shorter are beginning to fall off. So while we're continuing to produce affordable housing, we're going to start losing some of that housing stock, so we're not going to end up ahead. So really our goal is to try to maximize the number of years that we can attach in terms of a restriction. We had talked about perhaps doing in perpetuity, but that was not something that we felt like we could do at this time. So 99 years is the longest restriction that we felt comfortable doing. And in terms of the life of the building, so, you know, we have buildings that are older than 99 years. There was a time when those buildings, we were like 99 years. Those are beautiful historic buildings, and we would hope that we are not building disposable buildings that will be obsolete and be gone. But if they were, let's just say one building lasted 80 years, the restriction is on the land, and so if they were going to rebuild, then they would owe us 20 more years of affordability for whatever the percentage that they had. So let's say they had 5 units in the building, they demolish the building. If they rebuild for rental housing, they would have a requirement to give us 5 units for the remaining restriction that's on the building.
Right, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I truly appreciate the desire to create integration in our in these development projects, to develop integration between affordable housing units and market rate units. I think it's really important, actually, to integrate the units as opposed to segregate the units. I think it's a learning, valuable experience when disadvantaged and economically advantaged share the same space. It's beneficial in schools. It's beneficial for our kids to walk around the same streets and to see the same grass that everyone does. So it really is important that we integrate. But I appreciate the opportunity for a cluster if that's what the developer wants to do as it relates to financing. And you mentioned that that was a financing, if it was a financing requirement, then that was acceptable under inclusionary housing. Is that right? Are you finding that lenders are...
That is correct.
Okay. And are you finding that lenders prefer the cluster or prefer the integration when they're funding these projects?
So,
the affordable housing fund
sure.
lenders.
So it would be, you would not be able to do a typical tax credit project if it was dispersed in a market rate development, because they have to be separate units. So it would have to go into its own building, have its own legal description in order to get the financing. So just the way the program works, if they're going the traditional affordable housing path, they would pull it off. There is one type of tax credit product that allows you to build some portion of it through bonds, and that would work in an integrated setting. So
Okay.
there's some financing that can be integrated and some financing that requires it to be 100%.
Do lenders prefer the clustering because of the services they want that are provided with the program? Is that...
No, it's really just the type of
It's just-
program.
okay, it's the financing
It's
and the
the
restriction.
financing,
Okay.
and it's usually 100% of all the units.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions, and then I'm going to make a motion. No, you know what? I'm just going to jump in and make the motion. Why not? And then let my colleagues debate the motion. I would like to move the mayor's memo, which also includes the vice mayor's memo, and I would like to move Council Member Sylvia Arenas' memo in along with that. The reason I wanted to include all of these is that I think it's really important for us to take a look and consider the cost of development of smaller units and make sure that our infill projects, those people who are building in odd-shaped properties or problematic properties, that they may be able to do so without the inclusionary housing component. That we look at that component. That's the main consideration. And then I appreciate and am thrilled to see the vice mayor's memo, which says, with these funds, the city buys the land and the city entitles the land, and that opens up the availability to build on these properties and build affordable housing units. So again, that encourages development, and that's a way that we can incentivize and hopefully see more affordable housing units. That's the goal, building more affordable housing units. We all agree, I agree, it's huge. Infill projects in District 9 are easier to be developed in District 9 than other mid-rise or high-rise developments, just by the nature of District 9. But as I've stated before, we all need to support affordable housing, and we need to do so in District 9 as much as we do everywhere around the district. So with that, I will listen to the debate and comments from the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Just a question about the motion, because it does include Councilmember Arenas' memorandum. And Councilmember Arenas, you offer 3 options here, and I just want to understand clearly, is the intention to give staff basically 3 options to choose from after further analysis, or are you actually suggesting one of these?
Right. I agree with your study too, and it's, I think, what is it, 2A, right? So I agree with your intent on this study, although it says to continue to accept staff recommendation, and staff recommendation is to include and to change the 19 to 5. So I would like to have kind of a stay order until we figure out what the study tells us. Why are we changing the rules for these smaller units?
I just want to clarify, we did do in our feasibility study, we did look at single-family homes and the ability of how much ability they had to absorb a fee. So there were kind of 2 points that we were trying to make in that study. So one, we wanted to ensure that we're not incentivizing more of these smaller scale developments because we're trying to densify. So we were concerned about that. And then next, we found if anyone had feasibility, it's actually these smaller developments. And I just wanted to turn it over to David, who did that study, just to, because we didn't highlight it in our presentation, so I wanted him to comment on what our study showed.
Okay.
So we looked at 4 examples of these smaller scale projects, a larger single family home, a more moderate sized single family home, and a townhome in 2 different locations. And what we found is that all 4 of those project types, now given our study looks at sort of generalized projects, it's not specific projects on specific sites, and San Jose is a big city and you'd expect differences, but we found that these smaller for sale projects had the strongest economics that you see, and it was feasible for them to pay the current for sale in lieu fee, and feasible to pay the proposed modified in lieu fee as well, and that's what our analysis found.
Okay.
And when I say the proposed modified fee, what we tested there was the full rate of $25 per square foot. And of course, what's being proposed here is actually a stepped-in fee that starts about $4.50 in some areas and $6 and change in other areas, and that's for the smallest project size, and it goes up from there. But we tested that full $25.
Right, so I just wanted to clarify, we didn't highlight it
Yeah.
because it hasn't been one of the areas where we received much comment on, but we are recommending a reduced fee even on these smaller scale developments that it as David said. So it's not the full $25, it's a much lower fee as well.
Yeah, and I see that clearly in the report. I'm going to come back to Councilmember Reyes in just a moment. I see that clearly in the report that it is graded. It appears though we have essentially, the way the fee is structured, it incentivizes densifying between 0 and 4 units, but then has the exact reverse incentive between 5 and 20 units. And so because the actual fee amount increases, and so I guess the reason why I wrote what I did in my memo, just so you understand, first I was misunderstood that you had already done the outreach, so thank you for correcting me on that. But it seemed to me what we're trying to do in so many parts of our city through the general plan is to actually densify, because we recognize our land is scarce and we can't simply believe single family housing is going to solve our problem. It clearly hasn't. And so in these smaller sites, to create a fee structure that would encourage a builder to want to build more units. Do you want to respond at all to that issue about the units between 5 and 20?
So I think from one's point of view, it does encourage density in that having a fee that applies to those smaller projects removes what is currently an incentive to not go to 20 units or above. And to step it in gradually, as is proposed, is also being very conscientious about avoiding disincentive to add more units to your project. For example, if you were to implement that full $25 per square foot at 5 units, you would think twice before moving from 4 units to 5 units.
Right.
And so that's not being suggested. It's a very gradual phase in to avoid creating those big thresholds like that.
Yeah, I know, I can appreciate that. And in some ways, you have countervailing considerations here, and I think I understand your logic now as well. So I appreciate this is not a simple formula to try to concoct that will enable us to get what we want. I guess what I would suggest, maybe, if the maker motion's all right, is I simply want staff to consider if there are ways to incentivize densifying within that range of 5 to 20, particularly since we're going through the general plan now and looking at single-family areas where we might consider allowing more multifamily, if there are ways to do that in this structure. And if staff concludes, nope, it throws everything haywire, I get it. But I know we've got to come back with this thing anyway. It would just be helpful to understand what staff's best thinking is. Is that all right with the maker? Okay. And then coming back to you, Councilmember Reyes, because you do have 3 options here, is the desire to have staff look at the 3 options and then come back?
Well, I could. We could do that, but I was hoping to kind of make a compromise, and that was a compromise that I offered. Since Councilmember Foley moved my memo and moved your memo, which included 2A, and I thought, well, you know, to continue to take a look at this, and now it seems like maybe to continue to incentivize density and explore those options, that we wouldn't apply the changes until we look at this a little bit further. So I would still continue, I would still advocate not to include the 5 to 20 or under 19. I just don't think we've explored it enough, and I'll tell you the reason why. So in the Evergreen East Hills development policy, we're very limited to grow. We're not a growth area. We're not meant to grow. And in our area, as you very well know, in Evergreen, it's, completely residential. I have maybe 3 apartments, complexes in my district. It's not a lot of multi-housing. And so for us, some of this infill is very much needed. And we have a perfect example over at the Village Square where there's this just big plot of empty land with like these tires that are covering it with the tarp, and the tires keeping the tarp on the dirt. And it's that area is meant to develop a couple of more townhomes. And that's the area where I'm thinking about, because there's so many of our residents that say, when is something going to get built there? And a developer, I just don't want to discourage that type of development where it's not going to be significant. It's not going to be more than 35. It's absolutely going to be a small, under 20 build. And so if we apply this to 5 to 20 now, or 5 and above, then that type of development won't happen. Maybe it won't be as feasible. When we take a look at the other feasibility study, we look at all of the low-rise, and in the south and the east, the low-rise, they have no feasibility. So if we're asking them to densify, but at the same time recognizing that the feasibility isn't there for the east side, we're setting up these developers to fail.
Okay. I appreciate what you're saying, and I know Mark Lazzarini was here speaking earlier, and I talked to him and Chuck Davidson a few days ago about this, and they expressed those concerns. But I think what our consultant is telling us is this is the most feasible housing to build right now. Is that right?
Yeah, the single-family townhomes have the strongest economics, stronger than we found for the higher density projects, and suggest that they can sustain a requirement at the proposed level.
So I guess I'd hesitate to move away.
And it's not getting built, though. It isn't getting built. So
That's true for a lot of structures right now. I guess, I'm sorry, sir.
So of course, we did not analyze that specific project, so I cannot speak to that specific project.
Okay. So I guess, for whatever it's worth, I know there are three options here offered by Councilmember Arenas' memo. I believe based on what we think we know from the study, and I think this is what I've heard intuitively as well, which is the margins tend to be higher on those single-family parcels than the townhomes. I think we ought to have some inclusionary requirement. Clearly, what staff is recommending is a fraction of the standard requirement. It's between 25%, moving up 5% for every unit until you get to 20. And I guess I'm simply looking to see, is there a way, should that be flipped in some way, or should we be thinking about how we encourage densification? I'm not eager to say that we don't impose any requirement there, because I think those are folks who can build, who can pay. And I'd hate to think we would leave those options on the table. And if there are specific concerns about specific sites, as you've suggested, I think in that option 3 the third option you've suggested, which is it may be that there's, for example, significant environmental mitigation in the soil, and then that might be something that the housing department or the city manager could use in their discretion to say, nobody's going to build on this site because they have to spend $2 million to clean up the soil, unless we make.
Well, how about if we have staff explore the three options rather than just to include one?
Okay.
Which is the last one that you just suggested. I'd feel more comfortable if we just explored all three of them, and I don't know that I know enough about that study at this point, because in the feasibility study that we just heard, we see that low-rise buildings are not feasible in my district, and so if we're trying to incentivize density, it's not feasible. So why would a developer be incentivized to build more if what we're showing, when you have even a low-rise building, they're not making any money off of it? So let's explore all of the three options, and if the maker of the motion would continue to have my memo, I would love that.
Okay. Is the maker of the motion okay with that approach? Okay, great. And the seconder, I think you're the seconder. Okay, great. Okay, Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate, I want to echo the concerns of Councilmember Arenas, and I thank her for leading on this issue. I can tell you that I've had a housing project in my district that's entitled for the last 5 years, and it's just a 10-house development, but because it requires so much grading, because it's on a slope, each level has to have quite a bit of grading. Nobody's actually picked it up and ran with it. It's been entitled for 5 years, and then they've basically passed up the entire housing, boom, and it still hasn't been built. There's another project that was going through the approval process back, 12 years ago on Camden, and at one point they submitted and was approved for a five housing complex, and then the market turned down in 2008, so they put it on hold. Then the riparian setback policy went from 25 feet to 100 feet, and now they're only able to be building 2 homes. So that's been dead in the water for a couple years. When you do infill, it's not like a infill in residential like the more rural parts. Every project has its own complexity. The one that actually did happen in my district, they had to do mitigation for mercury from the soil. They had farming pesticides that they had to clean the soil out too, and build a bridge. And so over water conduits, all of these things, if we throw one more fee on top of these, it just will not make it possible for any of these projects to take place. I've never been in favor of, and I really want to thank Jackie and her staff, because they have actually created what I think a lot of effort and studied this issue greatly, and this is the only area of unsatisfaction that I think I have. Not because I don't believe that these types of housing shouldn't be paying any fees necessarily, but these fees may end up killing these projects because it's not as easy as, it's not just a regular piece of flat land that, hey, we're just going to put up single housing. A lot of these infill projects have, the reason why they haven't been developed already is because they have problems. Each one of them has their own sets of problems, and that's why I wanted you to come at it from that context, not necessarily that, it's not just like it's not like the Coyote Valley that it's all empty and we can all put houses, one at a time. It's just not that way. A lot of these are next to rivers and other like I said, slopes and what have you. So they're not as easy as a hypothetical study would attest to. And the fact of the matter is, very few houses has been built in my district. And as I said earlier, I'm excited about putting the 5-story complexes in my district. One of them is low income, and that hasn't come to fruition because of the ability to get loans. And so if a low income housing project couldn't get done, how are these units going to get done? In any case, I do want to thank staff for their efforts, and I concur with this, and I'm hoping that you take a different lens when you're looking at these 20 or lower housing. There's one that's being proposed in my district right now. I'm kind of excited about it. It's a strip of land that is underneath the PG&E wires that we're creative, and we're going to be able to, if we underground the wires, which is an extremely expensive process, they're going to be able to build houses right on top. And that's the kind of infill project that is extremely expensive to develop because they have to underground everything in order to build these projects. And so that project would never get developed, and that's about, I think, 14, 15 houses. It's going to be potentially coming in the door here, unless I think we pass something like this, because it'll further increase the costs, and maybe we can't get those 16 houses to after they take the expense of undergrounding wires. And so that's the kind of stuff that you have to think about when you're doing construction in a quasi-rural infill area, and that's what I'm hoping that you take back. And I appreciate Councilmember Jones's memo as well. I'm taken aback, and actually the earlier presentation about how much it costs to develop low-income housing, and not just because of the labor costs, but because of the expense in finance and all these restrictions. And I'm hoping that one day we can come up with a memo to look for ways to simplify the finance process for low-income housing, because it was a good 20 to 25% of the cost of producing low-income housing, and that's a shame. I think we really need to look at that as a way of reducing the construction costs of low-income housing. So thank you all for your work, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilor Campos, I appreciate the point. I know it's something that actually Jackie and several folks had been working on with a consultant to try to find a way to streamline financing, and we simply haven't found the magic formula. This is really hard stuff. It turns out that nobody can build affordable housing with a profit. So you've got to be pretty darn creative, and it takes a lot of different financing sources. But it's fair to say there are a lot of minds trying to think on this one, and we're not alone in that. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I just have a few comments. So first, I just wanted to say I'm interested in seeing what kinds of possibilities are opened up by the Apple donation, which is huge. But I think it's important to recognize that this is going to have significant ramifications for the cost of development. The $300 million land donation in and of itself constitutes a significant discount for development. And if anything, this news compels us to slow down and reanalyze the effects to the market before substantially weakening affordability requirements and possibly significant revenue, all in the name of promoting development. Second thing is, while I understand the rationale for allowing adjacent developments for on-site affordable housing, as well as the off-site standard of zones of comparable opportunity, my concern that we risk creating a sort of separate but equal standard in our housing. To that kid growing up in the affordable section of a development, even if they're going to the same school, playing in the same parks as the kids in the market rate section, they're still faced with literally a physical barrier that tells them that they're an other. So regardless of how well-intentioned the reasons, we have to confront and grapple with this reality with these sorts of hidden but very real costs. And then the third thing is, earlier this year, we adopted a recommendation from myself and Councilmember Davis to invest 45% of our affordable housing funds in ELI housing. I think that in doing so, we really affirmed addressing the needs of extremely low-income housing. A lot of what we've seen in this proposal incentivizes moderate income development. And while I appreciate staff's inclusion of an extremely low-income option, we're really not seeing a big focus on it. And looking at the numbers, it's hard to see why a developer would choose this option. And I'm worried that these incentives may cut into our revenue and limit our ability to provide extremely low-income housing. And so I guess I'm going to end it with a question for staff, which is, what are your thoughts on how this proposed plan complements our commitment as a city to ensuring extremely low-income housing, which is where we've built the least and our need is the greatest?
Sure, I think that it complements that because, again, this is not the only tool that we can use to build affordable housing, and it is a tool that is specifically connected to the development of market rate housing. And so we have to have a tool that actually allows market rate housing to go forward. And so how this promotes it is because we have an option, the most economically feasible option for the developer is to pick the mixed income approach, where they build 5% at 100 and then pay out the rest, of which 45% of that funding that we receive would go to ELI housing. And even on our proposal, which is citywide, which is what they would select. So in the west side, they would probably select not the full $43 fee. They would pick the mixed compliance option because that would be less expensive than paying the $43 fee. Across the city, we've recalibrated that fee to address the market conditions. It's $18.26. That would go to the city, and 45% of that would go to ELI housing. And again, you know, we're responding to the market conditions that we're seeing. And, you know, that's the question we were asked to do. How do we create an inclusionary housing program that complements the market so that it can go forward? Because we need both. If we don't make the adjustments, then we could potentially have a program that doesn't facilitate the development of market rate housing. And, you know, our mission was to make sure that could happen. So we're not confident that, absent any changes, that we could really produce as much housing, and that this proposal would allow us to do that, to get more housing overall, which would be more funding for the affordable side.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, and I want to thank staff. It's a lot. I just have a couple of questions, and I think this actually, it comes up now, but it's about 4.2, the project feasibility, and it was slide 9 from the 4.2 presentation, the project feasibility chart that had West San Jose as being the only one that was above the threshold. Was that using which inclusionary fee was included in that? Was it the one that we had at the time, or is it the $43? Like, did we means test the $43?
The chart that you saw up on the screen was based on current requirements.
Okay, so that's the roughly $28 a square foot, and it was just over the 15% threshold at 17%. So I can't do that math in my head because that's really, really hard math. So tell me, what does the $43 do to that percentage?
It goes down to 14%.
So it doesn't meet the threshold.
The threshold being 10 to 15%, it does meet that threshold.
So my understanding was the threshold is 15%.
We look at it as a range of 10 to 15%. You're correct that on that chart, and I remember seeing it on that chart that it did say 15%, but we consider it 10 to 15%.
So basically with this $43, I just want to be clear, we're gambling that those projects in West San Jose that are the only projects that are feasible will still be feasible.
So I want to just make sure we're clear. So one of the reasons why we use the fee is that the fee can also be used as a tool to incentivize another action. So the action is, the requirement is a 15% build on site. That has some cost attached to it. Developers have a range of options besides the 15. One would be to select 100%, I'm going to pay the fee. That fee represents the $43. But there's another option, and the option that is less expensive than the $43 option is to build 5% on site at 100% and then pay the $17.26.
Right, so I understand that it's less expensive in the dollars that they pay to us.
And the overall cost is less expensive. It's $25 a square foot for that option.
So we're absolutely certain that that's the way that when they're going for financing, that's how that math is going to come out for someone that's going to give them financing with that affordable option. Because so far they've chosen to pay the fee because they don't, on the pro forma, it's too hard for lenders to get their heads around affordable deed restricted units, right?
No, as I said to begin with, there are like over 800 jurisdictions across the country that have inclusionary, and we have had a history of developers who provided on-site inclusionary and who could get financing. So, we have a record of developers who have done that, and inclusionary is a tool that's used across the Bay Area. So there are lenders who are able to finance on deed restricted, income restricted housing. That is not the obstacle.
And we know that there's no difference between whether it's 55 years restricted or 99 years restricted?
And again, because how the primary lender is looking, yes, we know that for their primary source of financing, which is Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which are looking at 10 to 15-year timeframes. So when we had the 55-year restriction, why that didn't matter is because they're saying for your first loan, your primary loan, I'm looking at what happens in the 10 to 15 years. They've already accepted that under our 55-year restriction. So adding 90, the other 44 years doesn't make a difference because these are short-term deals that then get refinanced over periods of time.
Okay, so it may make a difference in the refinancing, and that may be one of the reasons.
Right, but it doesn't make a difference in the first underwriting of
on
the
whether
project.
or not to build.
Correct.
Okay, so then my next question is, we have a transition plan, which is to adjust after 3 years to the fee, but if you're so certain that things are going to get built, why not tie the fees to production as opposed to time?
So we actually explored that question with our colleagues to discuss what was the best way to approach this. Because we did have, when inclusionary first turned on, it was based on permits. And what we have found, and my colleague sitting behind me can jump in, is that it's very unpredictable, because what happens as we get closer to the permits, which when we'll turn the ordinance on, is everyone is banking they're going to be the last development that gets in. And you have no idea if a developer is going to speed up and beat you and now you're going to owe this fee. There's like incredible unpredictability as you get towards the end of when we would turn it on. And so because you don't know where you are in the pipeline of developments, and you don't know if something will come up and you get delayed. And so it's not a predictable way. And so after intense discussion amongst the departments, we decided a date that you could rely on was something that was more predictable and easier for everyone to understand.
So what number of units were you targeting as you were talking about exploring a production target?
Yeah, we couldn't even get to that part because we kept discussing on whether, the counting of the units, the unpredictability of it made sense, and we agreed finally at the end that it was not the best approach. We never discussed how many units that would be.
Okay. I guess what makes me uncomfortable about that, so I understand the certainty and wanting to give developers certainty on that. My concern is we don't get anywhere near, we already saw, I think Eric Schoenauer put it up, the number of permits or the number in the pipeline for the last however many years, 10, 11 years. And we were lower in 2018 than we had been previously in 2017, before we had the housing crisis work plan. So I guess my concern is, are we watching those numbers, and are we going to adjust our fees accordingly if we don't get the production that we want to see? And we are already not getting the production that we want to see. So
So one of the things we are proposing is that on the housing side, we would come back in January to see what happened with all the AHIV projects that already have the 17 that have agreements that they're going to pay the fee, how they end up moving forward in the pipeline. And the other piece of this is really tied into this whole discussion on the universal development fee framework. Because what happens right now is that the housing department comes forward, we make adjustments to fee. Then parks will come forward. So we're all doing it at different times. Our philosophy behind this whole concept of universal fees is we're going to come together and we're going to have these discussions once you name the blank, and then we have an opportunity to look at the entire policy implications. What's the delta? Is there any room to increase the fee or not? If there's opportunities to increase, how do we do that? And if we have to make adjustments to lowering the fees, how do we do that as well? So that is the concept of us all coming together, is to move in that direction. So we're having one conversation instead of multiple ones.
yes, I agree with that, and I think we should have that discussion in the context of production. So Chris is nodding, Kim is nodding. Okay, good, thank you.
Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. And thank you, staff, for your work on this as well. My main issue will come up later on item 4.6 in regards to the high-rises in downtown, but we'll have that conversation then. So in regards to the motion that we do have, I will say I do like Councilmember Arenas' recommendation that the third, after the second or there, the third paragraph, I think that speaks to maybe some of the conversations we were having, and I think it was Mark Lazzarini that was stating in regards to some of these maybe unique sites, and then Councilmember Camus was pointing out as well within his district, which might not have been evaluated in regards to the sites, maybe necessarily that we looked at, but at least that would provide a bit of an opportunity. The other thing I think is in regards to what the mayor was asking for. And I would say intuitively, looking at the escalation of the fee, 5% per unit, I do recognize that from what we previously had, certainly charging a fee on 5 units, something, right, or any of the units lower than 20. Certainly, I understand that the logic there, I guess, but my logic says that the increase of 5% as you go up defeats the purpose of trying to incentivize density. And I think at least within the motion, we have the opportunity from the mayor's memo to do that. What my thinking was, and maybe staff can consider this, would be because we're talking about number of units here, that doesn't really specifically tell us anything about the sites that we're looking at. Because, for instance, there may be a site that the maximum density is 10 or something like that, right? And we're talking about going up. Or it could be the maximum density is 6, right? These are infill, sites, and so they're small. My suggestion would be that we consider a unique incentive if they maximize the density on the site. So forget the count. You can even keep that if you want. You can keep the count, but then there will be a unique incentive that says if you go to the maximum density on the site, whereas you may be interested in only building 3 townhomes, but you could build 10. If you go to the max, the absolute max, then there is some more extreme incentive. Maybe that is the $0, some. But I think that would be the maybe another alternative to this recommendation. So something for staff. Obviously, it's in the recommendation to look at. So I just wanted to provide that as food for thought. And then I do agree with staff's response in the sentiment in regards to where we are trying to prioritize the dollars and how we are certainly putting efforts towards ELI housing and the 45% commitment that we have with these dollars. We know we have other dollars we can utilize like Measure A as well. But I do think that there is something to be said about solving this problem from the ground up versus top down, building market rate, and somehow it's going to trickle down. I think the opposite is true in this regard. If we can build enough from the bottom up at the ELI rate, we can begin to make a difference. And so what intrigued me was Councilmember Jimenez's recommendation number 2. And I wanted to see what staff thought about that. Just another unique incentive to try and achieve that ELI housing as an additional potentially incentive. So
Yeah, so we did look at creating an ELI incentive. You can do 10% at 30%. The art of this will mean, hitting that average and then trying to figure out what those 2 will be. It would require us to completely rethink, the 5 and the 5 and the 5 are balanced. This other approach would throw off all the numbers, so we would have to redo.
Okay, so go ahead, please.
Okay, I just want to clarify because on the Jimenez memo, there's a 1 and a 2. Were you talking about number? I just want to be specific. Okay, so I think she was responding to number 1.
Oh no, I was talking about number 2.
Okay, that's what I was. Okay.
Jump in.
No, I didn't like number 1.
Okay.
For what it's worth. Sorry.
All right, so I wanted to clarify that our staff recommendation, it includes an option for so basically if a developer wants to provide 30% units, they can actually reduce the requirement from 15% to 10%.
Okay, so that's already included.
That is our staff recommendation.
We didn't highlight it, but it's in the memo. We do.
I see it now on page 19.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Okay, it is there. And so anyway, that speaks exactly to what I think Councilmember Esparza was talking about, and I think the continued emphasis on ELI housing in different areas, from our 45% commitment that we've made to incentivizing the on-site to get to that level. So I appreciate that that's there, and I will be able to support the motion as stands. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate your suggestion, Councilmember Prowse. I couldn't think of exactly what the idea might be, but I think it's something along those lines. Okay. Any other comments? All right, let's vote then on the motion for Councilmember. Councilmember Carrasco. Sure.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a mention of on Vice Mayor's memo. I'm sorry. Could you just give me your memo? You know, I have like 1,000 memos right in front of my face. Anyway, I don't have it exactly, I mean, because I'm just drowning in memos right now. But I just wanted to make mention on the land banking, basically. He doesn't call it that, but mention the idea of finally really looking at having land where we can consider, the way it's stated here specifically, accept staff's recommendation and direct staff to explore an option for developers to meet their IHO obligations through the following 3 measures, which is purchasing land that meets the requirements to utilize Senate Bill 35, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea of land banking, and I know that this has been thought of before. We've kind of discussed it a little bit. We haven't really gone into depth regarding it. But as we continue to have these conversations regarding our folks who are unable to stay here for all the reasons that we've discussed in the past, and we've had many conversations regarding this, land banking really seems to be one of our other tools in the toolbox that we really need to explore. I'm glad that Vice Mayor has put it on paper. We're finally voting on something that really, I think, is going to be a concrete option for us, and quite possibly be one of those last frontiers that we really need to seriously consider coming to terms with, and also explore in terms of our partnerships with our with our other jurisdictions, whether it's the county, VTA, the water district, which is a big landowner, and maybe possibly school districts. I think it's just an area that we really need to seriously start considering. So I just really wanted to be able to say that, because I think it's an opportunity that we have before us, and I think it's a way that other cities have been able to stave off this this wave of displacement and gentrification. It's the way that that neighborhoods have been able to preserve the character of their neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
I have a question about that. So, Vice Mayor, you have in your memo, it says, accept the staff recommendation, direct staff to explore an option for developers to meet their, and I think Councilmember read the rest. In the first one, it says, purchasing land that meets the requirements to utilize Senate Bill 35 SB 35 and land requirements for IHO. So does that mean that the city of San Jose is purchasing that land, or that we're expecting the developers? How does that work?
So the developer would purchase the land, utilize SB 35, which would actually expedite the process, and then the developer would give the title, entitle that land over to the city for us to take ownership of.
Oh, got it. Okay, so then we would take ownership after they purchase the land.
Exactly.
Okay.
That goes back to the land bank.
Right. Well, I'd like to bake more of that. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we now have a motion. I would just emphasize that this is one source, an important source for affordable housing, but we will have others to consider as well. I know we'll be coming to the council in a few weeks to consider putting a measure on the March ballot for affordable housing, as well as we'll have, I know, a lot of discussion when the study comes back for a linkage fee as well. So more to come. Let's vote on Councilmember Foley's motion. All right, that passes. Okay, so I know we have several community members who have been waiting to speak on 10.2, and I understand this one should be relatively uncontroversial, so we'll find out. Thank you, Rosalind. So we're going to shift gears and go to 10.2 and then get right back to work on our remaining housing items. And identify this for the record. This is the conventional rezoning and conditional use permit for property located at Union Avenue.
Thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey, Director, Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. I'm joined this evening by Ryan Doe of the Department of Public Works. I just have two quick slides to go through regarding the land use item that's before you this evening. It is the Belmont Village Senior Living Project. Just wanted to share that the item before you is a conventional rezoning and conditional use permit for an assisted living and memory care facility. The project is 125,300 square feet and 4 stories. It includes 106 parking spaces, 11 bicycle parking spaces, and the permit also includes the removal of 20 ordinance-sized trees and 4 non-ordinance-sized trees. My apologies, the slides are not coming up. But in interest of time, I'll keep going. We do want to highlight that there's been significant community engagement around this project. The applicant actually worked very early on in the process and conducted 3 community meetings prior to the city-sponsored meeting. So 2 meetings were held last year. There was a meeting in February of this year, and then the city-sponsored meeting was held on May 20th of this year. Also, just wanted to note that the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this item on October 23rd and voted unanimously that the City Council approved the project. And just real quickly, I just wanted to highlight some of the key concerns that we heard from community members and how the applicant did modify their project to address those concerns. So first, regarding traffic, the applicant has mitigated the traffic impacts to less than significant level by implementing a transportation demand management plan. Regarding the building height, the applicant actually did modify the site plan and actually is offering a varied building mass and is also providing step backs to the nearby residential neighborhood. Regarding privacy, the applicant has also included minimized window size in the project and is also providing a pretty generous landscaped buffer. And then finally, regarding noise, the applicant has included in the project a solid fence at the shared property lines and has also enclosed the patios and the gardens that will be used for passive activities. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Okay, there's a memorandum from Councilmember Foley. We have several members of the community who'd like to speak. As you come down, let's see here. I have Cole Cameron, Jen Fosco, Jennifer Petroff, Greg Volmer, and Adam Phillips.
And Mayor, the developer is here as well.
Oh, forgive me. I believe the applicant is entitled, Kevin, was it 5 minutes? Is that right? Okay, let me just call the applicant first. I think that's the standard approach. And I appreciate the members of the community. I'll just ask you for just hold up for just a moment, and we'll hear from the applicant, and then we'll go right to community input. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Andy Gerber. I'm with Belmont Village Senior Living. The applicant with me is Rod Henme from HKIT Architects, the architect for the project. Fortunately, Rosalind covered most of what I was prepared to actually say, so I'm going to be relatively brief here. I'm just going to start out with a little bit of an opening about why we're doing this project. As many of you probably know, senior housing is in dreadfully short supply in San Jose. For the last 4 years running, the San Jose MSA has been the highest occupied market in the entire U.S. as far as seniors housing goes, occupancy in the mid-90s. So there's an extreme acute demand for this and a relatively limited pipeline of new supply. So this is an opportunity to provide some much-needed senior housing in the city of San Jose and also to provide a revenue stream for Union School District. And we've got some members of the district here who will be saying some words about that as we go. Before I turn it over to Rod, who is going to go through some of the architecture, I wanted to bring up a couple of other things as well, some public benefits that probably haven't been touched on. Number one is that because this is district-owned property, currently it's not subject to any property taxes, but by our constructing the project on there, now there will be property tax revenue generated from the property where there was none before. And we'll also be providing approximately 100 full-time equivalent permanent jobs in San Jose, to say nothing, obviously, of the construction jobs that will be provided on a more short-term basis. As I said, Rosalind had kind of covered what I was prepared to talk about, which was our community outreach efforts. But a lot of what we did with the community was respond architecturally to a lot of their concerns. And I'm going to turn this over to Rod, probably skip through a few of our slides, if that's okay. I'll get to where it's, you want me to start with the site plan? Okay. Oops. So just as a frame of reference, I'm going to cover one thing, which is Ross Creek. You'll notice that along the western, or actually the northern edge of the property is Ross Creek there. One of the big concerns that the neighbors had was respecting the creek, keeping the building away from the creek as much as possible. And you'll notice there are some existing shed buildings there and a lot of asphalt that comes up right to the edge of the creek. What we've proposed is to actually re-green that area. Do you want to go to the next slide? So this is the site plan of the project, and you'll see we're reintroducing some pretty significant green space along that edge. And I know that was a particular concern to the residents across the creek along Rosswood. We also had, after our first community meeting, or our second community meeting, I believe, we had some work to do at the southwest corner of the building where we were closest to the Ross Creek Village townhomes, which are adjacent to the property. And we spent a lot of the kind of the later part of our design effort really emphasizing getting the building away from our neighbors there and minimizing some of the impacts that might have been present had we gone with the initial design of the building. I'm going to turn it over to Rod at that point in the interest of time.
Good evening. So you can see in this slide how in response to the community input, the building was actually, the taller part of the building was actually set back 35 feet from its original proposal, and this resulted in a reduction of the building area. This is the original massing that you can see that we presented, and in the subsequent meeting, we cut that building back significantly to increase the distance from Ross Creek Village. To show you a view along the south, we worked very hard to mitigate the height because of the awareness that 4 stories is taller. So that we, for example, in this Union Avenue view, we increased the front setback from 10 feet to 20 feet, and we preserved the existing redwood trees, which shield the building and keep a neighborhood amenity. At the trees, the building actually sets back 44 feet. In this view from the north, you can see how we did many things to create the sense of a lower, smaller building. We broke it up into smaller pieces. We changed colors and materials. We articulated the smaller pieces with depth changes. And we stepped down the mass from 4 to 3 to 2-story reading, as you can see from the trellis along that edge. This view is from Ross Creek, and you can see how the main front entry with its portico share provides a strong sense of welcome and connection to the creek side. And again, you can see how the building steps down to 3 stories for the neighbors to the north and to the west. We already talked about this view from Ross Creek Village, but I do want to mention that the setback of the building, the taller 4-story building, is 85 feet from the property line and provides a really generous response. And overall, we worked very hard to provide an elegant facility that we think will be a handsome addition to the neighborhood and provides badly needed senior housing for San Jose, and responded very positively to the community comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we may come back to you with questions. We'll now hear from the members of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. All those folks who I called down, feel free to come on up in whichever order. It's fine. We'll make sure we hear from everyone. Welcome.
My name is Jennifer Petroff. I am the Union School District Board President, but I'm also a medical social worker. I've worked at one of the large medical systems in Santa Clara County for the past 22 years, and I have a specialization in working with older adults. When considering the different proposals for the maintenance yard, we very much took into consideration what would benefit our community the most. Currently, over 4 million people in the U.S. suffer from Alzheimer's disease, and the group over 65 years of age is at the highest risk of Alzheimer's disease and is also the fastest growing group in our population. Someone is diagnosed every 65 seconds. The Alzheimer's Association refers to this as a public health crisis because it is estimated that by the year 2050, 14 million Americans will have Alzheimer's if no treatment is found. Alzheimer's accounts for 60 to 80% of dementia cases. There are actually 90 different types of dementia, so Alzheimer's is not even the full picture of how bad the situation is and will become. However, this does not only impact those diagnosed with dementia or older adults who need assisted living support, it also has a huge impact on their family and friends. What I frequently recommend to caregivers when looking at care facilities for their loved ones is to consider the location, because if family and friends have easier access, it reduces caregiver stress. Close proximity facilitates increased contact and decreasing travel time. In turn, this helps to improve the quality of life for their loved ones because of the additional social interaction. We do not have enough assisted living and memory care facilities in our community to meet our current need, and we fall extremely short for the future. Please approve the proposal before you so that not only does our district gain a much-needed revenue source, we also bring a safe, supportive care facility into our community to meet the needs of our aging population and our families.
Thank you, trustee. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members. My name is Michael Shoemaker. I live on Warwick Road at the end of Heather, as you can see from the map, directly across from the proposed development. I don't deny that there's an absolute need for senior housing and assisted living. I think it's appropriate. I don't deny that the developer has made great efforts to accommodate the needs of the neighbors that live to the north and to the west. I live to the east. And so I'm here because this size is inappropriate to the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is mostly one-story, some two-story buildings, a little bit of commercial development on the Los Gatos side of the neighborhood. But fundamentally, this is orders of magnitude larger than anything for miles around, not until you get to Good Samaritan and that complex. And so what I'm asking is to send the applicant back for a reiteration of the sizing. And the sizing that I'm concerned about is the 4 stories right on Union. Done a great job of trying to move the setback so it has some visual appeal, but in the end, it's going to form a wall. It's going to form a wall on Union Avenue. And so we already know we've got a large impacted intersection, tons of kids, tons of traffic, and now that visual effect of being enclosed by this wall. And so I'm opposing the current iteration based principally on the size of the development, primarily on the height, 4 stories, and I'm asking the council to send it back for a redo so it's more appropriate in terms of size. I think that went to all the public hearings. I know it may not be reflected in the record, but my sense is the general prevailing view of the neighbors that participated in the hearing is, yes, it's okay, size is too big. 4 stories is just way too big. And so I'm here to voice that concern. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Greg Vollmer, and on a personal note, my wife and I moved into our house on Rosswood Drive some 40-plus years ago. We back up to the proposed project under discussion, Belmont Village. What I like, let's see, no, that's it. In other words, we are in the blast zone, as I like to refer to it, with many other of our neighbors. We have to look at this unwelcome neighbor every day for the rest of our days, as long as we live there, and ask ourselves the same question: how did we let this happen? What I like most about our location is having a relatively unobstructed view of the hills. nobody living right behind us, and a year-round running creek. This is soon to change if this project is approved. The view will be compromised. Worse for some of my neighbors. And so will our privacy. The creek is another story that time does not permit me to go into. Now, this is on a more general note. This is a neighborhood of mostly single-story dwellings with the occasional two-story and only one three-story at Carlton and Union that you don't hardly even notice. This proposed development is almost twice as tall as anything around it. It will stick out like a proverbial sore thumb. It's a skyscraper by comparison. We always thought the townhomes next to the proposed development would be extended to cover this site eventually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Done?
Yes. Vicki Brown, Brian, no last name, Rex George, and Hima.
Hello, council members. Thank you for having me speak. My name is Vicki Brown. I'm on the board for Union School District. I've been on the board since I was elected in 2004, and in that time we've had many proposals come to us, and most of them, the developers coming to us because they saw our land and we're in a good location. In all the years, this is by far the best project for the school district, our neighborhood, and the community at large. I think we all know that funding for schools in California is subpar. The unfortunate thing for Union School District is we are in the bottom 1.5% of funding from the state. We're in a desperate situation. We're top 5% in the state for academic achievement, but the money that we're receiving from the state is the bottom 1.5%. We've done many things to try and increase our revenues so that we can pay our teachers a living wage. At this point, our teachers are wanting money, and we want to give them money, but we don't have it. Even though we have a parcel tax, we have a bond, we've done solar, we have leased sites, we have been squeezing the stones for many years. This is a great opportunity for the whole community. And our district is 7 square miles. And so it isn't just one or two streets. This is 7 square miles that this project matters to. I am asking you to vote for the rezoning so that we can continue our level of excellence and pay our staff a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. I am an adjacent property owner to this rezoned property. I live right across this development.
And your name is?
My name is Rex George.
Okay, thank you, Rex.
And it has come to my attention that this property being leased to Belmont Village is in violation of California Education Code Section 17486C. Violation of a law to lease a public property to a private entity is, as the law is written, might be a criminal offense. City of San Jose has collected parkland dedication fee according to QMPI Act, Government Code Section 66477. The sole purpose of the fund collected for QMPI Act is for acquiring new parkland. San Jose 2040 general plan says, calls for 3.5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. And section PR 3.2 mentions park within 1/3 mile radius. There is no park within 1 mile radius. Sports zoning this to accommodate a massive 4-story commercial enterprise creates a windfall of profit to Belmont Village at the expense of reduced property value of neighbors and is considered a wealth transfer, which is illegal. San Jose proudly states our green print vision, which is with a vision statement, says a national leader of parks and recreation in cultivating healthy communities through quality programs and dynamic public spaces. What we are getting here is a sports zone change with a negative SWICA declaration, a mitigated negative SWICA instead of a park. That's what we are getting. We are legally entitled for a park here according to the laws, and we are getting a negative SWICA. And this is a land use decision, and Union District or Belmont must not receive any special benefit or treatment more than a private citizen or entity is entitled to. How the property is used, how the funds are used by the school district should not be a part of this land zone change. Otherwise, it will be considered unfair and unethical.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I want to give this document to the attorney.
Hello. My name is Jen Fosco, and I'm a San Jose resident and a 10-year parent in the Union School District. I was on the 7-Eleven District Committee regarding the land use proposed for this development, and I'm here to speak in favor of the project that Union School District is asking for approval tonight. With increasing costs, school districts are always looking for creative ways to increase revenue in order to provide a quality education for its students. Union School District is in a unique position that other school districts do not have, where they have land from an old bus yard that they are able to lease out in order to improve education and bring revenue into our budget. Other leases on schools in our district have improved student services and education, including keeping our class sizes low compared to other districts in the area. The land that's in question is the site of the Union School District's first formal schoolhouse and was donated in the mid-1800s by Christopher Schofield, who was heavily involved in the district's forming. It was his goal to give back to the community through education. After carefully considering all types of businesses interested in this land, Union School District would like to partner with Belmont Village. In addition to providing much-needed income for our district and students, approving a senior housing project will provide a great need that San Jose has right now, housing. With regards to the issue of crowds, traffic, and noise, I believe that a senior living complex is actually a very good neighbor. I worked as a social worker in a community like this, and it's an asset to our neighborhood. I live just a few blocks away from the proposed site, and as with other neighbors, I was concerned about the creek, the traffic, the noise, and other problems. However, I'm confident with the changes the builders have made, and I also feel that an assisted living complex with limited drivers and a quiet setting is a nice for our neighborhood, and far superior to a shopping center, a restaurant, a bar, a liquor store, any other business that has approached our district in the past to lease our land. The Union School District trustees and employees have put a great amount of work into deciding what project would best serve our community, while also bringing crucial income into the budget for our students. I urge you to please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hennessy, Lori, Greg, Vince Cantori, Steven, I'm going to mispronounce your last name, begins with a K, and Catherine Hedges. Welcome.
Good evening. Hopefully I don't pass out here. I'm opposed to the building of the Belmont Village Assisted Living Center on Union due to the foreseen increased traffic down Rosswood. Rosswood is that blue line that you see on the picture up there. I have been a resident of Rosswood Drive for over 40 years. We have never seen so much traffic down our street as we have in the past few years. Not only does the San Jose PD escort funeral processions down Rosswood as a shortcut to the Los Gatos Cemetery, the app Waze also sends traffic down our street, not to mention all the parents driving to drop off and pick up their children from Union Middle School. Although a traffic study was conducted for Union Avenue and Los Gatos Almaden, I don't believe there was one completed for the added traffic that will occur down Rosswood Drive, both from southbound Union turning right onto Rosswood and eastbound traffic on Los Gatos Almaden turning left into Rosswood. More traffic is only a headache for the residents, but also dangerous for the children walking and biking to school. Perhaps the reason that the traffic study count report was acceptable was that a substantial number of vehicles already cut down Rosswood Drive to avoid the current traffic mess on Los Gatos Almaden. I urge you to please vote no on this item, until a solution to mitigate the traffic on Rosswood is found. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mike. Good to see you.
Mayor, Council, how you doing? I'm Mike Hennessy. I live over in the District 9 area. I like District 9. I think District 9 is great. I had some rental properties there. I bothered to even restore one of the homes that we live in. I like it. I think this project is absolutely fantastic. I heard everybody talking tonight about housing, things people need. Well, a lot of people don't speak up for the seniors, and we're all going to be there. Someday we're going to be there. We're fortunate to have a father-in-law. My wife's here. He's 92 years old. He worked at Bank of America as an accountant. He has no exciting stories, believe it or not. But we found this place because we're looking for a place for him to live. Near my house would be fantastic. We don't have enough senior living. There's no traffic problems there. I've never seen seniors burn rubber, out of the parking lot. I mean, I don't think bands are going to be at night playing music. They're in bed by 8 o'clock. But again, the good things about what's going to happen is we all got to make a sacrifice in some way for housing. We talked about that all night tonight. Well, the seniors need some sacrifice too. They need some places to live. And I'm all for it. I think it's kind of a neat thing. The money that the city and the schools are going to get, I have trouble. I like to be a very common sense person. I drive by that place every day, twice a day. I go to work. My business is in Santa Clara. I restore vintage cars, so I go down that street every day. I don't think that would change the world of anything there because it's not a business that has in and out traffic. I think for 4 stories, I think it's going to look nice. I think it's going to look good, really good for the neighborhood. And I personally wanted to say on the record, I'm for it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. Welcome. Welcome, Greg.
Hi, my name is Stefan Kalujerovic, and I would like, to translate some of the stuff which my neighbor Rex George said before, just, in a plain language. Yes, San Jose has a responsibility to build senior living facilities, but also it has responsibility to build parks. Actually, for this specific District 9, on their website, you will find that they need parks. Also, last year, on the site of San Jose, you have $90 million, which are there to provide new parks, which means people from Union School District can tap into that money and get, their money which they need. And based on Naylor Act, I believe, again, I'm not a lawyer, you will have to double check that giving that land to parks is higher, priority than giving to anything else. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know the details, but there might be some liability there against both San Jose and, Union School District. I don't know, I have no idea. But there is also another thing, the whole thing was they're always saying, look, we need this for for seniors, and that's something which is mandate for San Jose. That's true, but also you have a mandate, to build the parks, and you have to check both of those things. Also, we were bringing this all the time through all of the, community meetings, and we will ignore all of the time. Also, I will bring another thing. I live approximately 100 to 100 feet away from this building, and approximately 100 feet, from Union School District. I begged them for 2 years to talk to me and to be included in the bidding process. Actually, I was none of my neighbors, and there are more than 28 of the neighbors in my HOA community. None of us us were ever informed about the bidding process. We were always ignored about, putting this land for parks, which means this is really bad. I really ask you, please do not allow this, and I'm not even sure that whole process was okay. Again, I have no idea, but you might want to go through the documents and check, what was happening all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, yes.
No, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and the council. I'm coming up to speak in favor of the project. I think it's a great idea. It's a real win for the school district having the additional funds, and we definitely need more senior care and memory care facilities. I don't really understand why the neighbors are objecting to that use at this site. And I think it's a great idea, and the council should approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vince Cantori, and I'd like to voice my support for this project. The City of San Jose means a lot to me. Cambrian District 9 means even more. It's where I grew up. It's where my wife and I have settled. My son goes to Union Middle School. My daughter goes to Nodden Elementary. And I'm grateful for the innovative partnership between the school district and the developer. However, I believe that providing housing opportunities to vulnerable populations, seniors in particular, is incredibly important to maintain the very fabric of our community. I believe the city's leadership understands this. City policy acknowledges and endorses this. And I believe most people in this room, even those opposed to the project, agree on this point as well. Our community needs to evolve to meet the challenges of our growing senior population. Please make the right decision. Acknowledge the great work that the developer has done to incorporate community feedback into the design, and approve this project without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Greg Larkins. I've been a resident of Rosswood Drive between Union Avenue and Los Gatos Almaden for over 40 years. In the past 5 to 10 years, that stretch of Rosswood has gone from being a nice residential street to a virtual thoroughfare. I cringe every time I see school kids walking to and from school while cars are streaming down the street, one right after another. The presence of Belmont Village will only amplify that traffic and make it more unsafe for our kids. I urge you to abandon any resolution allowing this business to be a part of our neighborhood and for the school district to obtain funding through other public, local, and state resources. Please don't sell out the safety of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I believe those are all that. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. So our teachers need money. We all need to fight for that. And because you're not fighting, actually, for the teachers, we're forcing our school district to desperate measures for leasing this land to a company, a for-profit Houston-based company, to build something completely out of character for the neighborhood. But far worse, that will create major risks for the community, our children walking over these crowded streets. Belmont Project is 198 beds, 198 families can visit at any time. Added to the employees per shift and vendors, first responders, and a host of added congestion that this building project brings to this tiny community. Add that to Harker Middle School, add that to Cambrian Plaza Project, which will happen, and you have an intentionally created disaster of traffic, massive safety risks that you're all supporting and approving. You know about these, and still you push these forward, okay, with the mitigation of a bus line. No study about the roads, by the way, or the congestion. The study was about the intersection, and it's a flawed study, and it's a flawed solution that adding a bus line will fix this problem that these guys are going to create. and it's a joke, and everyone knows it. Further, because you know what you're doing and can't claim ignorance, when lawsuits start coming your way due to accidents, overcrowding, and God forbid fatalities connected with pushing more traffic and businesses into an area that was designed for residences. So I implore you, 1, halt the project. 2, get our teachers the money they deserve, but that you and Sacramento are denying. And with all these risks, after trickle down, our poor teachers will probably receive $500 a head. So, as you said, as your representative, I am committed to championing our residents and preserving the charm of our neighborhoods.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I want to thank all the members of the community. I'd like to thank all the members of the community coming out to speak, including those who somehow believe that we have the budget and authority.
Speaker.
We have one more.
Sorry, I think my name is left out. It's Hema.
Okay, please.
So, okay, so I'll just keep it short. I live right across on Union Avenue. My biggest concern is the traffic. And every day morning when I take my kid to drop to school, it's 5 minutes I sit on my driveway to take a left on Union Avenue. And there are so many middle school kids and the elementary school kids who walk, and the traffic is a nightmare. And the solution proposed by the city or by the Belmont Village is not practical, because there are going to be 100 employees, there are going to be visitors for the seniors, and everybody knows that. And I really don't think everybody is going to take a VTA, which is the proposed solution. So I understand seniors are very important, their housing is important, but I worry about my kids' safety, because the traffic study conducted by the San Jose City is definitely not during the peak hours in the morning specifically, and I would really, really appreciate if you could reconsider to change and take the traffic concern an issue. I really worry about my kids, because there have been practically visible incidents where there are near hit scenarios that has happened. Because right across the Union School District, there is a Downing Center commercial area where there are no cross guards, and the middle school students, they are kids. So there have been near hit incidents that has been posted on Nextdoor. So traffic is my concern, and I think kids' life is also important along with the seniors' housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank all the members of the community who came out to speak, including those who apparently believe we have authority over schools and budgets over schools. We don't, but we do want to work with the schools and do everything we can to help support them and be successful. And Union School District has been working collaboratively with our staff now for several years to try to find a way to both develop something that is consistent with our general plan and obviously helpful in sustaining the important work they do every day with our kids. So I'm inclined to support the memorandum from Councilmember Foley. I appreciate, as I went to the restaurant, I was able to hear much of the concern that was expressed regarding traffic, around density. I can assure you that with regard to traffic, if you are concerned about it, an assisted living and memory care center is about as good as it gets. You don't have a lot of drivers among the residents there. Obviously, there will be employees who work there. Yes, families will occasionally visit, but I can assure you that is not a huge driver of traffic based on all the other uses that might end up on that site. And with regard to density, I appreciate very much that Cambrian and much of the surrounding neighborhoods here are single-family neighborhoods. There's no question about that, Blossom Crest and so forth. But really, this intersection is an intersection that includes Union School District office building, a Safeway, Los Gatos Eye Care, a Burger Shack. Around the corner is a health and rehab center, which is appropriate, place for seniors. Across the street is an apartment complex on Union, as well as other commercial, a family dental center, et cetera, other commercial operations. So Union Avenue obviously is a thoroughfare. This is a commercial area. This is exactly the place where we're going to be building density throughout our city because frankly, we are out of room and out of land, and we are in a housing crisis, and we need to do more to accommodate residents, and certainly our seniors are our fastest growing segment of our population, so we need to do more to accommodate them. And so I believe the density that's proposed here is respectful. It's up against Union Avenue where it should be, along the main thoroughfare, not up against the creek or against the residential homes. And it seems to me that the team that's been working on this has collaboratively attempted to work with the community, and I think what we have as a result is much better than what it started with. And I want to commend Councilmember Foley and her team for working with the developer and the community to see how we can get to a good result. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments from the members of community and from the developer and from Rosalind Huey. I appreciate the support from the planning department, both from Rosalind and from Robert, and making the plans that came forth and that you see today and that were approved by the Planning Commission, the plans that was the majority accepted by the community. I've been to several community meetings. I've met with every member of the public who wanted to meet with me. I've gone to the condominiums right next door to view the sight lines from the condominium project in relation to the development. When I was walking precincts, I went to neighbors who lived on Rosswood, and they showed me also the sight lines. So I have a very good feel and connection to the community, and I'm very much aware of some of the issues and the concerns about the community. But I want to share some of the thoughts as a former school board member coming at this from that angle as well as a school board member, and then encourage my council colleagues to vote in support of this. Number one, a comment was made about that this should be given to the city as parkland. This is school district property. The city has no jurisdiction over this property at all other than to approve the zoning change because of the use permit that is required by the city. But aside from that, this property is owned by the school district. The school district is required under state law to hold a 7-Eleven committee. I heard a woman who participated in the 7-Eleven committee. That is a committee that is designed to investigate the use and offer the use of this property to other entities. And there is a scale of who you need to offer the property to first. The first is if you're getting ready to sell a property or build, is you must offer it to the city. The city then has the opportunity to say, yes, we want to buy it, or no, we don't. Clearly, the city said, we're not interested, otherwise we'd be in contract with the city to buy it. Next, they can offer it to other jurisdictions, other government entities, and the government entities can buy it. From there, it's up to the school district itself to decide what they want to do with the property. I know that Union School District went out for bids, for requests for proposals, and they received some from developments that would have been much more intrusive than a memory care and memory care and assisted living facility. And I want to emphasize the assisted living and memory care component. These are not people who are driving. I only wish my mother, who passed away in January, who lived in one of those facilities, could live in a place as beautiful as this will be. It's a respectful place. It's a wonderful place for your parents to live and spend their final years of their life when they are not driving. And frankly, if there's 188 beds, they do not have people visiting 188 people visiting them every day. You can count on that. So the school had an opportunity to sell it to housing developers who were building more high-density housing there, more than the units that you're going to see today. They also had proposals from medical centers, so you were going to have medical facilities, offices, a lot more intrusive as far as traffic is concerned. They settled on this proposal from Belmont Village because it fit more with the dynamics of what they were trying to accomplish. They're leasing the land to Belmont Village, and they're generating $550,000. That may not seem like a lot to bigger school districts like San Jose Unified. That's not much to a budget of $500 million. But to their budget, I can tell you this means a tremendous amount. I held a meeting yesterday with a group of parent leaders, including PTA presidents and several of them from the Union School District, and they begged us and pleaded with us to figure out how we can bring more housing into District 9 in that area so that they could have more kids at their school, bringing up their average daily attendance income. This is serious that the school district has reached out in this way. It's important that they have reached out in as often as they have. They started off with a much bigger project. I've been to, I don't know, half a dozen public meetings and then several individual meetings, both with supporters and those in opposition for it. So I want my colleagues to know I've done my homework. This is my first project coming before you, although it will not be the most controversial that comes before you. I can guarantee you that when Cambrian Park Plaza ever comes forward to you. But I have to say, I am wholeheartedly behind this project, from the senior component, from the ability of the school district to be innovative and generate some funds that will be desperately needed by their school and their educational programs. I am very much in support of this, and I move my memo.
Motion with many seconds. Councilmember Esparza.
I was compelled to speak in support of this project and to thank my colleague, Councilmember Foley. As a former school board member, I also appreciate how important this is, and believe it or not, I do know some of the folks at the school district, and I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that they went into this, and to see the school district be so active and to see the use of this and the community's comments responded to, and to see how active your office has been involved in coming up with a solution that is right. I just wanted to thank you all, and I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Foley's motion. All right, that passes. So we're moving forward now to item 4.5, the Ellis Act Ordinance Recontrol Provisions. Welcome back, Rachel and Jackie and team.
Can we record a yes vote for Councilmember Arenas on that last one?
And Jimenez, please.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to verbally announce that was 11-0 on item 10.2.
Okay. Sounds good. Unless you tell me I can. I don't know. All right.
Okay, it's Jackie Morales-Friend is back. I'm the Director of Housing. Rachel Vanderveen is joining me again, and Chris Alexander from the City Attorney's Office is also joining us here at the table. So we're here to talk about the Ellis Act, and you had asked us to look at the recontrol provisions, and so here we are. So again, following the theme of tonight, which is we're trying to figure out the balance between encouraging market rate development to go forward. At the same time, we're trying to minimize displacement in our community. And we also want to minimize the impact to our affordable housing stock and the naturally affordable housing stock as well. So just to remind you what you asked us to do, you asked us to research the impact of subjecting the replacement units to be recontrolled by the Ellis Act, And so as a follow-up, we did conduct interviews with developers and lenders, and Chris Burton from the Office of Economic Development helped us with that. We looked at the threshold of new apartments to figure out what would make sense in creating more affordable housing if possible. We also looked at what other cities have been doing regarding recontrol provisions. In addition to the research that you directed us to do, we also conducted tenant interviews to better understand the potential impact of displacement on them. And we looked at the housing market and the conditions that our residents are living in at this time. So first of all, here is a summary of the feedback that we received from both developers and lenders. And again, we had one-on-one interviews with them. In terms of the developers, they spoke to us about a range of issues that make moving forward with their projects challenging, including dealing with historic buildings, high land costs, the time it takes to get through the development process, softening rents, and city fees, including housing and parks fees. We also learned from developers there are two different strategies that that apartments are seeking. So one is a short-term investment strategy, and these developers indicated that their business model is to offer rent concessions in the first year in order to have a successful lease-up period, and then they increase the rents in year 2, and this could be as much as 10 to 20%. Therefore, they believed that restricting annual rent increases to 5% for potentially half the apartments as required under the current Ellis Act ordinance will make their project not viable. The short-term investors are hardly concerned with capturing the maximum rent potential from the building within the first 2 years to maximize the value of the building. So these are really short-term apartment holders. They're building the developments and then they're selling them off. And of course, the value of the apartment is based on what rents they can achieve. And they felt the 5% limitation on half the new units would reduce their anticipated profits from the short term. So they were not very supportive of Ellis at its 50% rate. We also have a long-term investment strategy from developers who hold on to their projects. They are long-term investors. Developers in this particular category expressed concern that they would be unable to benefit when future market rent increases could exceed 5%, but they would be exposed to the risk when rents are flat or may need to be decreased. While developers expressed concerns about the Ellis recontrol provision, no one has been rejected for financing because of the Ellis recontrol provision. So even though developers had talked to us about their concerns, we never met a developer, none of the developers we talked to who expressed their concern, nor their lenders ever said, we rejected this loan because of the Ellis conditions, or that they were not providing the financing because of the Ellis recontrol. When we spoke to lenders, there were 3 main things we found. First of all, there was a lack in understanding of the Ellis Act ordinance requirements. So none of the lenders we spoke to actually understood San Jose's requirements before talking to staff. So while they originally expressed concerns, once the staff actually explained the Ellis Act ordinance, they appeared to be more comfortable. We did speak to 3 lenders, and we learned that a typical financing structure for a development's construction is up to 30 to 40% of equity, both from the developers and from a third-party equity investor, and a range of 60 to 70% from commercial bank loans. Investors try to limit their risk and increase their financial returns. Not surprisingly, the commercial bank loans are secured by the value of the property and are typically senior over the equity debt. Therefore, they would be the first to be repaid in the event of liquidation. Equity debt is usually last in the capital stack and faces the highest risk, and it's really those lenders that we've been talking about that have the most choice in terms of where they're going to invest. So the risk for the short-term equity lenders is they generally participate in the development for a short time, typically 5 years. So they are most concerned about risks regarding construction timeline, short-term market conditions such as market rents, and how quickly the apartments lease up. These equity investment transactions are designed to maximize the rents to sell quickly at the highest sale price. The long-term lenders generally split 30 to 40% of the equity and 60 to 70% of the commercial bank loans, and they typically purchase the building at year 5 or 6 for a longer-term investment. While some lenders expressed a negative perception of the Ellis recontrol provision, it is unclear that they would refuse to loan on a development or offer a less competitive rate because of the recontrol provisions. We also conducted 3 outreach meetings where we sent out notifications to 604 developers and individuals who are on our lists. And then we also touched base with all the developers that have an Ellis project filed with the city. In addition to all of our developer talks, we also looked to talk to tenants. And tenants really had 4 concerns. First of all, their overarching concern is about displacement, and we've heard this over and over again. And it was specifically about being displaced from this lower cost, naturally affordable housing, and a concern of where they would go, because the vacancy rates for this particular housing stock is so low, it's very challenging to find a new place if you are displaced. They were also concerned about their rights, and they recommended that we increase our tenant education so that tenants would have the understanding of the rights that they have under our relocation program. They also advocated for us to strengthen our current provisions. As you know, we started off with Ellis at 100%. We reduced it to 50%, and the tenants really felt that we should go back to the 100% and at a minimum maintain the 50% recontrol. There was also agreement that while we should encourage new housing development, we really needed to preserve the affordable rents. Tenants were very concerned about affordable rents being replaced by Class A housing. Tenants asked how San Jose can make housing available and affordable for all residents of different income levels. So one of the things we did is we did interview tenants who were living in ARO buildings, and what we found were we had tenants who were families who were predominantly low income. We saw and met recent immigrants who came here looking for opportunity. We found many units that had families that were doubled up. And to them, really, the number one challenge was if we remove the units, where would they find replacement housing in San Jose? Especially at the cost of what they were currently paying. So in terms of so we have 2 recommendations after studying this question. So the first, just to remind you how the current recontrol provision works. The drawing on the left is what we would have is a 4-unit ARO building that would get demolished. And under the current provision, 50% of those units must be under the ARO restrictions and 50% are at market. And what's important to remember about our program is that every time a unit is vacated voluntarily, that the rents go back up to market. So when this building first gets built, 3 to 5 years after the original building was demolished, it is going to be rented at whatever the current market rate rents are. And I think overwhelmingly people agreed that that there was a lot of challenge thinking about that 50% of them would be recontrolled at these higher rents. And that's why the demolition, people are so concerned about the demolition. However, we are proposing that there's a cap on the 50%. And one of the things we recognized is that there are a significant number of Ellis Act developments right now where there is a small number of units that are going to be replaced by a very dense building. So in this particular case just illustrates that. So we started with 4 units and we're going to have 100 units that are going to get rebuilt. So we are proposing a cap of 7 times whatever the original number of ARO units are. So in this case, there were 4 times 7, so there would be a 28-unit cap. So instead of this development falling under the 50%, it would be capped at 28. And we've been asked, well, how on earth did you come up with the 7? And that is really a mathematical, algebraic calculation we did, which is we know if you increase the density by 7, then the inclusionary ordinance would apply at the 15%, and therefore, while we wouldn't get ahead in terms of having more units, we would be able to theoretically replace the lost naturally affordable with inclusionary housing units. And that because those inclusionary housing units are deed restricted and income restricted, they do offer what we believe is more community value. So the cap, and I just want to be really clear, the cap will benefit smaller developments that had smaller number of units, and when you are really densifying the site, and again, by 7 times. For many of the larger developments that are under the ARO, it is going to be very challenging for them to meet the 7-to-1 requirement. Our second change recommendation is to change the recontrol waiver requirement. So here's the existing waiver provision. You have a 4-unit building, you demolish it, and if you rebuild and you build 20% affordable on site, then you are waived of all the other Ellis requirements. So you don't have to include rent stabilized units in the building. And so you've increased your inclusionary requirement by 5%. So that's how the waiver works now. We are proposing a modification where instead of at 20%, you build 15% on affordable, which is your inclusionary requirement. And you either, for the displaced tenants, one, provide them an opportunity to return to the new development at the prior rent with an increase at the rate of CPI following the withdrawal date and a 5% increase subsequently. So it would look similar, it would look similar to the tenant as an ARO unit. Or 2, you would provide them an opportunity to be relocated to an apartment at the same rent with a maximum 5% increase per year for the duration of their tenancy. So we really modeled this after the first Ellis, well actually we didn't have Ellis at the time, but it was the first demolition that we experienced for an apartment rent ordinance. The developer worked really hard to relocate some of the tenants within the existing portfolio that he had. And so we thought that that would address the issue of displacement for our tenants. At the same time, we would get rent-restricted apartments, and those apartments would be available under the inclusionary housing program. So this allows displaced tenants to have an option to return to their communities following the development of new housing, which is what we heard was the primary concern for many of our residents. We do want to point out, because we know that one of the primary concerns from our residents is that a 1-to-1 replacement option is not equal in terms of the replacement for recontrol of rent-stabilized apartments. Because as you can see from this example, the 1-bedroom rent of your typical ARO apartment is about $1,600 a month, while a new apartment rent, the average rent for a new apartment is $3,500. So the fact that we are demolishing and replacing with these units, while they do help the market rate, and we believe that's very important because they provide more housing stock, it does not help the resident who's been living in the ARO apartments, and we may or may not necessarily be able to replace those. And so therefore, the department was really trying to balance the policy goal of assisting new market rate development while at the same time limiting its impact on our existing housing stock, and in this case, impacting our naturally affordable housing stock, and more importantly, the impact to our low-income residents. So we've tried to strike that balance in this policy as well. So our 2 recommendations are, as I reviewed, the 50% recontrol, and then trying to find an opportunity for developers to build the affordable on-site and to provide additional assistance for our tenants. And with that, we are open to questions.
Okay, thank you. I know there are many members of the community who'd like to speak. So I'll ask everyone to come down. In the order we can call you, Laura Diaz, followed by Deborah looks like St. Julian, Gabriella Gabrian, Shelley Leeser, Marshall Woodmansee, and Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. My name is Laura Diaz, and I work at Nexar Solutions to Domestic Violence, and I'm also co-founder of Colibri Collective. I'm here today to ask you to protect tenants in the city from displacement and discrimination. In my work over the last 25 years in the domestic violence field, I've seen how the intersection of DV, homelessness, and housing insecurity is at the forefront of our struggle against ending the impacts and barriers that survivors face. DV is one of the main reasons for homelessness for women and children. More than 90% of homeless women experience severe physical or sexual abuse at some point in their lives. Women and men who experience food or housing insecurity in a 12-month period had significantly higher prevalence of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner. Many survivors are controlled financially by their partners, which makes them more vulnerable to homelessness. Many survivors have trouble finding rental properties because they may have damaged credit, rental, and employment histories as a result of the abuse. So when the City Council and the Mayor want to change the Ellis Ordinance, which basically seeks to displace those most vulnerable in our community, I ask you, why are you voting to turn your backs to the community of survivors who you just pledged your support, thoughts, and prayers and money at last month during Domestic Violence Awareness Month? I saw many of you at vigils, conferences, and here at City Hall as we turned City Hall purple in solidarity. Today is your opportunity to walk your talk, do something tangible and real that will protect survivors in the city, and vote to protect the Ellis Ordinance.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Deborah St. Julian. I'm a homeowner. I live in District 10. I've lived in San Jose for 34 years. I'm also a women's health nurse practitioner, and I'd like to say amen. Amen to the person who just talked, because I have many patients who are stuck in homes with abusive partners because they don't have a place to move to. Anyway, I don't think the developers or the lenders, thank you for your presentation. I don't think the developers or the lenders are going to be hurt. I don't think they're worrying about making rent. I think they can afford the $3,500 market rate. And so I think the people who need protection are my neighbors in tents on Monterey Boulevard and the people that have already been displaced. And I find this whole discussion so depressing. Like, we need to get bigger than this, because talking about reducing caps of affordable housing, I love San Jose. My kids aren't ever going to live here because they can't afford rent. They're not tech bros. They're like just doing civil service stuff. So I am here to support measures that will help protect tenants and avoid displacement. Like she was saying, I'm in the tenant row. And I think we should strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return, and that we should return with previous rent. Anyway, I'm just for rent protection. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you very much, Councilmembers Esparzo and Carrasco. PACT supports a strong Ellis Act. We don't want to have a version that's weakened with low caps to benefit developers. And I'm kind of appalled that we're, you know, these short-term investors, they want to have low rents the first year and then jack them up 20% the second year. You know, what kind of policy is that? Why are we trying to make it easier for developers to do that for their short-term profit? If that's what they want to do, then maybe they shouldn't be in, you know, redeveloping properties that are displacing current rent control tenants. Maybe they should find some empty land or land with, you know, funky borders or whatever it was that Councilor Arcamas was talking about earlier. But we need a strong Ellis Act, the right of return at the stable rent for the tenants sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Shelley Lizer. I thank everybody for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, council members. Thank you, public. Thank you, awesome housing department. Now, I especially want to address my comments to Mayor Liccardo and to my council member, Raul Perales. Mayor Liccardo, I believe you were raised in the Catholic tradition, specifically the Jesuit tradition, that stresses justice and compassion. I know most of your funding comes from the rich and powerful, specifically, you know, the rich and powerful, including the landlords, but you were elected to represent everybody, and this is part of what your conscience should call you to do. At the end of your life, when you're facing your mayor, when you're facing your maker, would you like to be known as the mayor who is rich and helped the rich and powerful, or would you like to say to yourself, I did what was right, I helped the poor guy, the middle class guy. So thank you. Please do take this into consideration. And Raul, I know you understand what it's like not to have a lot of money. You were raised that way. But I know also that your funding does come primarily from the rich and powerful, because the rest of us, you know, we want to contribute to your campaign, but we just don't have that much money. And again, at the end of your life, please think how you'd like to be remembered. If you had to go back to being a policeman, that's a very honorable profession. I know you did a great job. But again, what's more important? I think doing the right thing. So thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Gabriela Gabrian. Thank you so much for having such an invested study. So developers and people that want to make money, they all have studies. And then you have like people that are residents, and the grave, the displacement cost is not money. Is having to move, uproot, go somewhere else, not know where you're going, not know if you can find a place. The Alice Act is a great idea, but it doesn't really see the, coming back to the old apartment that now has changed. I'm being displaced next year. Wouldn't really help me for the duration while that apartment is being built. You know, where am I going to stay for that duration of time? Having to move over and over again and then come back, who's going to help me pack? How much is that going to cost? I don't have the extra money, the rental truck, the labor. Anyways, so it's moving in the right direction. But I would like to see like a relocation fee, emotional assistance for the family members that are being traumatized by uprooting from their neighborhood. I would be cool because I have a lot of friends, but not everyone is able to come here that are being affected and speak on their own behalf. And I just want you to imagine what it would be like to have to leave, stay somewhere for an uncertain time, then come back and readjust to your new environment that used to be your old environment. So thank you for your time and all the hard work you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Milt Krantz, Marshall Woodmansee, Priscilla Acuna Mena, John Marienthal, Oscar Enriquez, Malik Moncrief, and Sandy Perry. I'll keep calling some more names while folks are making their way down. Whoever can make it first certainly is welcome to speak. Allison, your last name begins with a T. It looks like Tiongson. Please forgive me if I've mispronounced it. Wilson, Jeffrey Buchanan, and Bob Brownstein. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Mr. Krantz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Milt Krantz. I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Network and of the Renters' Rights Coalition, San Jose, and also of the new Bay Area Community Land Trust. I want to thank Jackie and the rest of the housing for the wonderful job they did on these reports and all the research and all the work. It was a tremendous job. However, I must say that the proposals do not really help the tenants that are being displaced for Ellis reasons. And there are two major reasons why they don't. First of all, there's going to be less affordable housing built because of the reduction in the requirements. First from 100 to 50, and now even down to 15%. The second reason is that these houses, if they're built on the same grounds that there are other new developments that are going to be built on, they're not really affordable. Why are they not really affordable? Because they're tied to the AMI. The AMI in this area is so high that people who really need this kind of low-income apartments aren't going to be able to afford them because it's going to cost. They're going to have to be making $50,000 to $70,000 to afford a place like that. And so the bottom line here is we are pleading that if you can't help help the people that need this kind of helping by strengthening the Ellis Act protections, then for God's sake, do not make them worse. And that would happen if these proposals are adopted. So what we are asking for is no change in the Ellis Act at this point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Perry from Affordable Housing Network and Sham Deliverance Ministry. With all due respect to the Housing Department, I don't think this issue is really about figures or formulas or algorithms, and it was hard for me to follow them anyway. It's about our humanity, and it's about whether or not it's about displacement and whether or not we're going to support it or whether we're going to oppose it. The city committed to an anti-displacement plan back when the land was sold to Google last year, and we're still waiting for that plan to come back and be approved. But before it's even had a chance to be looked at, we're already trying to undo it by weakening the Ellis Act, weakening the ordinance. 72% of the people who are displaced when apartments are demolished end up leaving the city of San Jose and they never come back. The composition of those tenants, there was a great letter by the Law Foundation, which you all received, is predominantly Latino, largely single family head of household. And so what we're talking about is Latino displacement. Are we talking about Latino removal? Is this something that we want in San Jose? Is this the type of San Jose we want to live in? If you want to find buildings to demolish to make room for new housing, which we do need new housing, tear down some of the single-family homes out in Willow Glen. Tear them down in Almaden Valley. There's Those are the areas with the least amount of density. But don't tear down the homes of the poorest people in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. After our next two speakers are Megan Swift, Robert Aguirre, and Maria Alatorre.
Good evening. My name is Bob Brownstein. LSAC projects are engines of displacement. Displacement that devastates families, that damages neighborhoods, and that adds injury to insult. Injury to the insult that people of color have endured in this city during decades of housing discrimination. The city staff suggests that their new proposals are an effort to achieve balance. That's not quite true. It's an effort at rebalance, a new balance, a balance that increases the weight of our desire for market rate housing and does so on the backs of the most vulnerable and victimized people in the city. I happen to have gotten here at 1:30 today, so I've watched 7 full hours of giveaways this afternoon. May I suggest humbly that at least on this issue, it is time to stand. We do not need more Ellis Act evictions in San Jose. We should not want or support more Ellis Act evictions in San Jose. Just once today, it's time to stand. Thank you.
On behalf of Working Partnerships in Silicon Valley Rising, I encourage you to rise in opposition to any challenges weakening our Ellis Act ordinance. In the middle of a historic housing crisis, why would we want to see less deeply affordable units in the city? In the middle of a displacement crisis, why would we want to incentivize displacement of our working families? This proposal threatens the well-being of working families who depend on rent-controlled apartments in San Jose while rewarding the speculation of a handful of wealthy, politically connected developers like KT Urban, who stand to be the big winners today with paying millions less in fees, having to recontrol fewer units, and conveniently, their big project, Garden Gate, will come to you in just weeks. So we've lined all this up really to grease the palms of the one developer that staff research has found has a development model that's so speculative that they couldn't get the banks to finance even with 5% rent increases each year. Do we really want to propose incentivizing this kind of speculative development model, pushing families to Modesto, to Tracy and beyond, just to help a developer like KT Urban that's been involved in such gross abuses of labor? This policy creates perverse incentives, rewarding developers for demolishing affordable housing. Affordable rent-controlled apartments are the single largest source of affordable housing here in the city of San Jose. 40,000 units that you're going to put at risk, primarily 80% people of color. Why in the world, when we're struggling so mightily to produce low-income housing, would you take units that right now are akin to affordable deed-restricted units in their price and say we're going to take them off the market to replace with $3,500 a month rents? It just stands in stark contrast. And the deep injustice of going after the homes of people of color, Black, brown, and Asian families here in the city of San Jose, when there are so many alternatives we could look at for density. Why is the only place we're looking for density right now in these most vulnerable low-income families who are struggling so mightily? We're taking away dollars for affordable housing, and we're increasing their eviction, the chances of eviction. Really, this is the time to take a stand. Vote no. There's been enough giveaways today. Stand up for working families.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Megan Swift, and I own a home in District 6. Many of my friends and neighbors rent. They're teachers, they're county employees, they're tech workers, they're restaurant workers, engineers, office workers. They all work very hard, and every day they talk about how long they can stay here in San Jose. They move, and they move often. I watch them struggle to find and afford housing, and these are the lucky people in the community. We're not even addressing the at-risk communities, the ones that are struggling without jobs and without safety nets. So do not help developers and landlords by making it easier for them to demolish buildings. So I'm here to voice my support for measures that protect tenants that are facing displacement. So please strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Aguirre is Maria Alatorre, Anna Koski, Maria Jimenez, Yolanda Chavez, Delma Hernandez, and Kim Guptill.
Come on down. Thank you. My name is Robert Aguirre. Once again, thank you, Mayor and council members and staff. A couple of years ago, actually this last, the previous point in time count, there were about 4,000 plus homeless people living in the streets or that were counted. And that was an uptick of about 7%, 17 I think it was, from the previous count. Well, this last count went up considerably, some 42 or 48%, I forget the exact number, to over 6,000. And even you, Mayor Liccardo, have commented that for every one houseless person that you house, 3 more become unhoused. And we're facing a situation now where we're putting people at risk. We're putting people that are currently housed in affordable housing, affordable to them, and putting them at risk of getting evicted, whether it be economic or self-eviction. We were forcing people, especially people that are on fixed income, to now look at an alternative, and that alternative is living in the streets. How many more people do we need to see living in the streets before we start to realize that we have to do something drastic? And I don't see the Ellis Act being weakened as anything that's going to help that drastic condition. I think we need to increase it. We need to do things to keep people in their houses, to keep them off of the streets, to keep them from suffering the pain and loss of dignity and everything else, to be in a state of survival because they can't afford the rent. We can't afford to have people moving into the Central Valley and trying to come here to make our coffee, to mow our lawns, and do all the other types of jobs that no one else wants to do. So I beg you all, please, either do not touch the Ellis Act as it currently stands, or increase it to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hola, mi nombre es María Jiménez, vengo del Distrito 7 y soy voluntaria de Luna, Latinos Unidos por una Nueva América. Estoy recordándoles que tengan en consideración nuestra condición de personas de bajos recursos. Estoy hablando de la ley Ellis y la protección de inquilinos, porque si debilitan esta ley, vamos a estar totalmente desamparados, sin saber a dónde ir. Entonces, no debiliten esta ley de Ellis, más bien fortalecerla. Yo actualmente estoy viviendo con mi hijo y nietos, pero si se van para Sacramento por el costo de la vida, entonces mi hijo y yo vamos a quedar sin hogar. Mi hijo es discapacitado y yo muy mayor, por eso se necesitan más viviendas accesibles. Yo quiero que los desarrolladores puedan sacar provecho de su negocio, pero no a costa de las familias trabajadoras. Gracias.
Gracias.
Hi, my name is Maria Jimenez. I'm a volunteer with Luna Latinos United for New America and a resident of District 7. I'm speaking on the Ellis Act today and on behalf of tenant protections because if we were to weaken the Ellis Act, many of us would face total displacement without knowing where to go. Thus, we need to strengthen this law. Currently, I'm living with my daughter, her husband, my son, and my grandsons. However, because of the high cost of living and the rent, my daughter is making plans to move to Sacramento. If this were to happen, my son and myself would find ourselves without a home. My son is disabled and I am a senior, and it would be difficult for us to find a home. So we need more affordable housing. I would like owners and developers to make a profit from their business, but not at a cost of our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bienvenido.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez. Soy miembro de Luna, Latinos Unidos por una Nueva América, y también soy parte de una asociación que se llama McLaughlin Area Atenas.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Chavez. I'm a member of Luna, Latinos United for New America, and also a part of McLaughlin Area Tenants.
Hoy, este día, yo quiero exigir que no se debilite la ley Alice. En lo personal, yo viví por 7 años en el Distrito 7.
Today I want to talk about the urge that we do not weaken the Ellis Act. In my personal experience, I used to live in a rent control apartment for 7 years in the Santi neighborhood.
En la comunidad de Santi, yo viví en un apartamento de control de renta y vivía bien, sin pendiente de ser desalojada o que me subieran la renta, porque ese apartamento sí tenía control de renta. Pero algunas circunstancias personales me obligaron a moverme y ahora vivo en un dúplex. Aparte de pagar $1,000 más, tengo que rentar a personas extrañas una recámara.
Okay. So I lived without, when I lived in Santi, I lived without worry of unexpected increase or worry of displacement. However, because of personal circumstances, I had to move to a duplex where my rent was increased to $1,000, and I'm having to rent a room to a stranger. It's to a stranger.
Aparte de rentar una habitación, siempre vivo con miedo, pensando en que mi rentero me pueda subir la renta o me desaloje en cualquier momento sin darme alguna razón válida, o que me suba la renta a lo que él guste, porque estoy en un dúplex que no tengo control de renta.
I'm constantly living in worry that in any moment my rent will be raised, because at the moment duplexes do not have rent control, and I'm afraid that I might face displacement.
Por esta razón, les pido urgentemente que no recorten los fondos para viviendas accesibles. No debiliten la ley Alice, al contrario, hay que fortalecerla con el derecho que regresemos al 100% de la renta anterior, y sin ningún motivo quisiera irme de San José, porque San José es de todos y todos tenemos derecho de vivir aquí con precios controlados en renta. Gracias.
For this reason, I urge you all to not cut funding for affordable housing, not weaken the Ellis Act, rather strengthen it with 100% right to return with the same rent and 100% rent control. There's no motive why I would want to leave San Jose. San Jose is for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. After our next speaker, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, did you want to speak next?
Yeah,
My apologies.
sorry.
Okay, if I could just call down the other folks. Jennifer Meyer, Michelle Coleman, Sal Caruso, Liz, I believe it's Soghen, forgive me, the last name is Soehngen, and Andrew Bigelow. Thank you.
Delma with Latinos United for New America. One of my main roles as a community organizer has been to work in the Santi community. And this is an area that's predominantly rent-controlled apartments, that's people of color, and some of the hardest working families in San Jose. These tenants, along with thousands of others whom are part of the fabric of San Jose, depend on rent control. Weakening and cutting affordable housing will cause more evictions, more displacement, and more homelessness and trauma in our community, which seems to be disregarded when we are talking about the numbers and percentages. When residents are displaced within a matter of years, often by new communities, it changes the character of the community. And we lose an extremely deep value through broken bonds, friendships, and networks which have taken decades to build. I ask today for your leadership. Protect your residents from displacement. Stop developers and landlords from making excessive profits off the backs of our working class. Vote for 100% rent control and 100% right to return to the same rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Guptill, and I do have something to say, although I also have the testimony of another person who had to leave. Am I allowed to read that? Within the 2 minutes, yes. Okay. So my name is Anna Koski, and I live in District 6, and I am a tenant. And she says that the city of San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landlords by making it easier to demolish buildings. This modification is an economic gain for developers, but violence against tenants who will lose their homes and communities. Councilmember Davis, I am appalled. I have to change my glasses. I am appalled that you are even considering supporting the changes recommended by the Housing Department. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our district has one of the highest numbers of rent control departments in the city and huge numbers of folks who are unhoused. In my neighborhood by the Southwest Expressway, I see probably 50 folks living in their cars or in tents in just a 10-minute walk. Weakening the Ellis Act would be hypocritical and heartless if you say you care about regular people and working families. You can hold house parties and get your photograph taken, building bridge housing to stem the tide of displacement and devastation in our community. We need you, and I urge you and the entire council to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, now this
I'm
is...
sorry, your time's expired.
Oh, you meant
I said
both
within
of them
2
were
minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I had basically...
Absent people.
Oh, I misunderstood you.
Everybody gets
Thank
2
you. I
minutes.
had the same message for Deb Davis.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I am a homeowner in District 6, and I understand that that means that I've basically won the economic and class lottery. I don't have any fear of being displaced, but I do support measures to protect tenants who aren't as lucky as I have been from the stress of displacement. I urge you to maintain our current Ellis Act protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
What's up, guys? My name is Andrew Bigelow. I'm from the east side, but I live in District 6, right off of Fruitdale. And I've lived there for over 3 years. I rent. I'm a tenant. And as a renter, I am pleading with all of you to not vote to weaken the Ellis Act. And if anything, you all should be having the conversations on how to strengthen the Ellis Act. I don't know if any of you rent, but it is hard and stressful. And once again, you all just have the choice, and that's whether to side with the needs of poor and working class people that you all represent, or to side with the needs of, not even the needs, the wants to maximize profit opportunities for landlords and developers. And as a renter and someone worried about all of your hearts, you should always side with the poor and the working class, and you should side with the renters. And especially in District 6, where I live, just like they said before me, there are more renters than owners. So it seems counterintuitive to vote for anything that would negatively impact renters. And this applies to all of you. Who are you voting for, and who do you represent? And what decisions are you making, and for whom? I hear about incentivizing developers so they'll build, but why are you prioritizing them? All these numbers and statistics don't mean anything to the people who are actually renting and the people who need housing. The bottom line is, if it's not affordable, if it's not rent stabilized, if it's not rent controlled, all that other stuff just does not matter. You guys asked the wrong question about how do you build more at market rate apartments, housing. That is the wrong question to be asking.
Hi, my name is Liz Sonjan. I'm actually lucky enough to be a homeowner in District 3. And I'm here with Showing Up for Racial Justice to urge the council in support for measures that will protect tenants and strengthen the, and I urge you to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. I've volunteered as a sexual assault crisis counselor at the YWCA Silicon Valley for nearly 2 years, and I saw firsthand how housing instability makes people extremely vulnerable, not just women, but children, and also, men as well. It's heartbreaking, and it's also a continuation in San Jose of a long history of racial inequality, especially when we're looking at destroying the housing for those who cannot afford market rent. I think it's extremely important that we start looking at new solutions for these problems on the other side of tweaking things for developers. We keep playing with the numbers on the supply side, but I haven't heard a lot of answers about how we can help the people who need it most. Most of the time it seems to be just putting up sandbags against a tide that wants to sweep them away. So yes, please, I urge you not to support this recommendation and instead to strengthen the Ellis Act.
Hi, my name is Jen Meyer. I'm here showing up for racial justice. I am a middle-aged, white, full-time college teacher with a PhD, and one more rent increase is going to push me out of the Silicon Valley and into my retired parents' spare bedroom. I'm chock full of privilege, and I am probably months away from being displaced myself. Research from Urban Habitat finds that it is our Black and Latinx neighbors who are disproportionately being driven out of the Silicon Valley by housing costs. In their words, displacement appears as the leading edge of regional resegregation. I urge all of the council members to not contribute to that resegregation. I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. After our next speakers, Tessa Woodmansee, Jaime Alvarado, Danielle Hochstetter, Dilsa Gonzalez, Maria Martinez, Sal Castro, and Riley Dalton.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Good day, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. When I first wrote my speech, I put good day, but I should be saying good night. Okay? My name is Sal, and I'm a member of various social justice organizations here in San Jose, like PACT, Somos Mayfair, and Sacred Heart, to name a few. I'm a retired federal employee, but more importantly, I'm a grandfather who doesn't want to see the children in my community displaced because they have no place to live. So please, So please, if you're not going to strengthen the Ellis Act, then leave it alone. Also, don't destroy affordable housing. As it is now, we need more affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Danielle Hochstetter, and I work in District 9, and I'm a member of SURGE. The City of San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landlords by making it easier to demolish buildings. This modification is an economic gain for developers, but violence against tenants who will lose their homes and communities. I'm speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help to protect tenants from stress and trauma of facing displacement. I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. After our next speakers, Cooper Dalton, followed by Muffy Fulton, Caitlin Neiman, Sarah Nichols, Elizabeth Agramont Justiniano, Lanny Ballard, and Peter, I believe it's Peter Paris. Welcome.
Thank you. Good night, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Maria Martinez, and I live in the Mayfair area, and also I work in Somos Mayfair. Before I will start, I want to say I feel so mad because the comment you say that you see people, we waiting to talking about the point 10, but you don't see all these people here that waiting for talking about this point. So with that, the housing department that make an amazing job together with the University of Berkeley did a study on the displacement and spoke which were the communities with the greatest risks of displacement right here in this room. And now you wanted to increase that number of displacement people because you want to change it, the protection on tenants with the Ellis Act. That is why today I come to raise my voice to support. Do not modify the Ellis Act and protect tenants for displacement. Remember that I've gone around a lot, and maybe tomorrow you or some of you and your relatives can benefit with the Ellis Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Ballard. I'm a homeowner in District 2, but I used to be a renter, and I know what that means, the anxiety and the uncertainty. And so in that light, I'm here in support of renters facing displacement, and I encourage you to strengthen the Ellis Act by guaranteeing 100% right to return at previous rent and an increase in rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. I'm with Sacred Heart Housing Action Committee. San Jose housing rights are under attack, so what do we gotta do but come together, rise up, and fight back? We gotta protect the Ellis Act, which the Mayor Sam LaCarra wants to change because he's too busy of thinking ways to make it rain for corporations, realtors, investors, developers, anyone but the poor, even though we're people too, working hard to survive and pay our bills. Mayor wants to change the Ellis Act, meaning more for the greedy, less affordable apartments for the people who truly need them, more evictions, more displacement, more gentrification, more people who are homeless, forced to sleep on the streets, more people struggling to find food they can eat, more work for not enough pay, more time away from our children and family. But it doesn't have to be this way. I too am sick of thinking this is just the price you gotta pay for living in San Jose and all across the Bay. It's my community too. There's no excuse for the government protecting corporations, apartment associations before its responsibility to the people. And I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. Our next speakers, after our next speakers, Carly, I believe it's Peach, forgive me if I mispronounce, Pietsch, Aaron Stanton, Emily Hendon, Julia Voss, Amy Look, and Carter Welker. Hi.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Sarah Nichols, and I'm here with Standing Up for Racial Justice. The City of San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landlords by making it easier to demolish buildings and letting them get out of their obligations to provide affordable housing. The council should be supporting measures that will help protect tenants from the stress and trauma of displacement, not measures that will add to that displacement. I urge you all not to weaken the Ellis Act, but instead to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Erin Stanton. I work in the homelessness prevention program at Sacred Heart Community Service. Someone asked me today if working in this job feels like being a grain of sand pushing against the ocean of housing loss in San Jose. And I'm here tonight staying late into the evening because it does. I work every day with families and individuals who are facing eviction and homelessness due to the cost of housing. I see how incredibly difficult it is to pay the rent and the terrible choices that families are forced to make to keep a roof over their heads. I'm here tonight to speak up for the people that I work with who are facing these terrible risks. I'm also here tonight to speak up for the people who have already been displaced and who are not in San Jose anymore. Every day after work, I leave San Jose and I drive to my home, which is in another county. And we recently made space in our home for my brother-in-law because he can no longer afford his apartment here in San Jose. And he was forced to leave his community where he's lived for many, many years. It's hard enough already. Please don't make it worse. Please don't make it harder to keep the limited affordable housing that we have. I urge you to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Emily Hendon. I was born and raised in San Jose. I live in District 6 currently, and I'm an organizer from Surge. And I'm speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help protect tenants from the stress and trauma of displacement. And I urge you to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carter. I live in District 1, and I'm a tenant. I'm an engineer, and even my salary as an engineer doesn't prevent me from spending more than 50% of my income on my rent. If it's this bad for me, I can hardly imagine how bad the struggle is for the people that these developers are not even trying to cater to. The City of San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landlords by making it easier to demolish buildings. This modification is an economic gain for developers, but it's violence against tenants who will lose their homes and communities. I'm speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help to protect tenants from stress and trauma of facing displacement. I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. You've heard from dozens of tenants that have come out here tonight to voice our concerns. We're starting to understand what's happening to us, and we're going to be coming out here more and more to voice our rights and fight for our rights. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Julia Voss, and I live in District 6, and I'm a homeowner there. The City of San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landlords to make it easier to demolish buildings. This modification benefits developers, and it's a violence against tenants who will lose their homes and their communities. It's counter to logic, I teach logic, to say that we have a homelessness problem, to say that we have a crisis of affordable housing, and then at the same time to be changing the laws that we already have that protect the already insufficient amount of affordable housing that we've got, which is what's on the table now. I also want to say, like, as many of us have stayed here until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night to protest what you're doing, the fact that we're willing to do this means that we'll remember this when it's time to vote. Which I don't say as a threat, but I say as a reminder of what it is that the people who you represent care about and what our values are. I'm here with showing up for racial justice, and we're framing this both as especially as a humanitarian and as a social justice issue. We care about this, we vote, these are our priorities, you are our representatives, that's why we're telling you these things. So, just to underscore, I urge you to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right of tenants to return at their previous rent rates and to increase the amount of rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Before you start, I'm going to call some more names. Brian Parkman, Daniel Sturman, Christian Orlano, Lorena Sanchez Castaneda, Alo Orozco, and Jasmine Amador Lopez.
Okay, yeah. Hello, my name is Amy Luke. I am a renter in the area, and I'd like to speak as a renter that I appreciate the efforts to address the housing crisis in this area. I appreciate the ways you're considering the effect this is having on people like me, but at the same time, as a renter, I would like to say that I am not the one who needs your help. I am not the set of renters that are most vulnerable to eviction. I am not the Black and Latinx community, part of the Black or Latinx communities who are most vulnerable to the changes to this ordinance that you're proposing. So as much as I appreciate the broader effort, I think that it's misplaced if we think that I, middle-class university faculty member, am the one that needs the help more than these vulnerable populations who are at risk of displacement. And that's what this is proposing in these revisions. Furthermore, the developers and the lenders that were cited in the report don't seem to need this help either. I understand that we want to bring more of these developers into the area, but they do not list this ordinance as one of the barriers. And that seems really important. That was mentioned, it was called out explicitly in the report that they misunderstood the ordinance or that they didn't even mention it. So it seems that, again, these are not the people who need this change, who need this particular kind of revision to help. So I'm speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help to protect tenants from the stress and trauma of facing displacement. I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Parkman.
Just one moment, sir. I'm sorry to stop you. Oh, we do have a quorum? Okay, yeah, we barely have a quorum. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brian Parkman. I am a renter in District 6. I like to echo what a lot of people have said tonight, which is I urge council to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. An attempt to weaken the Ellis Act is a slap to the face for everyone who's under the threat of displacement and eviction, and people do not easily forget or forgive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pablo Orozco, and I live in District 4, and I'm a high school student / leader at DCPL Primero in District 2. And my family has been through the process of losing our house and having to live in hotels to having to live in other people's houses just to afford an adequate, a cheap rent. And for us, that meant losing all our stability throughout our childhood. Losing that meant that our education was lost and our future was lost too, because all we thought was thinking of our parents economically growing, but for us, we didn't think about our future. So I believe that San Jose should not be incentivizing developers and landowners by making it easier to demolish buildings. This modification is an economic gain for developers, but violence against tenants who will lose their homes and communities like the one that I lost as a kid. I am speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help protect tenants from stress and trauma of facing displacement. I urge all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Amador, and I speak Spanish and English, so I can do both. I would like to start off with Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Yasmín Amador. Yo vengo aquí de San José y tengo millones de personas viviendo en la calle. No es justo y necesitamos más apoyo. El salario mínimo no alcanza para pagar los costos de la renta y la vivienda. Necesitamos más viviendas accesibles para todas las personas de nuestra comunidad, especialmente que yo vengo de Distrito 2, que está por Andrew Hill. El parking ahí está muy feo. Llegan mis papás de trabajar, trabajan en la noche, día, para poder darme una educación, para poder darme a mí y a mi hermano una buena vida. Pero si no hay parqueadero, entonces, ¿cómo es que voy a poder ser accesible para tener ciertos beneficios para poder estudiar. Yo quiero estudiar, tener una buena carrera para poder sacar a mi familia adelante. Mis papás no tienen papeles en este estado y aunque ellos no los tengan, tienen a una hija que los va a poder sacar adelante. Por esta razón, les pido que urgentemente...
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm going to have to ask you to actually translate in English, and you only have 40 seconds to do it.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I live from District 2. I'm a volunteer in my local community in the area of Southside, San Jose. And it's very difficult to find parking, seeing both my parents have more than one job just to pay approximately $2,900 of rent, either cash or you have to deposit it, direct deposit. Being the oldest worries me because I'm first generation and I have to also be able to have access to these resources. I'm the oldest. You guys are not in my shoes of how I have to pay for my college applications, how difficult it is for myself. I have to set an example for my brother and stand up for my family because they're undocumented. And so I plead you, I'm speaking today, the voice of support and measures that I will help protect tenants from my stress and trauma and facing displacement. I urge you to all the strength of Allies Act with 100% right to return previous rent and increase rent control units of 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm sorry, after our next speaker is Beatrice Paceno, Isaac Lara, Kathleen Trowbridge, Nicole Evans, and Cindy Batista. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Christian Olano. I'm a tenant in District 3. I believe that housing is a human right. I believe that we should choose people over profits. And I believe that today that we should, if we're not going to maintain the Ellis Act, that we should strengthen it. I wanted to voice out support for 100% recontrol and for if tenants are moving back, that they get their original rent. We're in a housing crisis, as you know that. There's a lot of data to support that. I also wanted to share a little bit about the process. It seems like 2 years ago or a year ago, we're already doing this. And the question I have is, why were you doing this again? Right? Through a big, long process, we came up with a compromise that the tenant community didn't really like, but hey, here we are. And now we're at it again, because there's a new council, perhaps. I don't know why. But we need to be sure that we don't set that precedent, that we can amend something just because there's this opportunity. And if anything, we got to strengthen it. Going forward, I believe that we should see this amendment or this change not as a production type of law. I think we should see this as foremost a protection and preservation. And if the question I wanted to ask you all, if your vote today is going to affect or incentivize more displacement and more evictions, why vote for it? We're here to protect our community, protect our most vulnerable. That's a sign of a good democracy, that we protect the people with the least of means. And if you're not going to do that today, then this is not a good democracy. With that, regarding the 3 Ps, I wanted to quote Jake Tonkel in the Spotlight that, yes, we must do everything we can to produce, preserve, and produce in that order, that there is a prioritization to these 3 Ps, and that must be upheld. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Paceno, and I'm a high school senior at DCPL Primero. Growing up, my parents and I moved 6 times, and there was a point in my elementary school that we were homeless for about 4 months because we couldn't find a place to live. Recently, about a year and a half ago, my brother moved back into the house with my parents and me. Every single person in my household works. About a couple months ago, I had to find a job to help my parents pay for rent, and just a couple months ago, our rent went up, and I'm most likely leaving for college this year, moving out of the house, and my parents are already thinking about what they're gonna do when I leave and if they're gonna be able to afford where they're living. My brother and his husband certainly do not make enough money to live on their own, and my parents don't either, and they have no idea what they're gonna do. And I'm seriously scared and concerned for what they're gonna do for when I'm gone and for what I'm gonna do when I'm gone from the house. I'm a couple months pregnant, and I do not feel that I should put that load on my parents to continue living with them. So I feel that I should go out and find my own place to live, but I'm concerned about how I'm going to be able to afford that with minimum wage and not having a partner to support me. So I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
So my name is Isaac. I'm a resident of Southside San Jose, and I'm gonna keep it fairly simple today. First and foremost, I know very well what it is to live with housing insecurity because I had to do that myself. I'm only 20 years old, and I can already tell you what it's like out there on the streets to have to sleep under a rock, under a bridge, whatever you can find. I'm lucky enough right now to be living in an apartment with a couple of people, everybody working, but at the end of the day, we're living on the edge. We are very close at any moment to just be kicked out for nothing. So I'm gonna urge everybody here because I see a very clear difference between the people here today. I see people that come up to the front so they can fight for their survival, and I've been having to deal with a couple men in suits making snide comments, laughing about them all the time. So I'm gonna say right now, please, I'm gonna say it nicely, support this Ellis Act, man. Let me live. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Nicole, and I rent and live in District 9. I grew up in the South Bay since elementary school. San Jose has been building more and more market rate apartments over the years with the promise that the additional stock will help decrease the market rate for rent. What I've noticed is we keep adding more and more fancy apartments, but the rent just continues to go up and up. We know the affordable housing stock is low, but I ask you, what is the vacancy rate on those $3,500 a month apartments? Maybe the better solution is a vacancy control on those expensive, unaffordable apartments and better rent control on current affordable units. I'm so tired of my friends and family being forced out of the area because of the cost to rent here. I support strengthening the Ellis Act protections and not weakening them. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and all the council members. My name is Cindy. I'm the community engagement here at Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm so sorry if I talk so fast, but I'm super cold. So right now I'm currently living in District 3, and I've been living here in San Jose for the last 16 years, and I've been renting a rent control unit for the last 9 years. And this place is not an option for me or for my family, and it is extremely hard to find housing for 7 people. And this is what my community and the people that have lived and are here during my time here at Sacred Heart, that how it's extremely hard to find affordable housing and how it is accessible to those tenants. So that's why I urge you to not weaken the Ellis Act and to strengthen it to 100%, the right to return with the previous rent, and increase the control rent units to 100%. I don't want to see my friends, my family, and the tenants of San Jose to be pushed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one moment. After our next speaker is Michael Trujillo, Mark Torsini, Liz Gonzalez, Chef Christina, and Lucy.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Trowbridge. I live and work in District 3, and I'm a homeowner, and I'm also an organizer with Surge at Sacred Heart. I also do a lot of walking around in my area, and I see a lot of my neighbors living by the creeks, by the railroad tracks, just by the road. There was a gentleman for several months living on a mattress just by the road, just out in the open until he died. I walked past one gentleman who was clearly mentally ill. He was absolutely charming when he was on his medication, but he was disturbed when he was not. And I understand that he was hit by a light rail and killed. So I see the end of these people being displaced. If they don't leave the area, they are going to be my neighbors out on the railroad tracks or out on the creeks. So with that in mind, I am speaking today to voice my support for measures that will help protect tenants from the stress, trauma of facing displacement, homelessness, and maybe death on the streets. I urge you to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent-controlled units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
My name is Michael Trujillo, and I'm a staff attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We believe all families, regardless of their race, size, or national origin, deserve a chance to stay here in San Jose. And as the staff memo points out, Hispanic and Latino households, single parents, and non-citizens all disproportionately rely on rent-stabilized units in order to remain housed here in our community. Therefore, incentivizing the demolition of these naturally occurring affordable homes through the proposed changes to the Ellis Act ordinance will have a disparate impact based on race, familial status, sex, and national origin in violation of state and federal fair housing laws. This impact cannot be justified by an interest in housing production because the proposed changes would encourage more market rate development, and the city of San Jose is already on track to exceed its production needs for market rate units. Furthermore, these changes would compound a history of racism in housing policy in San Jose and perpetuate existing residential segregation. The properties up for demolition under the Ellis Act are concentrated in low-income, predominantly Latino neighborhoods, many of which were formerly redlined. Because displaced renters who are people of color frequently end up in highly segregated, high-poverty areas, while white renters are able to access more resource-rich areas, redevelopment under the Ellis Act will not only disproportionately displace Hispanic tenants, it will likely concentrate them in higher poverty areas with fewer resources. Therefore, on behalf of the Law Foundation and our colleagues at the Western Center on Law and Poverty and the Public Interest Law Project, I urge you to make no changes to the Ellis Act ordinance. The city should focus instead on how to produce and preserve housing for all San Jose residents in a way that does not violate fair housing and civil rights laws. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Tersini, KT Urban. I'm here tonight to give you a real-life example of a project that does involve the Ellis Act, and it's a parcel that we went under contract 2 years ago with Jim and Suzanne Salata. It was their business Garden City construction site, and the site has a commercial building and a 4-unit apartment that was built prior to 1979. So 2 years ago, we interfaced with the Salatas and the tenants and went through the Ellis Act procedures as far as providing the compensation that was required under the Ellis Act to those individual tenants. There were a total of 3 tenants. The Salatas used the unit as a rental, as their own unit during the week. So out of the 3 units, we didn't have any issues at all as far as interfacing with the tenants and providing the compensation that they look for to relocate. We are moving forward with a 290-unit project on that 0.4-acre site. We had planning commission approval 2 weeks ago. We'll be in front of the city council on November 19th, I believe. My point is, I believe staff has done a really nice job looking at a 7-to-1 replacement. As we know, the state law is a 1-for-1 as far as the recontrol. We'd love to be at the state law, but we understand the city has its own Ellis Act requirements. And I'm here tonight just to support the 7-to-1 recontrol, which would be 28 units recontrolled in that project of ours. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Jeff Christina on behalf of Business San Jose Chamber PAC. I just came because we would like to recommend that you go along with the staff recommendation, and also that there's been a lot of conversation about developers being almost demonized, and yet all of us work in locations that developers built. Almost all of us live in locations that developers built. Developers built our city. They are required for us to be able to have a good, safe community. They are not bad people. Just like in every industry, there are some that are going to be bad people. And when we're talking about this too, everyone's talking about displacement. I have had a significant number of my friends, being 4th generation in the Valley, that have left because they can no longer afford. Displacement is just being moved from one place to another. They've been displaced because the housing costs in the community are too high. This is one of the tools that the City Council has to be able to decrease the housing costs to allow for more housing. Developers aren't looking for a ridiculous return. They're looking to make enough profit so it covers the risk that they have to incur to be able to put the project together. That's very simple. If there's not going to be a return and the risk is high, there's going to be no project. And that's where we are, and that's what's been happening. That's why the whole Bay Area doesn't have enough housing. And so when we look at this, we need more housing for everybody. And that's the main idea, and that's the main goal. And this is one of the tools that you guys have at your fingertips to be able to help facilitate more housing for the whole community, not just a small portion of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, welcome. After Ms. Gonzalez is Lucy, Lauren Raymond, Jessica, and Victor Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Gonzalez. I'm from East San Jose, and I'm so disturbed by what has happened here today. This was so unnecessary, so disrespectful, so shameful to be talking about housing without talking about people. It's irresponsible, but more than half of this council doesn't have any shame, the way that you treat renters in this city. Why do we keep coming back? We believe in representation. It's clear that some of you don't. And these three guys and the guys that just spoke before me, they should be sitting up here because they're writing these options. Are you serious? We're demonizing developers because of what they've become. We have to speak out and we have to say the truth. And the words that we speak mean something, not like when some of you say affordable housing and turn around and do the opposite. The words we say here mean something because we're tired of seeing our families move away. We've lost so many friends just in these last months. And you do not care. You do not care. But you won't be sitting there forever. You won't be sitting there forever. Show us with your actions because we are tired of your empty words. This is about people. This is about people, not about developers and not about money. And if you care about people, then show us.
Welcome.
Thank you for listening. Thank you. Okay. Don't tear our communities apart. Strengthen Ellis Act. Keep it together. That's what a community is all about. United we stand, divided we die. These are about lives, not only your children's children, but mine and me. I was just a little girl not too long ago with lots of dreams. I would one day have my own house. I bought my own house when I was only 18 years old. I have worked all my life, going to college, putting myself through school. Things happen, life happens through no fault of our own. Accidents, car accidents, more accidents. It's a rat race, sorry, that's reality. But in doing it one day at a time, we want to encourage one another that there is a way out, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We know that money can be stressful, and we're all here to make money. But what about lives? Like that young 20-year-old that was just here saying, save my life. It's not a good thing to be in the streets. It's very cold living in your car. I've done it all. I've sacrificed myself for those that I care about. When they're in the streets, I'm there with them. When I hear children crying at school, because I'm also a substitute teacher, I've worked 4 jobs because I have to pay bills or my son can't afford his rent. So Mom, can I borrow $400 because we had a birthday party? Thank God for Sacred Heart. We can go there. You know why? So we don't have to go rob anybody. Because there are people that care, that donate and give. Because when you give, you know what? It makes you a better person. Because we care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lauren Renaud. I'm a homeowner in District 6, and I'm an organizer with Showing Up for Racial Justice. So why are we here today with signs that say housing justice is racial justice? It's the same reason that we're here again, trying to protect the tiny amount of affordable housing that we do have. It's because only 5% of residential land in San Jose is zoned multifamily, and 95% of the land is zoned single family. And there are decades of deference to landowners over residents, and the preferences of those homeowners have become entrenched. On the city council, there have been council members who are in rent-controlled units who had been told to recuse themselves for votes, but homeowners are never recused from votes. It's clear who's we're being listened to and who's not being listened to. Who is allowed to own their homes and where is completely linked to racism in this country. I live in a house with a restrictive covenant language in our mortgage. We are arguing about density in 5% of land because decades ago we decided where white people would live and where people of color would live, and we have not revisited those racist decisions ever since. We are desperately trying to protect any existing affordable housing. The effective way to build much more market rate and affordable housing is expand where we can build rather than continuing to put the pressure on folks who are already getting squeezed. Look at the zoning, not at eroding tenant protections and affordability. Do not continue the wrongs of our past by perpetuating this displacement. Break with our past, do the right thing. I urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increase rent control units to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jessica Morales, and this is Metzley. I'm a renter in District 7. Mayor Liccardo, I am also a parent at a rocket ship school. When I served as school site council president, I worked very closely with your wife for some time. And I want to know, because I see you at our meetings and I see you at our events, and Councilmember Carrasco, I know that your children attend or attended a rocket ship school. I want to know how you can show up to our meetings, how you can show up to our events when rocket ship schools serve the community that attends these schools is underserved. And I want to know how you can be there and be there with the clean conscience when these are the communities that you are displacing by making changes to this Ellis Act. These are the communities that you say you stand for. These are the communities that you say that you serve. And I see you there because I see you at our events and I see you shaking hands and I see you very nicely. But I want to know, what are you doing for our communities? Because when we send out those intent to return surveys, a lot of our families are not coming back because they cannot afford to live here. So we are here late on a school night because it is important. Part of our core values is advocacy, and I need my children to know that they need to be advocates because we need people like you to listen. What are you doing for our communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. After Victor Vasquez is Daniel Fernandez, Blair Beekman, Socorro Montano, and Dominic Toriano.
Good evening. I've been a resident in San Jose for over 8 years. I lived in District 3, 5, 9, back and forth. I'm also a community organizer and work in District 5, and I'm a proud Chicano, always gonna say that. But I'm even more proud of all the people here tonight, despite the long and unacceptable delay. It is clear hearing our last speaker and seeing all of us here that we are united and we will win. Over the last 2 years, we've been committed to engaging San Jose residents through the anti-displacement strategy sessions. We heard hundreds of stories from low-income families about their struggles with high rents, unjust evictions, fear of landlord retaliation, domestic violence, and lack of access to affordable housing. Our commitment to that process demands that we ask you not to vote today on the Ellis Act. How can you vote on a policy dealing with tenant protections and displacement without completing our anti-displacement strategy process? How is that democratic? How is that being transparent? How are we here today? But we're here today with a potential vote. Let's be realistic. And our commitment to the immigrant community tells us that we must look at it from our perspective. The changes you propose today will provide an incentive for developers to demolish our apartment complexes or homes. This policy will benefit those who can afford to buy who can buy condos and can afford high rents, people with high wages and social privilege. This decision will impact our Black and brown communities. These are women, again, these are children, these are all of us here today who have to deal with the decisions that you make. We are gonna face the complexities of dealing with displacements that you will create if you vote to change this policy. I'm disappointed Not long ago, we talked about racial justice and economic justice. Where is that reflected in this policy? I don't see it. I ask this governance body to look deep into your values and guide your vote to protect our tenants, our most vulnerable residents, to be guided by racial justice, anti-displacement, and a strong sense of conviction. Ultimately, our base believes that this policy should be about protecting tenants and making it stronger. Make it stronger, not weaker. We don't want anything less than our own tenant protections now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Socorro Montaño. I live in District 6 and I work in District 3, so I'm speaking specifically to Councilmember Dave Davis, Councilmember Raul Perales, and Mayor Liccardo. Since we're talking about land, we need to acknowledge that we're on Ohlone Tamian land. With that acknowledgement comes the acknowledgement of ongoing history of violent colonization that has continually displaced and killed people of color. Weakening the Ellis Act would further gentrification in this historically Latinx city. This modification is an economic gain for developers, but it is violence against tenants who will lose their homes and communities. I urge you not to continue this history of colonization, to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return and increase rent-controlled units to 100%.
Thank you.
Okay, first time doing this. Up front, I've come to advocate for a market urbanist position and support a motion to build more market rate housing, the right of return, and upzoning R01 homes. I grew up in San Jose, and San Jose is my home. I live in District 9. I want lower housing costs for everyone so the people I grew up with in high school can afford to live here. Market rate housing for basic non-luxury units is still way too high. I went to an open house this weekend for a 300 square foot studio in someone's backyard. Pretty cool. The rent was $13.95 and the line was out the door. My jaw was on the floor. Price controls simply do not work. The price of any good or service, be it a house or a loaf of bread, is set by supply and demand. Capping prices causes inefficiencies on both the supply side and the demand side. On the supply side, developers and investors will put their capital to work in other cities, other states, other countries like China, instead of building more homes at the speed of light. We need those high rents to pay the salaries of skilled construction labor who also deserve to live in our community. On the demand side, inefficiencies are created because citizens tend to overuse housing they don't really need. There's also massive fraud and compliance issues, as affordable units are regularly leased on Craigslist for market rate, which we've seen repeatedly in San Francisco. The only way, and I repeat, the only way to truly drive down housing costs is to build more housing. The reality is removing market rate units from the market effectively makes market rate housing more expensive. It drives up the price. As Scott Wiener has said in his SB 50 bill, the vast majority of Californians live in market rate housing, and it's implicitly a tax on everyone who wasn't lucky enough to win an affordable unit in a housing lottery. Instead of implicitly imposing a tax on market rate houses that goes indirectly to developers, tax the units directly with a property tax and use that revenue to help everyone, including paying our teachers more. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakman?
Hi. To politely comment on the words just spoken, that is a way to work, but, it seems like, in San Jose, we really have to consider the human lives at this point, and we're just not doing that. I've been here for 5 years trying to do something so incredibly positive and unique and different that is really meant to create peace, to end war. And San Jose, you guys do something just every once in a while that is really, really irksome. And it's really frustrating and it's sad. And, I hope we can work through this. I hope that we could really start again. I feel the mayor has, unfortunately, he has tried to outrun a possible upcoming economic downturn. You didn't make it clear, Mayor, that it was a downturn that was coming. You kept calling it a recession, and you made it a very confusing process, it feels like, and it's led to all of this. And it's led to people running this way and this way, saying we need to do this and this, and we've just made a big mess of ourselves. We have a new council board. You're working on ideas to create austerity for the Ellis Act when we should be practicing its goodness. And you use these economic recession models to scare everyone. And it was totally the wrong way to go. And so I just hope we're going to start again now. And this is a time we can really say sorry to each other. I don't think we want to demonize anybody. I think we all can gain. We need to talk about our own human values and loves as a way to create leadership for these housing issues. And that's going to lead us out of this doldrums, is just treating ourselves decently. And please quit playing tricks on us. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Toriano, and after Mr. Toriano is Dennis Randall.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Dominic Toriano. I'm a representative of the Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104. But I really feel like I'm Bill Murray in a low-budget remake of Groundhog Day, because here we go again. A repeat of doling out dollars to developers who say they're broke. Sound familiar? Rewarding the developers of slavery towers with more giveaways and not requiring them to produce any affordable housing or provide any workforce protection is just a deeply flawed policy. If this item is approved, it will dilute the Ellis Act and harm that people that need affordable housing the most. Once again, we are prioritizing what developers want over what the community needs. The city is ginning up another gift to developers, and we shouldn't be fooled this time around. The idea should be voted down, and the curtain should go down on this Groundhog Day remake. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Randall?
Good evening. You are all heroes for staying this late and this long. I am very moved. As a real estate developer, I am very moved by the stories I hear tonight. They're very sad and very touching stories, and they are a result of harsh economic realities. But I want to remind us of some facts that just are facts. We all must live with them. If you remodel a home, you tear your home down to remodel it and improve it, you are displaced. Voluntarily displaced, but you are displaced. This is something that happens to rich, poor, and middle class. It is a fact of life. I wish I could keep the current Ellis Act. I wish I could say that we could keep the current Ellis Act limits at 100%, but I also know that it doesn't work economically. And I like to let people know that if you keep it at a current level, no more units will be built. The staff recommendation will create 7 times more affordable units than you have right now. I also want to remind everyone that Ellis Act affordable units were built before '79. That means they're 40 years old or older. A lot of these homes, a lot of these units are not in the best condition. They are, in many cases, considered to be substandard housing. So how are we going to improve our housing? Is a unicorn going to drop it out of the sky? No. We must face facts. We must face reality. We must face economic physics and take care of these issues in a thoughtful and responsible way that deals with facts as they're given to us. Thank you.
Mr. Strong, did you submit a card?
I think it got lost.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay?
And is anyone else submitted a card and hasn't spoken yet? Come on up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Liccardo, and City Council members. Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. I'm here today to support the staff recommendation to modify the Ellis Act recontrol requirements. We believe that the staff recommendation is trying to do something that's very difficult, which is to seek a careful balance to facilitate new housing opportunities. This careful balance will open up new opportunities for new market rate homes, new affordable homes, and potentially more rent-stabilized units. The key to solving the housing crisis is to significantly accelerate housing production at all income levels, and we must do everything we can to remove these impediments. San Jose needs at least 70,000 new bedrooms to combat the housing crisis, and we need to consider all of our options, including redevelopment opportunities that could increase the supply of affordable homes for our residents. One thing that I do want to impart onto the council is that the ultimate price of zero housing production will be more long-term displacement of our low-income residents. Rent inflation will continue to skyrocket as job growth continues to grow regionally. Since 2010, rents in San Jose have increased by 47%, and we won't see this continue to get any better until we build the appropriate housing infrastructure to address the crisis on hand. So again, we support the staff recommendation to facilitate more market rate homes and more affordable homes. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, council members. I'm here on behalf of my father. A few years ago, he was living in an apartment and got bought out by an investor, and he had to move out because the investor wanted to go ahead and make the 4-bedroom unit apartment into 8-bedroom apartment. What ended up happening is the apartment owner relocated him to another apartment that he owned and increased his rent, almost doubling his rent. After that, that building got sold, and then now the new owner raised the rent, forcing my father to get relocated. Luckily, we had room in my house, and he was able to come with us. But now my father cannot live independently because of the housing insecurities that are now in the market. But here's some of the previous speakers spoke about facts. Here are some facts. In the last years, there's been almost 2,000 homeless people. 80% of them were previously living. They were previously housed. What that means that about 1,600 people this council let down and didn't protect them. And now it's causing us taxpayers more money to try to figure out how to deliver those services. What I'm asking now and recommending is no changes to the Ellis Act and work on protecting our current renters. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Jackie. I didn't want to come down here, but Mayor, I saw you yesterday at the Valley Verde event, and I said I would be here, so here I am. Yesterday, during that event, Dolores Huerta mentioned what were we doing to protect our working class community, and she even mentioned rent control and a couple other things, and I wanted to scream out, Ellis Act, Ellis Act, but I didn't. But my compañero and I did talk to you, and I wonder if you would have given her the same explanation that you gave us tonight. As Victor mentioned earlier, we shouldn't even be considering this before we implement an anti-displacement ordinance, sorry. And I'd like to urge you all to strengthen the Ellis Act with 100% right to return with previous rent and increased rent controlled units if you were to change anything tonight. It's not Christmas yet, but it is my birthday in 2 hours, and all I want for my birthday is for y'all to, stop messing with us and do something for tenants. And please, like they mentioned before, we've been down here so many times, and it's like, I'm taking hip-hop classes too, and I'm learning how to dance, but you don't do one step and then 10 steps back, and that's what we seem to be doing in this council in regards to tenants' rights. Please, don't make any changes. If you do make any changes, do them to strengthen it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the community who came out to speak this evening. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you. So I'm one of the council members here that's a renter, and I do live in an ARO building myself. And I wanted to, before we get into all the arguments, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of my neighbors. My neighbors are teachers, construction workers, medical assistants, and yes, formerly homeless veterans that I helped house in my own complex. I have seen a number of folks move in after being displaced from other places. My downstairs neighbor had to leave a much bigger place and cram everything into a 1-bedroom apartment. And then even with that, they had to leave and their family had to move to the Central Valley. And that's not the whole argument, but it is the human argument as to why we should not change the Ellis Act, which is designed to protect tenants. So I've laid out some of my opposition in the memo that I submitted, but I'd like to highlight some of the reasons why I oppose changing it, and I propose keeping it the same. Our existing Ellis Act ordinance is already a very significant compromise compared to other Ellis Act ordinances in our state. We started with a 100% recontrol like almost every other jurisdiction except Mountain View. After a year, we cut the recontrol requirement in half, as well as offering developers an alternative through providing 20 on-site affordable. This was a huge compromise that was meant to make sure that we were not hindering development. By the time we passed those revisions in 2018, our city staff had spent 2 years working on this and reaching out to stakeholders. So now tonight, we're considering even more rollbacks. And Housing, in their report, reported that in their discussions with developers and lenders that they have not been able to find a single case of a developer being rejected for financing because of our existing provisions. So to me, this seems like we are proposing a solution without a problem. And at best, we have seen very little convincing evidence that these changes are needed, and we have been presented clear evidence of negative impacts that will be brought to our most vulnerable communities. And we've spent a lot of time today over the several hours talking about how building housing is so difficult and expensive. But then what I want to know is, if this is the case, then why are we trying to incentivize the demolition of our 39,000 rent-stabilized units? These units represent 30% of our total rental stock and are deeply affordable, comparable to deed-restricted affordable housing at 60% of area median income. So promoting demolition only serves to worsen our housing crisis. Also, we have met 83% of our goal for market rate development under the regional housing need allocation period, but only 13% of our affordable housing goal. And yet, we're making it easier for developers to construct what will primarily be market rate housing at the cost of our existing affordable housing stock and through displacing our most vulnerable tenants. This does not make sense. And I want to correct a myth that somebody presented earlier, that building more market rate housing has a trickle-down effect and helps everybody. We paid Berkeley to do research on that. And earlier, I was going to say earlier this month, but it was in October, we had a study session that said that that is just flat out not true. So I wanted to correct that myth. And so there are very real and well-documented problems that we're dealing with around displacement and homelessness. And so in our displacement study session, we know that this is an issue in every single one of our council districts. We know that it disproportionately affects communities of color. And our staff acknowledges this disparate impact that will have, particularly in our Latino community. We know that preserving our naturally existing affordable housing is one of the best ways to prevent displacement. And when our low-income residents are evicted, they often can't just go find another apartment. Our data shows this. Staff's report shows that only 28% of those displaced under Ellis Act removals have been able to stay in San Jose. So I'm going to repeat that. Our city staff's own report shows that only 28% of those displaced under the Ellis Act have been able to stay in San Jose. Also, while we're talking about data, we've seen the data on the inflow of homelessness. So for every person we house, another 2 to 3 become homeless. And we've increased our support to prevent people from being homeless in the first place. So we can help stem that inflow, for which we are already paying millions of dollars to try and slow down. So we've spent a lot of time this past year talking about the role of equity in our approach to problem solving here at the city, and also the need to resolve our housing and homelessness crisis. All of these things are costing our city millions of dollars. Tonight is our chance. This is it. Tonight, we have a chance to show our residents that we are committed to equitable processes that work to keep our most vulnerable residents housed. To further weaken these tenants' protections will only serve to worsen these crises. It will have devastating impacts in East San Jose and actually in every council district. How can we even contemplate doing this? So with that said, I would like to make a motion to not change our Ellis Act and to keep the current Ellis Act that we have.
Thank you, Councilmember. I've experienced two families that have been displaced, or I have witnessed. Obviously, I didn't experience the pain they felt, but I saw two families displaced in my own neighborhood. I live east of downtown, and each family lived in a small unit, very small single-family housing unit in that neighborhood, literally around the corner from my house. And both families were predominantly Spanish-speaking, one with 3 children, another with a small child. Both moved out of San Jose, one to Gilroy and one to the Central Valley. And both moved for the same reason, which is the rent got too high. The landlord raised the rent. And I guess I wanted to ask Rachel or Jackie if you have any idea, if we just talk about the last 2 years, 2019, 2018, you have any idea roughly how many families have been displaced from San Jose? Do we have any concept of how many households, how many families?
You mean in terms of overall displacement or
Overall
specific
displacement because of, presumably because of high rents.
Yeah, I don't have that information.
Okay, do we think the number is in thousands?
I would think that, a significant number of people whose rents somehow get terminated end up having to leave.
Right. So, but certainly at least hundreds, if not thousands of families.
I would say hundreds.
Okay, hundreds. I looked at the report, Table 5, where it describes the number of families displaced by demolition of existing apartments in the staff report. Now, we went through a pretty traumatic episode on Winchester Boulevard with the Reserve, with a loss of a couple hundred apartments that were supplanted by a 600-unit apartment complex. And that is what prompted our decision to go forward with an Ellis Act. That's really, that was the instigation for it. Since that time, in the last 2 years, what are the number of households that were displaced by demolition, or a landlord simply saying, I'm going to redevelop and you have to leave? It's in Table 5 of the report.
Right, it's 16.
16 families.
Because we can assume that there are families probably living in those vacant apartments that somehow they probably just allowed them to sit vacant.
Right.
Because they were leaving for an unknown reason before
Right.
they actually Ellis.
Right. So I think it's really important that we all appreciate that with whichever side of this issue we might be on, and this issue is a pretty narrow one about a very small change, and we'll talk about how big the change really is in this Ellis Act. We should recognize, I think, that if we believe that the common objective here is to minimize displacement and to build more housing and more affordable housing for our community because we are in a housing crisis, then we need to determine what is the force that is displacing people. Is it that housing developers are coming in and sweeping folks out? Or is it that we don't have enough housing and rents are rising or have risen to a level that families cannot tolerate, and they're being evicted and they're being displaced? Now, I know we've cited this statistic a lot, and I just want to make sure I understand from the housing department if this is true or not. What I heard over and over again is that Silicon Valley, over roughly the last 7 or 8 years, the ratio of job growth exceeded the amount of housing growth by about 6 times. Do we believe that's true?
Yes, for the Silicon Valley region overall.
Yes, for the whole region. So that's the county plus maybe some parts. Okay. Not within the city of San Jose, but certainly where the job growth is. And we know where folks who are holding those jobs tend to live if they're looking for something more affordable. They're coming to San Jose because they're not going to find it in Palo Alto. And the housing production of all kinds in our city is, I think Eric Schoenauer said the average over the last 30 years is a little over 3,000 units. We have been below average for several years. Is that right? At least I think the last good year we had was, I think, in 2014, we really exceeded 3,000.
Yes, and our target is now 5,000 units every year.
Right. So we're below average, and we're way below our target for the number of units. And so we have a dynamic in which jobs are growing rapidly in the region. Housing is not catching up with jobs. In fact, vastly exceeded by it. Other cities are not building anywhere near the amount of housing we are, and we're not building enough ourselves in the city of San Jose. And so I go back to this question: are families being displaced because developers are pushing them out, or are families being displaced because we're not building enough housing and enough affordable housing? What is the source of displacement? And if we look at the last 2 years, the data says 16 families have been displaced by a developer. We've been listening very patiently to you all as you've spoken. I would like to be able to speak. We've seen 16 families displaced. That is a horrible consequence for those 16 families. But we know there are hundreds or thousands of households who have been displaced by higher rents. And I think we all appreciate the magnitude of that tragedy. And so the purpose of the Ellis Act is to preserve the status quo. And that's important if you're a family on the edge. And nobody should discount the value of that. But the status quo is a housing crisis. And if you believe the status quo is the way we're going to get out of that housing crisis, I would suggest that is not a sensible approach to policy given where we're at today. I've heard that changing this policy is violence against tenants. I think it's violence against tenants if we don't do something to build a lot more housing and affordable housing. And the only approach that I know of that can get us there, other than a very severe recession, and who knows, that may or may not happen, but the only approach I know of that we have any control of is trying to get both more affordable housing built and more housing built. Both. We need both. And that's why I hope to bring forward in a few weeks a tax measure that we can consider to put on the March ballot. That's why we're moving forward with a linkage fee on commercial properties so that we will have more resources for affordable housing. And yes, that's why we're looking at this. Why are we looking at this? Well, I believe that given what we learned, I know a lot of folks weren't here when we had a very extensive presentation of studies about what is feasible and what's not feasible. I believe that most developers would say it's awfully difficult to get financing if the requirement is you have to build 50% of the units to be rent restricted. Now, that's just my supposition. We've heard other suggestions. So Mark Tersini is one developer. Mark, could you please come forward? I think you're the only one I know with an active project who's talked today, so I'm going to ask you. You talked about a project in which there were 4 apartments, 3 of them were occupied, and those tenants were provided some compensation through under the Ellis Act.
Correct.
And you want to replace those 4 units with how many?
290 units.
Okay. And the number of rent-controlled units then would increase from 4 units today to how many if you were to build your project?
It would be 28 under the
staff proposal.
Under the staff proposal.
All right.
Correct.
Under the staff proposal, we would go from 4 to 28, so that's more rent-controlled units than you had before.
That's correct.
I think we can all agree. Plus a whole lot of market rate units, 200 plus. Now, have you tried to get financing on the project in which you've informed a lender, hey, I need to borrow money, I've got to have half of these units be rent controlled?
Mr. Mayor, we have talked to a number of lenders across the country, not only on this project, but on all of our projects in the downtown core. This project in particular is coming down the line for approval. One thing that we did discuss with staff very clearly, and our CFO of our company discussed with staff very clearly, is the lending community doesn't get engaged until you have a project approved. But prior to that, you have to inform them as far as what's coming down the line. And when we inform them that what's in place now is a 50% recontrol, the response was that it's too heavy of a load and a burden for us to take and move forward in downtown San Jose. We'd much prefer going to Seattle, going to Oakland, going to San Diego, you name the downtown community, that's where they're financing projects today. And they're not financing them in downtown San Jose. It's creating a burden. And the real question is, well, what's the burden between 28 and 50% recontrol? The burden is if the council then takes the recontrol and puts more restrictions on it in year 2 or in year 3. That uncertainty creates the pause for the lending community to lend on projects in the downtown core. They do not make sense with this provision.
Okay, and if you don't get financing, if you don't get a loan, what do?
We sit.
In other words, you don't build.
Correct.
All right. So the issue isn't whether or not you make more or less profit. The question is whether or not you actually put a shovel in the ground.
That is correct.
And you have been told by more than one lender that they will not lend you if you've got a 50% recontrol requirement?
Correct.
Do you have any idea how many lenders?
I would venture to guess that we've spoken to at least 25 lending institutions across the country and in Canada. And again, I'm happy to have our CFO give a list to this council on the different lending institutions that our firm has interfaced with over the last couple of years.
And they've consistently told you exactly what you described, that half of the units being subject to recontrol would be prohibitive for them to lend.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Appreciate you taking the time. So, Jackie, I was hoping, I know there was a slide I think showed in another committee about where exactly the modifications that the staff is suggesting would actually impact. Do you have that slide now? I know I gave you
Yeah, so what we have is a slide, I think, that will actually show the limited impact of this change,
Right.
frankly, because I don't think we were very clear in terms of illustrating how much density a development would actually have to have in order to lessen the Ellis requirement. So if you look at this slide, if you look at the first example, we start with 5 units that are rent stabilized. The new development is 250. It's similar to the development we just heard about. Under the current provision, they would have 125. If we multiplied the existing by 7, it would give them a recontrol of 35, so the cap would apply at 35. And you can see in the next example, it's 12. You're boosting up your density significantly in the next example. And so the cap is applying. However, the last 3 kind of show how challenging it will be the bigger the number of rent stabilized apartments are in terms of how many get demolished. So the next example, you have 20. The proposed development is 90. The current requirement is 45. But in order to get a cap, you have to build 140 or more. So the 50% recontrol, which is what we currently have, would apply.
So the modification that you're
Doesn't
proposing
impact
would have
this.
no impact at all
No
on the number of
impact.
units, right?
If the development was 30 and you're boosting up to 220, you'd have a recontrol provision of 110, which is what we currently have. Our cap is 7 times the 30, that's 210 units. So in that case, the 7 times doesn't help this development because they're not increasing the density sufficiently. But I think the last example really helps to illustrate how the more units you have that you're demolishing really impacts your ability to actually get the cap applied. So here you have 100 rent stabilized, and we're proposing 700 new units. So it's 350 is what's currently required. We're applying the 700 units, so the cap is not going to apply. They're going to have to provide the 50%. So really, this provision only helps small numbers of existing rent stabilized units, which we have seen happen when developers are acquiring parcels where they're trying to do a bigger redevelopment. That's where they're going to be able to apply the cap, but it'll be very challenging for them to apply the cap on larger developments, which was really consistent with what we were trying to find when I meant the balance, that we don't, the housing department was not trying to support the demolition of these larger projects without, significant levels of density, and you just don't see those. So the majority of examples that we have of developers who are working on projects in San Jose, they clearly have these smaller developments, and they are increasing the density dramatically.
Okay. So in the overwhelming majority of cases in which there's some redevelopment, whatever changes we make today are not going to affect the number of recontrolled units. It only applies where a developer is vastly expanding the density by a factor of 7 or more. And that's likely only going to happen when you have a very small number of units to start with. And you're getting to a very, very large number of units at the end of the day.
Correct.
And in the case, both here as you described in the first line and in case of Mark Tersini's project, you actually end up with a whole lot more rent-controlled units than you started with.
And you do end up with more rent-controlled units.
Okay. In the case of Mark, from 4 to 28. In the case here, it would be from 5 to 35. So why are we talking about the numbers? Of course, we should be talking about human beings, but the numbers matter if you're in a housing crisis and you have a serious shortage of housing supply, both of affordable housing and, yes, of market rate housing, because although I have heard many times that the latter theory, that's the theory that's known, that when the belief that somehow or another, if you just produce a lot of market rate housing, then eventually there'll be enough housing so it'll be cheaper for everybody. Agreed, nobody really believes, no serious economist believes that. But if you look at the market today, it is clear that an awful lot of folks who would be in what I think the staff report describes as Class A housing, the most expensive housing, in the most expensive apartments, are in fact taking Class B and Class C apartments, much older apartments, even though they might be tech employees, and they're driving up rents and they're forcing families out. So we have a situation where folks who would be high market rate renters cannibalizing the housing supply that we need for working families, that struggling families would ordinarily be able to afford and they can't afford today. So yes, we need more market rate housing, so we'll stop cannibalizing the housing stock, the older housing stock that we have that is more naturally affordable. So that is a very unique circumstance because of the situation we're in, because we are so deprived of housing supply. And that's a very unique circumstance and a very painful one for a lot of our families. So the reason why I'm supporting what staff is proposed here is because we're in a crisis and we dramatically need to find ways to produce, yes, more housing and yes, more affordable housing. And we're going to have a lot of opportunities to talk about how we can get more resources for rent-restricted, subsidized housing in the next few months. But the reality is, no matter how successful we are in all those measures, we could pass a tax every year. It will not be enough to address the enormous housing demand that is only satisfied through the market right now. We simply will never have those amount of public resources. And so we need, in some way or another, to depend on the private sector to produce housing. That is the way it has been in the United States of America for a very long time, and it's not going to dramatically change. And so that's why I'd support these modifications. I appreciate that people feel very strongly on both sides of this issue, and I appreciate very much that people are suffering enormously right now. But, you know, I would correct something that, you know, there've been said several times that somehow or another, this is about incentivizing developers or about, I don't even think it's about finding balance. I know that was said too. I don't think it's about either one of those things. It's about trying to make something happen in the middle of a housing crisis where doing nothing means the crisis worsens. And we got to do something to be able to get the number of units up as well as the number of affordable units up. All right, Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff and all of our community members that are still hanging out with us here late into the evening that stuck around. And I disagree with you, Mayor, and I think that's expected in regards to this item. This is, as some people have pointed out now, something that we've discussed a number of times. And the last time we actually took a vote on this, I too was supportive of sticking with the 100% recontrol as we had started. Unfortunately, that did not pass, and as much as that would be nice and ambitious to try and go back to, I'm not necessarily recommending that today, but I absolutely don't think that we should amend it any further than what we already have done. And I did have a question for staff in regards to the second change, and you can go to I think it was the last slide that you had, just so people can kind of see what I'm referencing. It was the slide with the two changes.
He's gone. Oh, where is he?
I'll talk about it while you
Yes, sir. We don't
find the
have it
button.
'cause we need him to change.
Oh, he's gone. Didn't notice that.
He left.
That's fine. So the recommendation, I certainly don't agree with the change in the 7 times. I think keeping it at 50% recontrol is at a bare minimum what we should be doing. And Mayor, don't necessarily disagree with a lot of your comments, but one aspect of the Ellis ordinance is preservation, and so in essence, it has been working in that regard. I think at the same time, if there is a way that this can spur both with a basis of preservation, but some creative use of development and either achieve 50% recontrol or an alternative, which is what staff has recommended here. I wanted to just clarify a couple of things, which is in regards to the waiver there. First off, 50% of recontrol of units coming back online. The one part that I don't like about that is that they come back online at market rate. So what I do like about the waiver provision, right, is deed restricted units that actually, in my mind, would be much more beneficial, and that's right in line with our inclusionary housing ordinance, right, in an attempt to build these units on site. And so I wanted to see if you can, one, just clarify, based on the IHO inclusionary housing ordinance that we just passed earlier tonight, what you would be suggesting here, then that 15% would fall in line with the requirements of our new inclusionary housing ordinance. Correct?
The 5 and 5 and 5.
5, 5, and 5% at the 3 different area median incomes. Okay. So the prior Ellis Act had similarly said, let's follow our IHO, which is a little different, but then it had an additional 5% requirement at 100% AMI. You taking that one out on this recommendation, can you describe to me why, and do we actually think that if we do that, that this will be a alternative that we are likely to see a developer utilize based on the commentary that you had and the discussion that you've had through this process?
So, again, because of our research in our work on inclusionary, on what the base requirement was, we felt like the 15% right now is even stretching for some developments, and so we wanted to keep it within the realm of possibility. The reality is this waiver provision is only going to be used in something like the west side, again, where we're seeing developments that can capture really high rents because of also the cost to relocate, right? So there's a couple of things we've been talking about the recontrol provision, but the reality is it's also the cost to relocate numbers of people that actually create an added expense. So we thought it would be more realistic, and we also thought from listening to the community, this issue of displacement and what would happen to tenants was something that we were trying to address, that we thought was more important than the additional 5%, which was what happens to people today. And so because we saw that the previous development, the Reserve, had offered this creative solution of relocating tenants in their current portfolio, and we know so many of the developers here are San Jose based and own other San Jose property, that this could be an alternative that would address the community's concerns regarding immediate displacement. So we wanted to have something that would encourage that, or give developers the possibility of doing that.
Okay. That's the one aspect that I again would love to see actually happen, where we sort of incentivize the on-site development, true integration of affordable units that are deed restricted, versus even, what we're sort of fighting for, what I'm fighting for today, which is to preserve the 50% recontrol. But I see that as sort of second best. Really getting the deed restricted units, to me, is much more of a benefit to our entire community. And just as a reminder, the 3 levels of 5% now in our new IHO is 5% at 100 AMI, 5% at 60, and 5% at 50 AMI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the only amendment I'll ask for my colleague, Councilmember Esparza, would be, would you be willing to accept that change to the waiver position, or waiver provision?
Yeah, I don't. And one of the reasons is that we're about to take another vote on inclusionary housing fees for downtown high-rises, where they're going to get, they're asking for more subsidies where that math doesn't exactly work out for future developments. So no, I'm not at this time. Hopefully we'll be back and able to strengthen this in the future.
Yeah, understand. And as we discuss the next item, as you know, I have a memo out that's not necessarily in support of that incentive.
I just wanted to clarify on that. So this waiver provision requires the production of affordable on-site. So let's just suppose if the downtown high-rise were to pass and downtown would not be required to provide the inclusionary, this is still saying you have to provide a level of affordability in order to waive.
You're saying that this takes priority over a
To get this
IHO.
waiver, you have to produce the units on site.
So to what Councilmember Esparza just said, that wouldn't necessarily be the case then?
Correct. So even if we said downtown, you don't have to produce it, that's fine, but then you don't get to take advantage of this waiver because you're not actually providing affordable, income-restricted, deed-restricted units on the property.
Then you go back to providing 50% recontrol as the only other option.
Correct.
Yeah. With that understanding, is that something Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah.
No?
No, I'm not comfortable at this time, particularly with all the other things coming down, that we really do need to hold the line on the current Ellis Act. One other point that I wanted to make was also that the existing ARO housing is housing people at a 60% AMI. So even the housing policy that we just passed is incentivizing moderate income housing,
Yeah.
right? So we already took a shave off of housing, out of funds that was supposed to protect the lowest income, and the existing ARO actually does a pretty strong job of protecting people at a lower income level than what's proposed.
True, except for the fact that at 50% recontrol comes back at market rate, which is right? Which is certainly not going to be affordable to,
Right.
to any of the
For
individuals.
sure.
that-
And it comes back 3 year, a few years after construction and after
Yeah.
people have already left San Jose.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, hence why I like the opportunity of, can we actually incentivize the development on site? And I do appreciate, Jackie, you describing that, because that was not totally clear to me either, that even if we are to approve an exclusion for downtown high-rise, that they would not be excluded in this regard to be able to take advantage of the waiver. And again, I think this is the better option, right, is deed-restricted units, and certainly something that we should be trying to achieve across the board. I think additionally, as we potentially would hopefully in the future have some opportunities at the state level to have, when we see the direction here for all units to actually be under rent control, that would also be something that indeed I have supported over the years. Unfortunately, that's not the case at the moment, but we do have some momentum building in that direction, and certainly with the recent support from our state legislatures. Okay, so given that, I will consider, I'm certainly not going to support the staff recommendation. Again, thank you, staff, for your work on that. And we'll definitely want to hold the line in regards to what we have, and hopefully we can look to the future in regards to how we can actually incentivize the deed-restricted units. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
I actually wanted to point something out, that we had a developer come up here and speak. He got the chance to give us his perspective, as we have an item coming to us shortly where he's asking for even more subsidies from the city, which I find appalling.
Yeah, I think I would clarify, there's actually no subsidies for the project. The council decided there was no subsidy, and it's defined in the agreement that we signed a year and a half ago. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. Throughout this whole process, working with staff and the various stakeholders, it definitely was evident that there's a challenge in terms of balancing the 3 Ps: preservation, production, and protection. And actually, there's a 4th P that Robert Aguirre informed me about, which is placement. But focusing on the other Ps, a lot of the conversation I've heard from many of the speakers has been around protection and preservation. And I definitely feel that they have some very valid points in terms of, we need to protect our vulnerable residents who are in these units, and we need to try to preserve as many of those units as possible. But as we've all discussed as well, if we don't have the production, if the production piece is not part of the equation, then we're not going to solve this problem. We have to produce more units. So I, again, with input from housing and from various stakeholders, put together a memo where I wanted to support the staff's, or accept the staff's report, and not modify the base requirement of the 7 times, but to modify the recontrol waiver to include a provision to have 15% inclusionary housing on site, as well as have at least 20% affordable units off-site within 3 linear miles of the proposed project site. I also wanted to have requirements in terms of adding additional protections for tenants above and beyond what the staff had in their report. That included a provision to give the tenants the ability to be placed in a property that's owned by the property owner within the city of San Jose, as well as having the right to return, paying their prior rent plus CPI for each year the building is under construction. Or enter into an agreement, a written agreement with the landlord, where 2/3 of the tenants would have to agree to come to an agreement in writing to provide different benefits like relocation assistance, phased development, other financial incentives that will benefit the tenants and also take the city out of the process. And hopefully the tenants and the landlord could come to a mutual agreement to facilitate the process. So I'd like to make that motion, and if I can get a second. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, just a clarification, Vice Mayor Jones. The additional options that are provided for compliance, are those in addition to the staff's recommendation or instead of?
Those recommendations are in a modification of staff's recommendation for the recontrol waiver.
I just want to understand, staff proposal was for 50% with a 7 times cap. Does that remain an option?
That remains an option.
Okay, so in its addition to what staff has proposed, these are other additional options?
Exactly.
Okay, great. Just want to clarify that for the record. Okay, and I'm happy to support that motion. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting the underlying motion, but I just, I wasn't supportive of directing staff on February 5th to research this even further, and in my eyes, further weakening this only after about a year or so being in existence. And so, but I just, I'm not going to ask too many questions. There's just a few that I have. I think Councilmember Esparza really expressed, in my mind, really well my sentiments, and so I'm not going to touch on those anymore. But one question I did have, Jackie, is since Mr. Tersini is here and he did talk a little bit about the particular project and the example that the mayor was asking him about, those folks, just because he's present, and I want to better understand this, is those folks that were in those units, those 3 or 4 units that were asked to, I guess, go somewhere else or paid whatever fees associated with relocation. What happened to those folks in this particular project? I don't even know if we know, but.
So we do have that information. Okay. Okay, so one of the units was actually occupied by the owner himself, and the owner held the unit as an alternative place to live, so they just no longer stay there. There was a tenant who actually moved, who was able to purchase a mobile home in Porterville. So they moved to Porterville and then now are owning a mobile home. And then another tenant moved to San Mateo, and then the last tenant, the final location is unknown.
Would you say that that sort of exemplifies, a microcosm of what happens to folks when they're displaced? They, in effect, go elsewhere, other cities, lower rent places. I don't know if San Mateo would qualify as that, but Porterville certainly comes to mind that it's probably a little less expensive than San Jose. Is that essentially what happens? Is this a good example?
Certainly, we do find tenants who have to leave the city of San Jose to find other places to live.
So, and the other question I had is, because I think one of the questions the mayor was asking Mr. Tersini was, did he go to a lender? And I think the comments, and I'm paraphrasing here, Mr. Tersini said, the lender said, no, it just wasn't going to pencil out with that load or the requirements and such. Out of curiosity, do we know which lender he went to? I mean, I guess what I'm getting at, part of what concerns me is often when we're discussing these fees and such and what pencils out, what doesn't, it seems to me that there's a certain level of trust that's embedded within those conversations, right? That the developer is going out and having these conversations and reporting back to us what in fact took place, right? I mean, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to understand that obviously coming back with that scenario benefits the developer, the person seeking maybe the easing of regulations, reduction of fees. And so, what comes to mind is sort of the idea is trust but verify, right? Is there any way that when that type of scenario plays out on a number, as it relates to a number of different things we're discussing at the city policy-wise, is there a way to verify that that is in fact exactly what happened?
Well, as part of our interviews, we did ask developers to share with us lenders they were working with who could provide us more information and a deeper understanding of the process. So we did receive information on 3 lenders, and again, none of the lenders rejected any of these properties because of Ellis. If he had 24 lenders that he talked to, he did not share any of those lenders with us directly, so that we could talk to them to better understand, and we asked every developer for that information.
Okay. And Mr. Tersini, if you can come up, because I just have a question, because I know, and I don't fully understand sort of your business model and such, but I know that different folks just do things a little differently. And so what I'm curious about is, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong as I'm asking this, but I think there's been projects that you've gotten entitled that you've then sold off, right? Is that correct?
That's a correct statement. Yeah. And to that point, the Sylvie Towers project that was mentioned earlier today by Working Partnership,
correct.
That property was sold in 2014, and KT Urban has no involvement in that development going forward after the sale of the project. So yes, we have done that. We have also taken the proceeds from those sales and redeployed those proceeds into the downtown core. And we're doing that today with another acquisition of a site that will be an office site on Almaden and Waz Way. So the business model that we have, and the reason why we do that, we did build the Access project with a group out of Eugene, Oregon. We did build the One South Market Street with Essex, which is a real estate REIT based in San Mateo. The Silvery Towers project, we went to a number of home builders, Lennar, Toll, Berkshire Hathaway, and the list goes on, Pulte. None of them were willing to take the risk associated with building a for-sale product of 640 units in a downtown market that was unproven. The only project that they had to use was the Access project that came out during the Great Recession. So there was not a demonstrated market validity as far as moving forward. So therefore, the option was, do we sit or do we move? And there was a developer that was interested in coming into the Bay Area, into California to build, and that's who we sold to. We also sold the Greyhound project to the same developer.
And so I'm just trying to understand, so when, I know there's a debate whether we call them incentives, subsidies, whatever we want to call them, right? When those policy decisions take place, the folks that you've sold some of these projects to, I'm curious as to the relationship between that and those folks that are purchasing the project from you, that you've gotten entitled and moved forward to that particular stage. Because, and the reason I'm asking this is, for example, you touched on that you went to a particular lender. That's, I assume, when you're financing the building of the project. In these cases, you sold the projects that you've gotten entitled, and so is the person in those circumstances that's going to the lender is not in fact you, it's going to be the folks that are actually purchasing the project from you, or?
That is correct.
Correct.
They have their own financing
Right.
means and necessary to build the project.
And once those projects are sold to them, I suspect, or maybe even you, don't always know exactly whether the lender's in fact saying, yes, we can finance this or not. It just depends. My understanding is it depends on the type of money, right? Where it's coming from, whether it's, folks that are, private individuals that have the resources, whether it's a REIT, whether it's...
Yeah, when we're not involved in the project, we don't know how their financing's coming together.
Okay.
Correct. What I suggested here is that we have continued dialogue with the lending institutions. And the lending institutions are having a very difficult time identifying San Jose as a place to do business because of the taxes that are paid. The impact fees are taxes on top of the fees that are necessary for the planning. Department and Public Works.
So I'm trying to reconcile that statement with what was presented to staff, and that their discussion with some of the folks that they've had discussions with didn't present any of those particular circumstances or examples of lenders saying, we're not going to lend to you because of.
And I don't know who they talked to. All I can say is that we gave names to both the Office of Economic Development and the Housing Department. I don't know who they spoke to. I don't know what conversations. I don't know how they phrased the conversation. All I can tell you is that our CFO spends 90% of his time in the lending market. And the lending market is telling our CFO the rates of returns are not there to justify financing the projects. And so when we have the impact fee of the inclusionary impact fee that's coming up for downtown, if that is not a zero amount, these projects will not be going forward.
Okay.
And it's not just for KT Urban. All the developers that want to build housing to meet the needs for Adobe, to meet the needs for the upcoming J. Paul project, 870,000 square foot project, that's going to generate a lot of employees that will need housing. And unless we get going with the housing, we will not meet those needs.
Right. Okay, sir, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have. As I said earlier, I'll be supporting the underlying motion. I suspect that this vote is going to turn out like the other votes have turned out as it relates to Ellis, and so I assume additional changes are going to take place. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Diab?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to commend Jackie and her team and everyone involved in this. I have monthly meetings with department heads. I don't have them with Jackie, but we've gone on sister city trips and study missions and stuff, and over beers and stuff, we've come to a understanding of sorts. I feel that I've learned from you, and I hope that I've rubbed off on you in some way. And I think that I remember when we were here directing you guys to go study this again a few months ago. I remember you being mad at me. But you came back and you studied it, and I'm personally pleased with what you came back with. I feel like this is government kind of taking something, examining it, kind of looking at it at all angles, and coming back with something that we believe will work better. And at the end of the day, I really believe that's what government is about. We heard comments earlier today about looking at people and not profits and not numbers and not housing units. And truly, if you get under the hood of this policy, I really feel that Jackie and her staff brought this back to us with people first and foremost in mind. And I say that because all the options that are laid out in this proposal are not so much geared to incentivize developers and their bottom line and to help them, although it does do that. But the options laid out are to help the people who would lose their homes in a redevelopment under an Ellis Act ordinance, protecting them to the right of return at the previous rate of rent, or to move them to a site elsewhere owned by the developer to continue living there for the same rate of rent. And if they do that, they get out of the rent control provisions altogether. Now you say, why would you do that? Why would you let a building get out of their rent control requirements? Well, you do it because you're getting deed restricted inclusionary housing below market rent rates that is means tested. Now we talk about rent control units. That's really a lottery. I could live in a rent controlled unit, even though I could afford a market rate unit. It's just whoever gets there first gets it. When it's deed restricted inclusionary housing, you are building units for people who, of modest means, who need that housing. And then there is, of course, a gap of people who may not qualify for inclusionary housing, but who need the rent control. Well, if you lay this out, those folks in that gap would, if the developer so choose, because it's beneficial to the developer, move those families or move those individuals into buildings nearby or in San Jose that they also own and continue letting them live there under the rate they already lived. So I think that is what's key here, and that is why Jackie is okay doing this. Jackie and I don't always see eye to eye, but I understand where she's coming from. I know her heart in this. And I see that in this, and I coming from the opposite end with wanting to build more housing, trying to address the housing crisis, because we do need more units. Listening to all of you, or not all, but the comments today about, protect the Ellis ordinance, I really feel that your concerns are addressed in this today. The call to not change the Ellis ordinance as we have it in San Jose would in effect be freezing what we have now, the status quo, in this amber. And that is not tenable. It's tenable for the folks living there right now, but it's not tenable for more people who come here, or the families who are living, 2 or 3 families to a single family home who want their own place. We need more housing units in San Jose, in the state of California, in the Bay Area, period. And we're not gonna get it without investment or development from the private sector jumping in to do it. And we are piggybacking off development in the private sector to get the inclusionary housing units, and thus growing the pie for everybody. That's what I think this is doing, and that is why I'll be supporting the substitute motion. So thank you. I'll yield.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Well, at this late hour, I'm not going to be nearly as eloquent as my colleagues before me, so I just want to thank Vice Mayor Jones for your substitute motion. I'll be supporting it. It is really important for us to continue to produce housing in addition to our other goals. And I just want to point out one thing. So one of the reasons is because we have, and I have in my district, a lot of soft story buildings that are over 50 years old that are not going to survive a big quake. And that will immediately displace everyone who's living in those buildings.
If they make it out alive.
I am very concerned about that. And that's where the produce, preserve, protect are all intertwined. They're not separate from each other. So I'm going to be supporting Vice Mayor Jones's motion. And I want to just thank Councilmember Depp and the mayor for all your comments about why it's so important for us to have these extra units and what that actually does for our community in the long term. I just think it's really important for us to continue to think about those things. And again, I do want those soft stories to either be retrofitted or to be replaced, because before and as quickly as possible, so that we don't have a crisis on our hands if there's a large earthquake.
Okay, any other comments? No, we'll vote on Vice Mayor Jones' motion. All right, let's vote. That motion passes. All right, the final item tonight is 4.6, which is combined, I believe, with 2.10, downtown residential high-rise inclusionary housing ordinance fee. There is a presentation, I believe.
All right, good evening. This is the final presentation of Housing Day, and I am joined today. Chris Burton will be joining me in making the presentation, and then Shasta, Jackie, and Kim are all here to help answer questions as necessary. So in June, the City Council provided direction indicating to consider extending the exemption for the Affordable Housing Impact Fee and other programs. A study had to be completed as a basis for the findings determining the type of housing development that was financially infeasible. a second. Where am I? September. I don't even know where I am. I got lost. Did I go the right way? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Okay. The extension of the affordable housing impact fee to downtown high-rise had a limited impact on 7 high-rise developments. Staff is bringing forward consideration of setting the fee for the inclusionary housing ordinance at $0 for downtown high-rise. The study completed by Strategic Economics includes findings related to the inclusionary housing ordinance. According to the study, if the developer chooses the in lieu fee option in the ordinance, in lieu fees would equate to $25,000 per unit, or $10,392 higher than the affordable housing impact fee. This continues to be financially infeasible. There's one project that will be impacted by this proposal that we are aware of to date. It will also apply to future projects that we may not be aware of at this time. The Garden Gate development has submitted 2 different proposals to the Planning Division. One has a 290 apartment building and the other 793 co-living building. The potential loss in revenue under the current fee structure of the inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee payment ranges from 7.2 to 19 million, varying by the building type.
I'm just going to jump in, and just to be clear, that's under the current $125,000 per unit, not on the proposed change that would be coming later in the year.
Thanks, Rachel. And so just to walk back through as a recap for Council, the decision that was taken on September 24th regarding the study completed by Strategic Economics. It laid out the different requirements of the Workforce Standards Ordinance, which is required to demonstrate that the fee reduction doesn't qualify as a subsidy because it's being applied to a subcategory that's considered unfeasible. So the 5 elements of the ordinance are kind of laid out on the next few slides. Ultimately, whether the project is feasible, the reasons and conclusions around feasibility. Obviously, the study looked at the implementation of AHIF and demonstrated a yield on cost return that was significantly under the target return. The implementation of IHO in its current form would obviously significantly impact that and reduce the return even further. In addition, it provided input on the anticipated duration of the conditions that result in financial infeasibility. Essentially, what the study said is that it would take positive rent growth, a stagnation of construction costs over a number of years, and then have several years of a strong market in those conditions to actually reach feasibility under the current conditions. It provided an estimation of the size of the financial gap between the proposed incentive and the and feasibility on a per unit basis. And then lastly, it looked at options for making projects feasible through other means, including whether or not the project was still infeasible with introduction of the workforce standards as well. And so with that, staff's presenting a recommendation to accept the report on the downtown high-rise feasibility, and we'll bring forward an ordinance that lines up pretty much with the AHIF recommendation. And then under item 210 on the consent calendar, staff is bringing forward from the September 24th discussion an ordinance that would implement the reduction to the construction taxes and a resolution that would adjust the timing on the affordable housing impact fee. And with that, staff's available for questions.
I'm going to take comments from the public. Eli Sokol, Vincent Rocha, Eddie Trong, Tessa Woodmansey, and Marshall Woodmansey.
Good evening, Eli Sokol, Star City. So in September, we participated in a pretty lively and long comprehensive debate on this program and the feasibility of our middle-income housing project downtown. Everything we discussed 6 weeks or so ago still holds true today. Number one, opportunistic and unproven housing projects that offer a novel product are extremely difficult to finance. Two, it is the real estate capital markets, not City Hall, that ultimately decides what projects are feasible. And three, the notion that continuing this exemption program is somehow a trade-off for affordable housing fees is a false premise. This body voted to conduct an economic study which conclusively determines that even in the absence of the AHIF fees, many projects currently in the pipeline either barely pencil out or still even without that program don't pencil out. Now, I understand folks here have a variety of backgrounds. Some understand real estate finance and underwriting more so than others. If you do understand it backwards and forwards, you know that the reality is pretty clear. If you don't, that's okay, but everyone agreed on commissioning an economic study that provided very conclusive results. So I would suggest that we accept that reality, or if you don't support that, you owe an explanation to your constituents why you're not supporting the production of housing downtown. We all want to see more affordable housing. I think everyone in this room does. The Star City project, if built, would generate millions in property taxes that would clearly eclipse the amount that these fees otherwise would in just a few short years. Those are taxes that could go directly to affordable housing and would exist in perpetuity. We urge this group to follow through on their prior decision and ensure that 803 units of middle-income housing have a fighting chance of getting built in downtown. We're really excited to make it happen. Thank you.
Good evening, Vince Rocha with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. It's been a long day, so I'll keep it short. We want to express our support for maintaining the downtown high-rise fee reduction through the staff recommended timeline of June 30th, 2023, and then graduating the fee to citywide levels by 2025. This is important because this gets high-density housing built where we need it most, in our downtown core. It's going to leverage our billions of dollars of infrastructure and spending on BART and Caltrain electrification to make sure that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions and we have high-quality housing here to support the growing jobs base in downtown San Jose. The leadership group supports this housing, and we hope that this policy will be supported tonight as staff has outlined. Thank you.
Good night, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. Eddie Chong with the Silicon Valley Organization. I had came prepared with a long list of reasons why the City Council should consider and continue with your long-standing goal of facilitating residential high-rises, but I realize it's late, and I kind of want to go home and see my family, and the curfew's coming up. I would also like to watch some Korean dramas dubbed in Vietnamese. So I don't know. I'll just keep this short, and I hope the council will just continue with the direction that was made on September 24th and just get this over with. Thanks. Bye.
Daniel Fernandez, Mark Tersini, Blair Beekman, and Luis Arhan.
Should I go?
Welcome. Please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to speak in favor of the motion, just to bring home the point. Maybe if this hasn't been said already, the people living in these units will be paying high taxes, right? You know, you're living in California, there's a sales tax, there's a property tax, you know, income tax. And so you want high-income people to live in a high-tax state because that's how you get the money. So don't send the money to San Francisco, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, again, Mark Tersini. I want to apologize if I came across a little heavy, Councilmember Jimenez. I'm very passionate about San Jose. I happen to be born in San Jose, went to San Jose Public Schools, and a graduate of San Jose State. My brother and I have spent a lot of time and energy in the downtown core. We are seeking sites that have downtown zoning designation that allows for the type of housing that we build. It is a difficult housing type to build. We are still committed to trying to find additional opportunities. I'm looking at another one as well with a group that are not builders. We're looking at a ground lease that may help their cause going forward. It's not a school, but very similar to that type of organization. And I'm just trying to be really clear. It's not all about KT Urban. It's about builders, and I'd like to see other builders come into the downtown core and really be passionate about building in San Jose and demonstrating that it's a great place to be doing business. I was in Seattle not too long ago. I'm going up again in another couple of weeks, visit some friends, and I'm always impressed with that downtown, the vibrancy and what's going on there. So we're just hoping to continue to do what we can and hope the council considers staff's hard work on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Beekman, Ms. Arhan. After Ms. Arhan is Robert Aguirre, Catherine Hedges, Paul Ring, Dominic Toriano.
Good evening. Less than 2 months ago, 6 members of this council voted to grant $67 million in incentives to 9 high-rises, exempting them completely from any affordable housing obligation. This proposal before you goes even further, exempting even more future high-rises, meaning all these projects will create 0 affordable units and contribute 0 affordable housing funding. And no, the strategic economic study, which hid the fact that it was simply a facade for a review of the KMA study, did not meet the feasibility study requirements. But moving on from that, as Councilmember Esparza pointed out, we are actually on track to meet our market rate housing production goals. We are falling far, far behind in our affordable goals. And yet, all we keep doing is focusing on how do we give more incentives and more breaks to these market rate, high-rise, unaffordable developments. Over and over again, every time it's promised, this is just temporary, this is because of market conditions. We'll find another way to make up for the affordable housing. For more than a decade, we hear these promises every time the promise is broken. And there's no more time for those promises. We're losing our people. The message of today's proposals and votes is loud and clear to working people, to families with kids, elders, immigrants, and communities of color. The message they're hearing is that you no longer belong in San Jose. You don't belong in this vision of shiny new skyscrapers. You're in the way because you're not the creative class. You shouldn't intrude. But yet the city still wants our money, and they still want our labor at poverty wages or without paying if they can get away with it. So if all the working people and communities of color get pushed out of San Jose, they can make money off our backs without having to worry about inconvenient people like voters. That's not the San Jose I want. I don't believe it's the San Jose most of you want, but it's the San Jose that you're going down the road to create. Good night.
Good night. Mr. Geary, Catherine Hedges, Paul Ring. Mr. Toriano, since you're close, why don't you come on up? We'll hear from everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members. My name is Dominic Toriano. I'm representative of the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I have a few questions as you contemplate the latest luxury high-rise developer giveaway that was cooked up behind closed doors. Just how much do the supporters of this proposal plan on taxing the residents of San Jose to then turn around and give the money to a developer? What happened to spending that money to keep your promise to restore public safety, fix our roads, and strengthen our city's finances? Do we plan on subsidizing every business in San Jose that produces their own study that says they need to make more money? Restaurants, retail, campaign contributors, where does it stop? What happened to the 10,000 affordable homes by 2022? Is there a breakout of acute amnesia in some council offices about that promise? Where did the regular residents of San Jose, you know, the ones that don't have paid lobbyists or corporate apologist business associations to carry their water? You remember those folks, the regular tax-paying residents. Well, where do they get in line to get their subsidy? Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Esparza, I guess she's within earshot somewhere, for her very strong comments on the previous issue and for those of you who voted to support the Ellis Act. I'm really concerned that we're just completely giving away everything to developers, and that all the pretty talk about affordable housing and promises, we're so far behind our affordable housing targets. We're just giving everything away to the developers. We're giving away the fees that would build the affordable housing. It's just a travesty, and people like me, I guess we don't belong here, and especially the people of color who are poor too. Most of whom had to leave to take care of their families and go to work in the morning. I'm a self-employed artist. I can stay up late. There are times I wish I hadn't moved to the Bay Area, and this is one of them.
Mr. Ring, followed by Dennis Randall and Scott Neese.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Paul Ring with Urban Catalyst. I'm partners with Eric Hayden and Josh Burrows. I'm here to support the work that staff has been doing to bring this forward. There's 2 points. The first, this is a complicated issue, how these policies come together, and I want to commend staff again for the detailed research that they've done, the dialogue that they've made. It's really been the most productive that I've seen in the city over the 15 years that I've been working on the housing in the downtown. The second is that Urban Catalyst has 7 projects proposed in the downtown, planning to come to break ground between 2021. And these projects will provide residential mid-rise, high-rise, senior-assisted memory care, student housing, and office and retail, along with features that complement the transformation of the downtown. We're trying to be very thoughtful about the current residents. We've heard them this evening. We care. We're trying to also take what's the rich history of San Jose and make and continue on the greatness that it has. So we just encourage and applaud you all for the time that you've given today and through this time to help make these projects pencil out, because they are complicated, and we appreciate the effort that everybody's giving. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. After Mr. Randall is Scott Neese.
Good evening, Dennis Randall with Acuity Realty. We're currently building the Firestone on South Market, directly across the street from the Blue Tent site. And we're in the process of capitalizing a project called the Carlisle, which is a mixed-use tower with 150,000 square feet of office and 290 apartment units. This project is feasible. It's barely feasible. It is absolutely on the rivet. And when you look at the cost of high-rise housing and the policy goals of having population and workers downtown, this is a public benefit to have work and units downtown, walkability, livability. This is what we want downtown San Jose to be. And the fee proposal that's before you will make projects like the Carlisle and others feasible quicker. Without it, we'll be waiting quite some time for the market to prove out rents and values to where bankers will actually invest in these very expensive structures. So I'm very hopeful that you will proceed and pass the proposed fee structure for downtown high-rise. I think the future of downtown San Jose rests on it. Hopefully we can begin to build these structures and energize downtown like we all want it to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. Scott Neese, Executive Director, San Jose Downtown Association. We've been looking forward to this housing day. We probably should have called it Housing Day and Night. I really am appreciative of all of the work that you've been doing since 1:30 this afternoon, just on this suite of proposals. And it's hard work, and kudos to the staff for trying to thread this needle so we can increase housing supply, we can increase our affordable housing, but we can have projects that are buildable and we can achieve these goals. This isn't the end. Nothing is perfect about any of the proposals that we've made, but there is progress towards these goals, and there's transparency and certainty and flexibility that's been built into the proposals today to be able to bring them back to you to reevaluate and take a look at what's working and apply them to the conditions on the ground in our city. And that's what you've been grappling with today, and I admire your stamina and the hard decisions that you've been making on behalf of the city. And for this particular project, we had a lot of talk about this just 5 weeks ago on September 24th, and there was one thing that you did on that day that's kind of a sleeper that didn't, kind of was an unsung victory there, is you incorporated the commercial linkage fee. You put the placeholder in. If there's any commercial that's getting built now, it's going to apply. And I don't think you got enough credit for putting that in there when we talked about this 5 weeks ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. All right, Councilmember Jimenez. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. Definitely given the late hour, I'll try to be brief here as well. I have a memorandum that I have written, and I just want to be able to describe a couple of the things there. The council is fully aware of the discussion that we had, robust discussion in regards to the exemption for affordable housing impact fees just a couple months ago, in incentivizing or at least eliminating that fee for downtown high rises. I felt at the time that I had a proposed, I think at least was a fair outcome, something that actually did look at the true nature of how difficult it is to build and finance a high rise in downtown, but at the same time not necessarily giving sort of all of the opportunity that we have for collecting some affordable housing fees, giving that opportunity away. And so we have now another bite at this apple moving forward, and that's what I have proposed in my memorandum here, rather than out the gate looking at a collection of $0 for in lieu fees for the inclusionary housing ordinance, or indeed incentivizing the on-site development of them versus paying the in lieu fee. What I have proposed is 3 options, and to keep it simple, I'll stick with recommendation 1C for now, because I believe staff can consider 1A and 1B by looking at 1C. And what that states is to return back to the council with an alternative fee structure for downtown high rises that will produce some form of an affordable housing revenue, and if needed, adjust other existing fees for project feasibility. And if you look at the other 2 examples that I've proposed, those are options, if you will, to be able to do that. My recommendation 1B talks about a incentive model that we have had in the past, which was sort of 50-50-50, We've made some changes since then. We have right-sized our parks fees and now offer a 50% credit. But there's no more incentive in regards to a reduction of those fees. And similarly with the construction excise tax. And unfortunately, again, we're looking at a incentive model here, a package that, in my mind, only targets the affordable housing dollars. So what this proposes is what I feel is something that's more fair. Now, if you're a parks advocate, and I know Larry's not here, but I'm imagining if he was, he'd have come up to speak in regards to this item and not be in favor of a reduction of some of the parks fees, and I get that. This is a trade-off of certainly in regards to where are we achieving dollars. And I pointed that out in my memo, why I feel that I think it's reasonable to be able to take a shared haircut, if you will, across the board, rather than just in one sector. But when you look at the feasibility of the projects, in my memo I have a figure 2 utilizing strategic economics, their conceptual high-rise prototype. And on the far right column would be the recommendation that I've provided. And you see the difference between the incentive model, the current incentive model, and literally 0.03 is the difference. Now, again, that's on the conceptual high-rise model, but the difference is in my mind insignificant in regards to what the actual feasibility, the effect that it's going to have on the feasibility of a project. But yet, it shares the burden across the different sectors and does not only give an incentive in regards to the affordable housing dollars. But again, rather than try to argue for either that or the first recommendation I provided, which would take even a longer explanation, took me some time to understand what that is. But it essentially, in allowing a deferral of fees, and as we've heard from Mark Trissini came up and spoke in regards to some of their more recent projects that they have sold off after entitlement, would allow us to, if a developer captured revenue in that sort of scenario, would allow us to potentially collect on fees. But at the same time, if indeed that were not the case moving forward, or somebody were to, the economic downturn were to happen, then we might not collect those. And so nonetheless, I'm not going to recommend either one of those, because I think both of them, I would like to see if we can get a recommendation back from staff that's different than what we have in front of us today. The second part of my recommendation talks about the private development workforce standards and the feasibility analysis that we've conducted. Granted, we just did this, and even though I didn't fully agree with that a couple months ago, I'll accept the fact that that has passed and it's still valid for today. But at the same time, we don't set a time limit on how long is that valid, and we're looking at an incentive model that goes out for, I think it's 6 years, and so before it becomes back to the full freight, June 30th of 2025. And so, in my mind, there should be an earlier trigger to actually come back and reevaluate those private development workforce standards, and if indeed we're going to continue an incentive model. And so I would like to move my recommendation 1C and 2 in my memo.
Okay, a motion and second. Can I ask for some clarification, Councilmember Perales? Just looking at 1C. If I were to simplify this in shorthand, it's fair to say if a project was to pay $3 million in park fees and $2 million in construction conveyance tax, this proposal would say, okay, zero out those accounts and put all $5 million into affordable housing. Is that right?
But could be a model that staff, yeah. I mean, that's essentially that is saying, it's saying, here's two examples, A and B, but take that aside and let staff decide, is there a different model that you potentially reduce fees to make a project feasible, but not necessarily take those fees fully from affordable housing. So achieve some dollar amount for affordable housing.
Right. So there'd be a reduction in other fees and an increase, obviously, in affordable housing. And so obviously, I give you the extreme example, and I'm looking at Shasta now because I know we've got different sources of legal authority for all these fees. We got Quimby Act for park fees. We got inclusionary housing ordinance, which has only been challenged 6 years up to the California Supreme Court for inclusionary. Can we do that?
Well, I'm sure, you know, with regard to each particular type of fees, legal requirements, and approval requirements, we can do that kind of thing. As the council member said, we have done that thing in the past. Right now, yeah, so right now the fee structure, the changing the downtown fee is accomplished pretty easily under the existing ordinance without going to the amendments that were discussed earlier. And whether the amount of that reduction and whether there are other fees reduced in a broader structure is probably something that would have to be investigated. I think, Chris, didn't we talk about some of the other fees as well?
Yeah, so obviously we've taken action on construction taxes already, so there's already a 50% reduction in there. We'd previously had in place a reduction on the parks fee for downtown. Obviously we've since restructured that fee, but that doesn't limit council's ability to take forward a further reduction. I mean, I think this is largely in line with the conversation we had under item 4.3 about sort of stacking our fees and understanding the full burden.
Right. So I appreciate that. Important to know whether or not we have the flexibility. Do high-rises pay a crimp?
They do, yep.
Okay, so that might be another not very large source, but a source, is that right?
Well, so we include both the building and structures and the crimp tax when we talk about construction tax reductions. It's a combination of the both.
It's both. Okay, got it. Okay, so I know that this is a concept that we've batted around in the past. I think to avoid a lot of pretty upset and frustrated residents, it might be helpful if we focused on the crimp and the CNC rather than on the park fee. And so I wonder if, Councilmember Prowse, you might consider making that your focus so that we would move those fees into the affordable housing accounts rather than...
I'd prefer to kind of leave it open for an opportunity to maybe even have staff provide alternatives like they normally do, so they can easily provide one without a reduction in parks fees, and but then provide one with.
And is your motion establishing a no net additional fee? In other words, you are not going to alter the aggregate total of fees with this proposal. You're merely shifting fees within the accounts in City Hall. Is that right?
You'll have to describe that again. I don't.
Yeah. So your proposal, what I don't want to do is come back here. We just had this discussion on September 24th. I don't want to relive this Groundhog Day every time. I thought we dealt with downtown high-rise fees on 24th. Apparently not. And what I don't want to do is have this discussion all over again in whatever it is the staff comes back. It would be helpful if we all agreed that there is a maximum fee so that the folks who are waiting to understand what their fee is know there's a cap so they can go get financing and actually build something. If we leave this up in the air, it kills projects. And so it would be helpful if, in terms of my support for the motion, I'll just speak for myself. I can only support the motion if it is explicit that we are not increasing the aggregate amount of the fees. So that way...
What is your baseline? Increasing it from what?
From what it is as a result of a vote supporting the staff recommendation today.
Okay. So from what you're projecting in the future. It's not there yet. So you're saying based on the staff recommendation as a baseline.
So if the baseline is a staff recommendation today, we take all those fees together, that we are not going to increase them any. I see Shasta sticking up her hand, so I'm doing something illegal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that when we adjust these fees, they each have their way that we have to adjust them. So you can't just move them around in accounts. So you'd have to, come back and change this one and follow its procedures.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with my very first question to you, Shasta. Can we do this?
Right, it can be done, but you can't just do it by moving fees and accounts.
Okay, can you give us a sense about the path so we understand clearly just how doable this is or isn't? Because again, I don't think any of us want to relive the experience of being here till midnight again and again, just because we're moving money from one account to another.
So with respect to park fees, you have to satisfy Quimby and any state law, charter, or local ordinance that you have about how you set those. With respect to taxes, you're going to have to satisfy anything in the charter, although I don't think we have much there, and then all of the state requirements about how you adjust taxes. And so each one has its procedure, and I don't have an easy workaround. That's why we're still looking at the framework.
Okay.
So it can be done, but not just by moving money.
Right, I understand. Just give us a sense of the workload here. I just want to understand if this is a big deal or not a big deal.
So I think the sort of figure one in Councilmember Peralez's memo actually does a good job of sort of approximating the proportion on each of these things. Then, the challenge is that, the methodology isn't the same. So, we're trying to come up with an approximation of what that total fee could be, and then trying to, set the reductions based on that. So I think there's certainly a path we could come
Can I
forward
be clear
with.
that I'm not accepting, that's not what I'm trying to suggest. So I'm not suggesting we use the baseline.
Right.
So that's what the mayor's asking. No, I would not.
Oh, you wouldn't accept it? Okay, well, if you're not going to accept the baseline,
No,
I'll oppose the motion.
Yeah, and the
Because
example is-
we can't continue to have people out there in limbo not knowing whether or not they can build. That's what we've had for 2 years. Nobody's broken ground yet in the downtown, so.
And the example, Mayor, being what I have proposed in my memorandum, if you look at the first two examples that I'm proposing, the second one, as detailed in my memo, shows a slight increase, right, from what staff's recommendation is.
Right.
And so it's in my mind, nominal, right? And so I would not say, no, let's use staff's, recommendation as a baseline. Albeit we may come back to something that is more or even less of an incentive, right? It could go either way.
Sure.
So.
All right, well, I'll just say, look, going forward, I'm open to a concept that somehow or another ensures we get money through an inclusionary housing ordinance that might require, for example, a reduction in construction taxes in order to put dollars into affordable housing. But I'm not going to be supportive of this motion because it doesn't provide any level of assurance of anybody that they need to go get a loan and actually build in downtown or in the city. And so the whole point of going through this exercise is to enable folks to be able to actually get financing to build, because they can't do it now, and nobody's broken ground in this city in a high rise in 2 years. And this is despite a monumental building boom in this valley. And it's obvious why that is. We've had 2 separate independent studies that have told us it's not feasible. We've got a market that's telling us it's not feasible. And continuing to perpetuate the uncertainty isn't going to help. So I won't support the motion. Councilor Camus?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry. Yes, Mayor. I know this is a late hour, and I appreciate that we're basically accepting the realities that downtown high-rise construction isn't feasible, and I think that's clear from many of the reports we had. And reducing the fees here, are we looking at 2.10 and 4.6 together?
Yes.
Okay. So 2.10, we actually went and reduced the fees. That was a couple of weeks, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? 2 months ago? Well, time flies when you're having fun. So, at that time, I thought that we weren't bold enough. Only 3 because we were only reducing the fees for 3 years. I had put forward a memo with Councilmember Davis to see if we can go until the 25,000 units hurdle are met. I'm okay with going 5 years because it takes to match this study. And the study ends on 2025. I'd like to have our timelines line up. We had thought that we were going to be trying to get these nine projects out of the 33 projects. I'm trying to remember what was said a month ago or 2 months ago. We had said that by passing the 2.10 proposal, we were going to help 9 projects get off the ground, but there were 33 projects in the pipeline, or more than 30 in the pipeline that were approved that wouldn't qualify for this because it's only 3 years long and they needed more time than that. And so I'll make a substitute motion to accept the staff recommendation on item 4.6 and to extend item 2.10 to 5 years instead of 3.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I think for 2.10, I just want to clarify the one of the recommendations was to 2025. So I think we're just saying for both of the recommendations to go to 2025. Is that? Yes. Okay. Great. I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Councilmember Esparza?
So, clarification, earlier we had decided to vote for all the items kind of separately. Are we doing 4.6 and then 2.10, or are we combining them both right now?
I'm open to combining. We only have one memo, so I didn't think there was
Okay.
a point in dividing them up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Krasko?
Thank you. Thank you. And I had pulled 2.10 because it was on consent, so I just wanted to make sure that we pulled it because as we were going through the consent calendar, I wanted to make sure that I didn't vote for 2.10 since I had registered my last vote as a no vote. I wanted to make sure that I was consistent on that. So I'll be once again voting no on 2.10. So if we
Okay.
can bifurcate that anyway.
Bless you.
I don't,
Are you planning on voting yes on 4.6?
on your, no.
I'm guessing you're
Okay.
voting
Not
no.
yet.
on-
Then it doesn't matter.
I think your vote's the
No,
same.
but, just in case anybody wanted to, I want to give anyone an opportunity, but no.
I appreciate Councilmember Campbell's attempt, though.
Does anybody want to vote yes on 4.6? I'd be happy to bifurcate it.
Okay, for now, the motion is both items together. Okay. Anything further, Councilmember Carrasco?
No, thank you.
Okay, let's vote on Councilmember Campbell's motion. I'll support the motion. All right, the motion passes. We have one individual who would like to speak on open session, Carolyn Bauer.
Buonasera, buenos noches, good evening, honorable members, Mayor Liccardo. I wanted to update you from last week regarding TSA officer parking. Your TSA officers were extremely depressed about not being considered essential
I'm sorry, just one moment.
employees.
Can I have, we have a public comment. I'm hoping we can all be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you. Your TSA officers were extremely depressed about not being considered essential employees to operations by the airport aviation directors, especially after the support we received by this city council during the 35-day federal government shutdown. As the legislative political coordinator for our officers union and a favorite TSA officer of some, I urge the city council to look into this urgent matter and consider 2 additional options. The first is to simply delay implementing this in order to have time for real discussions about the real implications and consequences to your workforce, the community and the traveling public that will occur starting November 18th, right before the Thanksgiving and holiday travel that sudden decisions bring. The second option is to understand that out of 3,800 airport employee parking permits issued, we are simply requesting that TSA employees be considered necessary and allow us to retain 200 parking spaces at nearby Terminal A, which is yet to be closed during this whole time as being a full lot. TSA officers were considered essential during the shutdown and worked without pay, and now we are being told we are not important enough to retain only 200 parking spaces at Terminal A. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right, the meeting is adjourned.